This out while we're doing
Yeah,
This man spun in the lot like 3 months.
why is that? What's the context for this? Just like driving against. Okay, so yeah, let's actually shielded Carter while
Introduce your guest grader, Robin Moulton. Alright.
Sit. Oh my gosh. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. How are you? Good morning. Oh, that's kind of sad. Let's do it again. Good morning.
morning.
Perfect. Happy Friday. Happy Flex Big Board Day. I'm so excited to be here and grading. I'm Robin Moulton. I'm the English department head, and I'm a former Flex teacher of over 20 years. And I'm really thrilled to be here today to help usher in the next class of Flex alums. I want to tell you a little bit about Big Boards before we get the speakers up here. So Flex, of course, is a program most of the parents know. It's been around. This is the 60th anniversary. It was designed in 1964, first graduating class in 1968. All of the adults in the room know that year being a very important year in the United States. So here's this little program in this big high school that decided it was more important to put English and social studies together and to have that sort of perspective and to also have relationships and really to build a school within a school. While all the other high schools were getting gigantic, Seaholm High School decided to go a little bit smaller, and they did so through the Flex program. So today's seniors, all of them, hello, are going to not only be presenting what they found over the past year-long research process that they've been going through, but they also get to have a rite of passage now. They are about to head into the unknown once they're finished with this and a few more weeks of school, and that's it. And so they join a huge network of Flex alumni worldwide that can say very proudly that they were part of a program that did something just a little bit different and gave people a chance at really not only succeeding but thriving in life. So, I'm assuming the speakers know who's going first. Yes, I thought so. First speaker is Eamon, second is Gabby Klein, and so I will hand the floor over to you indeed.
Hi class, how we doing? I'm Eamon Kernan. I'm here to present to you about the relationship between religion and psychedelics and sort of just go through this whole story that I've been uncovering over the last year. I was raised an atheist, and I've always been exposed to atheist ideals, but I also, living in the US, have very close ties to Christianity, and I see it in my everyday life. So how many of us are considered atheists in the room? All right, that's all right. You're in for quite a treat. All right, you don't even know. This might go in a completely different direction than you had expected this to go. You? But yeah, first we'll start off with a little bit about me. 4-year Flex student, an amateur botanist. I have a greenhouse in my room. I like plants a lot. And that's sort of one of the catalysts that got me into this whole journey of uncovering what I believe to be the truth to Christianity. I'm a aspiring documentary filmmaker. Last year I made a film about Seaholm called High School. It was a time capsule of the school as it was in the year 2023. It was a sort of recreation of a source that we had used in Flex, and I ran it as an elective where other people could help me and film it and do whatnot they wanted to do with it. So I'm going next year studying documentary film, and I'm playing baseball at Ithaca College. And yeah, that's a little bit about me. First, let's start off with the roadmap. We're going to start off with the geography of the Sinai Peninsula, and not specifically Mount Sinai, but we'll get into that. Then we're going for a hard turn. We're going straight to DMT, straight into the psychedelics, and we're going to talk a little bit more about the effects that this has on the story. Then we're going into the burning bush. Many of you might know the story of the burning bush from the book of Exodus, and it is a very important part of the story in which we talk about the Ten Commandments and how they were developed. Then we're going to tie it all together. What does this actually mean? Because I'm sure you're going to be quite lost by then, and it's going to be very confusing. You're going to, what does any of this have to do with one another? And this will sort of tie it together. What does everything in this mean? That's Santa. So Santa, I understand, isn't a Christian ideal in itself, but it's related to Christianity in enough of a way where I felt it lent itself well to this topic. So let's start off with Mount Sinai, more specifically the Sinai Peninsula. This is where the route of Exodus happened. Moses freed the slaves from Egypt, crossed the Red Sea, went to Mount Sinai, and didn't actually go to Mount Sinai. Many people believe he did. He didn't. He went to a site about 10 miles away from Mount Sinai called Mount Moses. This is where the burning bush was. So in this climate and this sort of geographical area, we have a lot of mountains, given Mount Sinai and Mount Moses. And it's a desert climate, so there's not a whole lot of plants out here. There's very few shrubs and whatnot around. Most of the plants that are out here are what are considered succulents, so they store water inside of them. That'll be important later. So some vegetation. What are we seeing in the Sinai Peninsula we're walking around? First, we're going to see a lot of trees and a lot of brush. You're going to see things like the acacia tree or a fig tree. This fig tree isn't what most people would be used to seeing, but this is what the native version and what this would look like in the Sinai Peninsula. There's also brush like sage, but more importantly, there's a plant called saccharin. This is one of two non-succulent plants in this desert that can, it produces certain pollens and stuff like that that people use in religious experiences and in indigenous culture. So saccharin, they use that as both medicine and things like that. So that's a bush, but also Aghanam Parmala is a bush. So Aghanam Parmala is native to Israel, Egypt, and Iran. It's become quite a problem in other places where it is invasive. It's become a problem in Oregon and Colorado, most specifically, where it's essentially just been a weed taking over a bunch of other native plants in that area. So it's a flowering bush, right? Non-succulent, and meaning that it doesn't store water. It needs more water than most other plants. And it produces these bulbs and flowers. People will take the bulbs and grind up the contents, and they'll tend to use it in indigenous ceremonies and things like that for both medicine and spiritual healing and anything you can think of. So it's pretty important in a lot of the cultures in the Sinai Peninsula, but it became a pretty big deal when Christianity started to form. So, what's in it that makes it important? There's a compound in it called harmine and harmaline. These compounds can break down once they're burnt and turn into a substance called dimethyltryptamine, specifically NN-dimethyltryptamine. NN-dimethyltryptamine is found in a lot of things. It's found in the San Pedro cactus, it's found in the Colorado river toad, where if you scare this toad in Colorado, it produces this enzyme from its glands on its back, and you squeeze it out onto a pane of glass, they dry it out, and then it's pure DMT. It's technically a different type of DMT. It's not NN-dimethyltryptamine, it's 5-MeO dimethyltryptamine. So it's found in the Colorado River toad, but it's also more notably found in the brain, as at the pineal gland. In most mammals' brains, we find DMT inside the pineal gland of their brain. And so that is very important because what we see is when people have died during brain scans, we see the pineal gland is activating and releasing this compound into their system. So the effects of dimethyltryptamine are severe hallucinations, loss of consciousness, and these two in coinciding cause a thing called breakthrough or ego death, where it feels as though your consciousness or brain is being sort of ripped from its body and you're in this space where there's nothing and you feel like you're either like meeting God or you're in some sort of otherworldly realm, other universe. And a lot of people report to it feeling much more sort of giving you like closure in life. They feel like it brings people much comfort due to the fact that they believe this is where you go when you die. So, what actually happens with the Peganum harmala is once it's burnt, you can see right here, this is burnt off and it turns into dimethyltryptamine. This is a serotonin molecule. Serotonin receptors in our brain are specifically designed to fit serotonin into them. Dimethyltryptamine fits better into the serotonin receptors than serotonin itself. It bonds so strongly, it's the exact perfect shape for the serotonin receptors in your brain. So that's what makes it give you these hallucinations and give you this loss of consciousness, is its ability to bond to your serotonin receptors. The burning bush. So Moses' journey, as we said, he frees the slaves from Egypt. He crosses the Red Sea, or parts the Red Sea, and he goes to Mount Moses, where he receives the Ten Commandments on top of this mountain in a thunderstorm. So, essentially, he doesn't actually return to Jerusalem. He tries to, he doesn't make it. But he receives the Ten Commandments on top of this mountain after viewing the bush burning, and in this story, it's told as if God comes through the bush, he is the bush, and the bush is speaking to him. He comes down, and there's a crash of thunder and a trumpet, according to the book of Exodus. But yeah, essentially, he's coming down and coming up, and there's a bush on fire, and he receives the Ten Commandments. So what does this actually mean? What substance does this have? So we know there are two possible bushes that this could be at the moment. It could either be Saccharon or Peganum harmala. However, Saccharon can only grow in lower conditions, in a lower elevation. So that completely eliminates it since we're on top of a mountain. So that leaves Peganum harmala, right? So it's struck by lightning, it's on fire, it's the only bush that can be on fire in this area, and it releases the DMT, it emits DMT through the harmine compound, and Moses is inhaling this substance, and the only way you can get any sort of effects from the substance is inhaling it in smoke form. You can't snort it, you can't boof it, you can't eat it, you can't do anything with it other than smoke the smoke. So, he ingests this smoke caused by the burning bush and starts seeing hallucinations of God coming down through this bush and telling him these Ten Commandments. So he's essentially having a DMT breakthrough and going to this otherworldly dimension in his brain where he sees God and is given these Ten Commandments, when in reality, it's in his head. So for my service learning, I went to the Psychedelic Healing Shack. I don't know if any of you have heard about it. It's down on Woodward. It's pretty cool. They got some murals on it. You can see it sticks out. So essentially what they do there is they do a lot of like teas and stuff, and it's a lot of herbal medicine for the majority of what they do. But they also do a lot of stuff with psychedelics. So they do a lot of stuff specifically with psilocybin, which is what is in magic mushrooms. So they do a lot of stuff with that. I mean, you can see this looks like a mushroom. It's got mushroom vibes. But I worked a shift there, and I got to learn a lot about just sort of the world of both DMT and psychedelics on their own. But I mean, yeah, that helped me a lot. So, what does Santa have to do with any of this? I understand he's not inherently Christian. However, I wanted to. I thought it makes enough sense, and I knew a little bit about the foundation of Santa, and so I wanted to dig a little bit deeper. So, we know for a fact that the origin of St. Nicholas was started in ancient Siberia. This means that we have this whole set of circumstances that we're in and that we know to be true. One of them being, there's pine trees everywhere. And these nomadic herders, they also tend to have reindeer. That was their main stock. What is one thing that tends to grow in Siberia under pine trees? Amanita muscaria. This mushroom is probably the most famous mushroom. I mean, I'm sure you've seen this mushroom. It's the toad mushroom. It's the mushroom from Mario. Everyone knows it, but not many people know that it's referred to as Amanita muscaria. It is severely hallucinogenic and can do very, very bad things to you if ingested improperly. So essentially, it grows both under pine trees and in cow dung, and it always grows from that. So you'll see people out in farms sometimes literally looking in cow poop, looking for Amanita muscaria. Those are what mycelium heads do, I guess. But yeah, basically, they found out very fast that these made them sick. These made the humans sick. They didn't, however, make the reindeer sick. So they fed them to the reindeer just as a source of food to the reindeer. So they found a way to sort of mitigate the bad effects of the Amanita muscaria, and then by putting it in a stocking on a fireplace, just like we do in Christmas. That was one of the main ways they did it. So, what's another reason that Santa comes from ancient Siberia? The architecture, all of the huts and everything, all the houses were made of mud, logs, animal hides, bones, whatnot. And they always had chimneys. This is it's not because of the smoke and actually trying to get the smoke out of the house, because they would just put a hole in the roof if they needed that. This is purely so that they can get through in the winter, because the doors are snowed off. So in the winter, everybody has to go on top of the roof, through the chimney, down into the house, and into the house. After that, they leave through the chimney, and that's where the tradition of Santa coming down through the chimney came from, because these people, they only had ox blood, so they were only that was the only dye they had available to them, so they would dye all of their clothes red. All of their clothes were red. They had leather boots and big leather belts. The hat's made up. The hat was made of Coke did that. There is nothing, the whole hat with the pom-pom, yeah, Coke did that. So, I don't know what to tell you there, but yeah. This is what some of the houses would have looked like. This is some older ones. This is some more recent ones. You can see here, there's literally a ladder going down into the house and a hatch that they open so that snow can't get in, but they can open it and get out. So what are the effects of Amanita muscaria? The effects on the reindeer is increased activity and just very high energy. They're jumping around everywhere. We don't know actually if it gives them psychedelic experiences because we aren't reindeer and reindeer can't speak to us. So there's that, but we just know that they have increased energy and they be jumping around everywhere. While with humans, if it's digested after being smoked over a fireplace in a stocking, it's then completely fine for you to consume. Or another way they would do it is they would have the reindeer eat the Amanita muscaria, and it would then go through their system, be cleaned of all of the things that make you sick, but it would still have the psilocybin in it, and it would still have the active ingredient that makes you trip in it. So they would drink reindeer pee. They would drink the reindeer pee, and they would have severe hallucinations for like 8 hours. And that is also what caused the myth of reindeer being able to fly. You would see these reindeer jumping around, and you're tripping out of your mind. And these reindeer are jumping, and they look like they're flying to you. So this is where the whole myth of reindeer being able to fly came from. So this is also another one of the substances that can cause auditory hallucinations. This is one of the only ones in the whole world that is naturally occurring that will cause auditory hallucinations without you being out of consciousness. So there's that, and it causes very severe visual hallucinations, not just distortion of everything, it's actually seeing things that aren't there. You're basically insane while you're on this. Yeah. So yeah, Santa 2 was indeed a trip. And due to the crazy Siberian shamans that went through their day-to-day lives picking mushrooms and things out of cow dung, they came to this tradition in which we have a fat man coming down your chimney and putting stuff in your stockings and putting Christmas trees under a pine tree where the Amanita muscaria would usually grow. But yeah, this is where we get Santa from. Now, again, the hat, still, that's cool. I'll give it to him. Yeah, that's them. Thank you. Any questions?
When you say that the hat came from Coke, do you mean Coca-Cola?
Coca-Cola baggie.
Yes.
Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola, not
Well, Coca-Cola like, made their own Santa, sort of, during the Christmas season, and it became a sort of household thing that Santa had a full red uniform and red hat, and that really wasn't what it was before them. Before that, he was technically green, but the Siberians wore red.
How did it, so if this took place in Siberia, how did it travel to America? How did the tradition travel to America?
So the tradition itself didn't necessarily travel to America in the way that you would think it did, because it took ages, right? Like this wasn't a tradition for another probably 1,000 years anywhere else. So it sort of stayed a thing within Siberia and then throughout Europe, and then we like copying Europe in the US. So we did that.
What made you want to choose this topic?
I like plants, and Christianity makes me angry. So, like, I don't want to offend anybody, but it just makes it, personally, tends to aggravate me when I'm looking at what they do, you know? So I wanted to dig deeper into what the truth of Christianity actually was.
Okay, I'm gonna be telling you guys about how every famous person is actually a lizard. Just kidding. My name's Gabby Klein. I'm gonna be telling you about the rabbit hole of conspiracy theories. So my roadmap is what are conspiracies, the history of them, how social media has changed conspiracies, if there's a certain type of person that believes in them, if or why this problem is specific to America, then QAnon, my service learning project, and why it all matters. So starting with what is a conspiracy theory. A conspiracy theory is an explanation for an event or situation that asserts the existence of a conspiracy by powerful or sinister groups, often political motivation, when other explanations are more probable. So for some examples, some of the big ones are that the moon landing was faked for NASA to win the race to space, and that they filmed it behind a green screen, that the Earth is flat and the North Pole is like a 10-foot ice wall that surrounds it. Some people believe that climate change just doesn't exist. There have been a lot of conspiracies about COVID, like that it was made in the lab or that vaccines were putting trackers into people. Chemtrails is, like looking at that picture over there, the idea is that planes, as they leave trails of smoke in the air, that's actually putting harmful chemicals onto people. And with Sandy Hook, some people were making up conspiracies that it was actually all actors and like some publicity stunt to get rid of guns. Oh, and then I was gonna ask you guys if you have any conspiracies you want to share. Yes.
The Chuck E. Cheese pizza one that we talked about.
JFK.
Oh my.
Malibu Barbie and Trisha Paytas and the Queen.
Okay, so a lot of people think that conspiracy theories are a new phenomenon, but they've actually been around for hundreds of years. So, for example, in the Salem witch trials from 1692, 200 people were accused of witchcraft. This led to 20 public executions, and one of the ways that they would test if people were witches is they would throw them into like a body of water, and if they float, then they're a witch. But everyone floats in the water, so that wasn't very accurate. And for some context of the town at this time, there was rapid disease and poverty and a lot of family rivalries, which is part of why people were pointing the finger at each other. So it was an era of a lot of high tension. The Illuminati is another big one from 1776. The idea was that there's secret societies in Europe and members were working to take over the government, outlaw Christianity, and promote the devil. And then it got popularity in the year 1800 with the election of John Adams versus Thomas Jefferson. And the Federalist Party was basically saying that Thomas Jefferson was working with the Illuminati to corrupt the American government. Social media has changed conspiracy a lot. This is mainly because of the spread of misinformation. There's a lack of what they call costly signals in today's age. So basically the idea is that the more it costs or more effort it takes someone to spread information, the more likely it is to be true. So thinking back to before the internet, people would have to go to like a printing press or handwrite something and mail it out. So it was a lot more effort to spread information, meaning it was more likely to be true. Versus today, tweets like this can be sent out in seconds, so very low effort and less likely to be true. There's also very harmful algorithms. It seems like a good idea that you could just scroll through your phone. It's like a personalized page with everything that they know you like. But on the other hand, if you're liking conspiracy theories that you think are funny, then they're going to show you more misinformation. It's also a lot easier to connect people today. With the internet, people who might have just been like seeing like some crazy guy in town who's spreading all these conspiracy theories are now able with the internet to find other people who are like-minded and have the same views, and it makes them feel like they're not crazy because other people think this way. Shane Dawson is a big figure in conspiracy theories. He's made 148 YouTube videos talking about them, each with millions of views. And his one on how the moon landing was faked got 7.4 million views. And just looking at all of the thumbnails, like they've got bright colors, he's making a face up close to the camera. They're clearly marketed towards children. And I can say personally that I watched these when I was in middle school. And I watched one with my friend on how the earth is flat. And I went to my mom and I was like, you gotta hear this, the earth is flat. So, like, children are very gullible to stuff like that. And going back to algorithms, like, if kids are watching videos like this, they're gonna see more and more misinformation online. So a big question is if there's a certain type of person that believes in conspiracies. The short answer is no, there's not like a set personality trait that each conspiracy theorist has, but there are a lot of contributing factors. So one of these is confirmation bias. This is basically the way we interpret information. So if someone has something that they believe to be truthful, instead of going on Google and looking up whether or not it's true, they're much more likely to search up information that agrees with what they already thought. So after the JFK assassination, about 60% of Americans believed in some conspiracy about his death, like that the government was somehow involved with it. And so this group pulling the thread did a study on confirmation bias with this. They took two groups of people. One believed in conspiracies about his death and one didn't. And they showed them all like the same list of facts and information. And they both interpreted it in a way that kind of confirmed what they already thought. Another part to this is proportionality bias. It's the belief that the cause of an event must be equally significant to the event that occurred. So, quote that goes well with this by Cynthia Miller address is, it's easier to believe in some nefarious orchestration than to believe that there is an invisible virus in the air that can harm their family. So this kind of shows why people believe in COVID theories, think that way. It was really hard for them to accept that there's just some virus out there killing countless people. They wanted somewhere to kind of point the finger and to blame for why this was all happening. People have been trying to explain the world around them since like the beginning of time. And I found it kind of similar to the concept of religion, how it's the idea that there's some greater power that kind of has control over you. But with religions like Christianity, for example, this like God figure is there to protect them, keep them safe, versus with Christianity, it's there to target them and go after them. And then some personality traits that tend to go with conspiracies, being paranoid. Obviously, you don't really trust those around you, and you're always assuming the worst in them. And also narcissism. People who think they're kind of at the center of the world are more likely to believe that the government is out specifically to get them. A lot of people think that they're specific to a certain political party, but the same group pulling the thread actually found that whichever group doesn't currently have a president in power is the one that's more likely to be spreading misinformation. So before and after the 2012 election, before Democrats and Republicans were pretty equal, and the group thought there was some sort of voter fraud conspiracy happening, but after President Obama won, clearly it went way down in Democrats and stayed up there with Republicans. So then there was a political behavior study done that found that there are conspiracies in the liberal and conservative side. They just tend to have different conspiracies. So on the conservative and Republican side, a lot of theories are about COVID, versus over here on the liberal and Democrat side, a lot of theories have to do with thinking Trump is like working with Russia or lying about the effects of COVID. So the study concluded that Democrats are more likely than Republicans to believe conspiracy theories that identify corporations and the rich as conspirators. And then there's a lot of conspiracies that don't really fall into a specific party, like the chemtrails, the moon landing. There was a conspiracy that they're putting fluoride in the water, lizard people, and television mind control. But overall, the general predisposition towards conspiracy theorizing is balanced between the right and left. So is this problem specific to America? This map right here, each yellow dot represents someone reporting a UFO sighting. And it's really not even, and so I'm trying to figure out where that imbalance comes from. So a lot of this is distrust in the government. There's a shift in types of conspiracy theories in America, so looking at ones from the past, like the Illuminati and the Red Scare, it was more centered in thinking that some government outside of America was targeting us, versus theories today are more about thinking that the American government is lying to us. And so the Pew Research Center did a survey since 1960. Starting in 1960, they found that about 75% of Americans said that they trust the American government and that they're being truthful to us, versus today, it's at about 15%. So is there a pattern? Going through the Salem witch trials, people who deny the Holocaust, JFK theories, theories that 9/11 was had the government involved with it, and COVID theories, all of them happen during times of uncertainty when people are feeling some sort of cultural shift or they're scared about a change, and they kind of turn to conspiracies for an explanation. So of course QAnon, it's pretty much the best example of extremism that there is. They talk on an internet forum called 4chan, where they basically just share conspiracies. Their main one is called Pizzagate. The idea is that Democrats in political power are running some child sex ring and all plotting against Donald Trump. Most members in the group feel a lot of isolation from others. Either they no longer want to surround themselves with their family and friends, or their family and friends are like, you're crazy, get away. So they tend to find community within each other, and they kind of reinforce each other's beliefs. So how it all started, there's a figure Q. No one really knows if it's one person or several people, but they claim to have a high level of intelligence clearance, and they send out these cryptic messages on the platform that people kind of try to decode. And they kind of feel like they have this secret knowledge, and that's very appealing to them. They feel like they need to save other people and help other people. And then at some conference, Donald Trump said this could be the calm before the storm, and they somehow interpreted that as him saying like, yeah, you guys are right, this is what's happening. Not really sure how. And although just some internet forum where they talk about conspiracies isn't super harmful, it's had some very bad real-life effects. Of course, everyone knows about the attack on the Capitol, but one not many people know about is this Comet Pizza shooting. It's kind of where the name Pizzagate comes from, but they thought that in the basement of this pizza shop is where these children were being held by the Democrats, and so some man went in and shot it up, and he thought he was going to find, like, he had good intentions. He thought he was going to go find some kids in the basement who need saving, but obviously he didn't, so it resulted in him just having shot up a pizza place. So I read this book called Misbelief, What Makes Rational People Believe Irrational Things. And it talks all about the funnel of misbelief, which is like the 4 stages people go through as they get deeper and deeper into this kind of warped mindset. So the first one is emotion, when people are experiencing unpredictable stress. It has negative effects on their decision making, and they start to feel like their pain is being inflicted intentionally, so they're looking for kind of point and grab. The next step is cognition. So people are searching for information in a way that reinforces their biases, this like the confirmation bias I was talking about. And they have a fear of implied solutions that lead them more into denial. The next step is personality. So people see patterns where none really exist, and they overtrust their own intuitions too much. And then the final step is social. So like I talked about with members of QAnon, they're isolated from friends and family, and that kind of solidifies what they already thought. So for my service learning project, I did a presentation at lunch where I talked about the dangers of misinformation online and kind of how to avoid that. These were just some of the thoughts from kids who went. Someone said they realized they're actually very biased sometimes when searching for information, so it was helpful to help remind them to open their perspective. And someone else said the presentation showed them about the psychology behind the danger of social media along with how to avoid it. So in conclusion, conspiracy theories are a reflection and reaction to uncertainties of the time. The digital age and political polarization reinforces this thinking. We have to be careful about where the line is, because not every conspiracy theory is dangerous. Like Eden said, there was a conspiracy a few years ago about how Chuck E. Cheese was taking half-eaten pizzas and sticking them back together to give to new customers. And believing that doesn't really hurt anyone, but it can lead you more into the rabbit hole of conspiracy theories. Thank you. Does anyone?
Why do you think like Americans are more drawn to conspiracy?
Well, I think part of it is that like some conspiracies end up being true. Like it's true that the government lies to us a lot, so I think that makes people think like, well, what else are they lying about? That kind of makes them think that others might be true.
Thanks, everyone.
In November of 2020, I had the NUC procedure. It's a process where a metal bar is placed under the breastbone to push it outwards, correcting a chest condition known as pectus excavatum, where the chest is sunken in, and it stays in for 3 years. This past November, I had it taken out, and this is me at Cleveland Clinic. From December 2020 to September 2021, I was in and out of the hospital for procedures due to a staph infection. During these procedures, I quickly realized I found a passion for myself. This is the evolution of anesthesia transforming medicine through time. And a warning, there are needles throughout this presentation. A little bit about me. These are my 4 dogs. I'll be going to Michigan State at Lyman Briggs to study medicine. I like cars, and I also like the Redwings. First, we'll be looking at the historical beginnings of the first ever methods of painless surgery. Then we'll be looking at the most important figure of anesthesia's history. Look at the notable advancements through anesthesia's evolution. Explore cocaine as an anesthetic, and what role anesthesia plays today. So has anyone in here had a procedure requiring anesthesia? Well,
It was from like my teeth doing down.
Matt?
I have broken arm, so I had to go under fluid for that place.
Alright. Focus questions. How has the evolution of anesthesia revolutionized the medical world or field of medicine? How has the understanding of anesthetic drugs and their mechanisms evolved over time? And how did the different eras we learned in class parallel the evolution of anesthesia? In the 1100s, physicians took on a practice where they would soak sponges in opium and mandrake juice to induce sleepiness in patients undergoing surgery. Then, ancient Greece contributed a unique approach to pain management, with one method being compressing the arteries in the neck to induce sleepiness in the patient. In 1784, John Hunter uses this method and successfully amputates a limb without the patient feeling any pain. Mesmerism used hypnosis and theories about manipulating a force-like liquid with magnets, leaving them oblivious to pain. It was tested in 1829 by Jules Claquette, and when she removes a tumor from a woman's breast. As you can probably tell, the methods during this time period were not safe or reliable. Opium and mandrake fruit were herbal plants, so they were seasonal and not available all the time. And they led to hallucinations and death. Arterial compression could lead to possible blood clots, and mesmerism was an unreliable method. Valeris Cordus lived from February 18, 1515 to September 25, 1544. He was a Persian botanist and a German physician who synthesized sulfuric ether. 1540 marks when Cordus synthesizes sulfuric ether, when he distills sulfuric acid with fortified wine, creating a sweet oil of virtual, which is now known as the compound sulfuric ether. Despite the historic creation, it was never used for the next 30 years and the only known consumption of it was as alcohol when traditional alcohol wasn't available. William T.G. Morton stands up as the most influential figure during the evolution of anesthesia. He was born August 9, 1819, and died July 15, 1868. He's known for being the father of anesthesia and was a dentist during the time of the first use of the anesthetic. October 16, 1846 marks the first ever recorded demonstration of the anesthetic ether. The image in the bottom right is a replica of the inhaler used by Morton to anesthetize a man named Glenn Abbott. He needed a tumor removed from his neck. And the two images on the top are visuals of the operation. And today we celebrate October 16th as World Anesthesia Day. Morton did what no physician had ever done. He tried to obtain a patent for Lethanon, a mixture of ether and oil of orange, to potentially gain money. But everyone caught on that it was just ether, leaving the patent useless. To the end of his life, he applied to Congress for a national recompense of $100,000, but was never successful. Although Morton was never financially rewarded, he was rightly gifted medals and fame for what he had done. Before Morton's medical breakthrough, surgery was a painful and dramatic experience for patients. Surgeons relied on opium and even physical restraints to minimize pain during operations. However, methods were inadequate and posed significant risks to patients. Morton's demonstration opened new roads for painless surgery. Let's take a look at the notable advancements since then. A year after the first successful use of the anesthetic, James Y. Simpson discovers that gaseous ether and chloroform would successfully restrain the pain women felt during childbirth. During the time when the Christian church was thriving, many people were against pain-free labor and thought women should have a natural birth. But Simpson stood in favor of it and is now the practice in today's world. Chloroform as an obstetric was quickly popularized, and in 1853, Dr. John Snow uses chloroform on Queen Victoria for the birth of Prince Leopold, and then 4 years later uses it on her again for the birth of Prince Beatrice. 1884 marks when Karl Polar introduces cocaine as an eye anesthetic for eye, introduces cocaine as an anesthetic for eye surgery. And in the same year, William S. Halsted uses cocaine for the first regional nerve block. The creation of epidurals dates back to 1901 when Dr. John Sicard and Ferdinand Kathleen introduced the caudal epidural. An epidural creates a band of numbness around the lower body, diminishing the pain and discomfort women felt during childbirth. Since 1901, epidurals have become a big part in modern obstetrics, revolutionizing the approach to pain management. It's estimated 70 to 75% of women opt for epidurals. Up until 1914, patients couldn't rebreathe anesthetics, causing doctors to buy unnecessary amounts for high prices. Dr. Dennis E. Jackson introduced the carbon dioxide absorbing anesthesia system, which allowed patients to rebreathe anesthetics. Being able to rebreathe anesthetics would allow patients to have a smoother anesthesia experience, and it also reduced the waste of gases into the atmosphere. Doctors Harold Griffith and Anit Johnson get their hands on the world's first ever muscle relaxant in 1942, named Curare. Curare first began its journey as a poison, then made its way to a neuromuscular junction. This would block nerve impulses to muscles, prompting muscle relaxation, though Curare has many side effects such as lasting too long and hypotension. Muscle relaxants play a crucial role in how surgeries are performed today. They allow surgeons to cut through layers of muscle without the risk of involuntary movements that can potentially cause the surgeon to mess up. Another notable period during the evolution of anesthesia takes place during the late 19th and early 20th century. Going back to 1884, Dr. William S. Halsted introduces cocaine as a regional nerve block. This blocks nerves in the mouth, allowing for complex dental procedures. But as much of an accomplishment this was, the story takes a wrong turn, and with Halsted becoming addicted to cocaine. Despite the personal struggles faced by Halsted, the medical community continued exploring the potential uses of cocaine. Dr. August Beer introduces the lumbar puncture, opening new avenues for cocaine, this time as a spinal anesthetic. He hypothesized that a small injection of anesthetic, which was cocaine, into the spinal canal could suppress pain sensations enough to perform major surgery. And in 1898, Beer injected a cocaine solution into the spinal column of a patient, and the patient reported no feeling in the lower half of his body. But unfortunately, cocaine had its flaws. The use of cocaine in the 19th century came at a great cost. Doctors, eager to control its anesthetic properties, administered too high of doses to patients, leading to toxicity and overdoses. Irresponsible recreational use also contributes to the spike seen from 1880 to 1920, and around 1920 you can see it go down. As the 20th century began, a growing awareness of the dangers posed by cocaine led to a reevaluation of its recommendations by medical professionals and the U.S. government. Cocaine was freely available in drugstores, saloons, and even grocery stores. President William Taft labeled cocaine as public enemy number one, and in 1914, the Congress passed the Harrison Act, tightly regulating the distribution of cocaine. And going back to the graph, you can see the decrease up until like the 1960s, and from there it's only gone up. It's estimated 50 million Americans have used cocaine, and 6 million use cocaine on a daily basis. Today there are 4 main types of anesthetics. Anesthesia. CRNAs provide all the following types of anesthetic care for diagnostic and surgical procedures. For those of you who do not know, CRNAs, certified registered nurse anesthetists, play a crucial role in managing patient vitals and breathing pattern during surgical operations. Local anesthesia offers a fine approach to painless procedures while keeping the patients awake and responsive. This method involves a single injection of anesthetic, strategically administered to numb the specific area during the surgery. In the removal of wisdom teeth, an anesthetic is injected into the gum, numbing the wisdom teeth. This allows dental professionals to extract wisdom teeth with minimal discomfort from the patient. Regional anesthesia, it offers an advanced approach to pain management involving precise administration of medication in close proximity to specific nerve roots. Regional anesthesia provides localized numbness, and like local anesthesia, the patient is awake and responsive. 2 common forms are spinal and epidural anesthesia, which is an injection into the cerebral spinal fluid, producing numbness in the lower body. It's around 94% of all C-sections use regional anesthesia. An advantage of regional anesthesia lies in its potential to reduce the need of opioids during recovery. Sedation, also known as monitored anesthesia care, offers a spectrum of conscious levels to meet the specific needs of the procedure and patient. Mild sedation. The aim of mild sedation is to calm the patient for procedures in which pain is controlled by local or regional anesthesia. So patients may get a local anesthetic or may get mild sedation in order to have a lumbar procedure. Moderate sedation is used for procedures that require muscle relaxation and inability to feel pain, such as a shoulder reduction, which is the adduction of a dislocated shoulder. Deep sedation is reserved for painless procedures, and the patient is fully unconscious or nearly unconscious, and is used in colonoscopies. General anesthesia is the most popular and employed form of anesthesia in medical procedures, inducing a state of unconsciousness, ensuring the patient is entirely asleep and unaware of the surgery. Next one. Such as unaware during surgical or medical intervention, such as hip and knee replacements and heart surgeries. Patients also breathe the anesthetic through masks. To recap, we went over the early methods of painless surgery and saw the dangers behind them. Then we took a look at William T.G. Morton and his demonstration of ether and why he called it Lethenon and his worldwide impact. We looked at the advancements throughout anesthesia's history, the dangers of, or the importance of balancing innovation with understanding, and lastly viewed the 4 main anesthetics used in modern medicine. For my service learning project, I'll be doing a presentation on the role anesthesia played during the Thailand cave rescue in 2018, where a group of boys and their football coach got stuck in a cave during monsoon season. It'll be in Miss Minoletti's room on Thursday, May 2nd during X Block. We will also be making cards for Miss Donnelly. Get well soon cards for Miss Donnelly. And does anyone have any questions?
How did they go from like the cocaine anesthesia to the 4 different types?
So people started realizing cocaine as an anesthetic was dangerous, and people began finding other ways to.
So you can obviously get addicted to opioids and cocaine. Can you get addicted to anesthesia, or is that no?
I mean, it's harder to it's not as available. You
Right.
can't just go buy an anesthetic,
Right.
bring it home. So
Okay.
I think you can like the feeling,
Mhm.
but I don't think
You
It's-
get addicted.
as it's dangerous as taking medications. Anyone else?
Should I go?
Whatever. Ready? Yeah.
Okay. Hey guys, I'm Zoe Granger, and today I'm going to be talking to you guys about oneirology, or the study of dreams. I originally got into this when, I don't know if you guys know this, but you'll learn later, I had sleep paralysis a couple times when I was 14, and then I just really started getting into the study of dreams and specifically sleep in general. So today I'm going to go over sleep and dreams, different meanings of dreams, my service learning project, different types of sleep conditions, and then my conclusion. So before we start, raise your hand if you've had a dream. Okay, keep your hands up if you remember any of them. You want to tell me about one?
I used to have a dream of
Okay.
you have more things, and it'd be something else.
Right, raise your hand if you want to tell me about one of your dreams. Mr. Barber.
I was falling from a very tall set of bleachers. I just kept falling forever.
Anyone else?
One time I was in a city and the city was splitting apart and you had to get over the other side, but there was a river going in. And one side was not safe and the other was. We had to cross the river but we couldn't.
Okay. Well, even if you didn't share, keep all those dreams in mind, and I might go over a couple of them later, big themes. Okay, so first, to understand dreams, you kind of have to understand sleep, so I'm going to go into that a little bit. According to the CDC, each age group is recommended to get a different amount of hours each night. Kids have to get around 10 to 12, teens 8 to 10, and then adults 7 to 9. There are 5 different stages of the sleep cycle. Stage 1, light sleep, slow eye movement, low muscle activity. And it only accounts for 4 to 5% of the sleep cycle. Stage 2, your eye movement stops and your brain waves become pretty slow, but there's occasional bursts of rapid brain waves throughout. These are called sleep spindles, and this is 45 to 55% of your total sleep. Stage 3 is extremely slow brain waves called delta waves. It's also intertwined with these sleep signals that I just talked about. This is 4 to 6% of sleep. And then stage 4 is almost all delta waves. It's pretty hard to wake up someone between stages 3 to 4 because it's deep sleep.
So like think of when you wake up in the morning to your alarm and you're kind of groggy. That's because you're probably waking up during stages 3 or 4. Stage 5 is what a lot of people know, rapid eye movement. This is when dreams occur. Your breathing becomes rapid, irregular, and shallow. Your heartbeat increases, and then you kind of become like limp. This is 20 to 25% of dreams. So, as I just said, dreams happen during REM. All dreams. So, based off of that, even if you don't remember it, everyone does dream because everyone goes through REM. What causes dreams? So, according to the Sleep Foundation, theories suggest that people dream to help us deal with emotions or help make memories stronger. So, that's what causes them. So, remember to the beginning of this presentation when I said, keep all your dreams in mind, because now I'm going to go into a couple of different like big common themes in dreams. So, one of your themes might be in here. Flying has a couple different interpretations, like all of them. It could just mean that you want some like freedom or liberation from something that you're going through. Spiritually, it could mean that you're going through a spiritual awakening or some type of transcendence. Falling is almost the opposite. It could just mean that you don't feel like you're in control of something, or you feel like insecure about something. You could also be facing some moral or ethical issues, or that you're going through a stumble in your spiritual journey. Being chased just means that you could feel like pressure about something, or that you're trying to avoid a certain situation, or that you like need to confront your fears. It usually revolves around like social expectations or some type of responsibilities that you might have. Losing teeth is like a big one in dreams. Some of you might have learned about it. But it basically just means that you have some anxiety about like your appearance or your aging or some self-image issues. You feel vulnerable, and in a lot of cultures, losing teeth could mean like impending death. So losing teeth is not a good dream to have. Being naked in public is pretty self-explanatory. You feel vulnerable in some situation that you're in. You feel like you're being judged about something, or it could mean the opposite, like you want honesty, you want people to be vulnerable with you, but you're scared like of scrutiny of your own honest feelings. Exams is also pretty self-explanatory. It usually happens during some type of educational thing. But a lot of times it means that you're scared of failure, you're scared of not meeting expectations, or you feel like inadequate in some way. Lost or trapped could just mean that you don't feel like clarity in your waking life, or you feel confined by something. Spiritually, it could mean that you're on your quest to self-discovery, or that there's a need for personal growth. Counting deceased loved ones, pretty self-explanatory. It could just mean that you need closure, or you aren't processing your grief very well, or that spiritually it could mean that you're getting visitations from that deceased loved one, or that they're trying to like offer you guidance. For my service learning project, I interviewed a couple people. I asked them if they dream, if they have reoccurring dreams, what their dreams are. And then I took that dream, I kind of summarized it, and then I took out the main like themes of it. And then I went back to them and I told them what I thought that dream could mean about their life. Sarah's dream, basically she was lost in a desert with her family, and she got trapped in a big circle of plastic, and there were scary men trying to kill her. What I got from that, the main points were that she was lost, trapped, and threatened. Lost in a desert with her family could just mean that she felt disconnected from her family in some way. She was feeling overwhelmed. She felt like she didn't belong. Trapped in a circle of plastic. Circles are like a big symbol in dreams, depending on if you're inside of it or outside of it. Being inside of it could just mean like she feels like trapped in some sort of cycle. The fact that it was plastic, since plastic is so easy to break, She probably feels like whatever this cycle is that she's in, it could like be stupid, or like she feels like she should be able to break out of this cycle, but she's not. Seeing men trying to kill her, it's pretty self-explanatory. She feels threatened by something, internal anxieties. Gabby Klein in Flex, she had a dream that she was at her old elementary school, that the playground there was on fire, and that skeletons were chasing her and her friends. The main points was that she was somewhere old, that there was fire, and that she was being chased. Old elementary school, because it was her elementary school, it just means that there was aspects of like innocence or her childhood in particular. The fact that the playground was on fire probably just means that something in her childhood was being destroyed or disrupted. Skeletons chasing could just mean like she has anxiety, like something's crushing her or something's following her and she like can't get out of it. But it's important to note that skeletons in dreams could also be a symbol of death in some cultures. Like if there's skeletons chasing you, it could mean that like you're trying to outrun death in some way. Riley Catlin had a dream that she was inside her house with a dangerous man beating on her like sliding glass door, and that he was trying to kill her and her mom. The main points was that she was inside the house, that there was banging on the door, and that she felt threatened. Inside her house, your home is like also a symbol in dreams, depending on if you're inside of it or outside of it. Since she was inside her house, and since the guy couldn't really get to her, she feels safe inside her house. She feels a sense of familiarity. It's like her safe space. The guy banging on the glass door just means there's some urgency or imminent danger that she may feel, and she, like, since he was banging on the door to her house, she feels like maybe someone's trying to intrude upon her safe space. Go back. Yep. The fact that he was trying to kill her and her mom could just mean that, like, there's something that she needs to confront or something that's threatening her and her mom together. And it could just suggest that whatever this is, it's affecting both of them. Maya Walters, she's also in Flex, she had a dream that she was lost on her way to Chipotle. She didn't have her phone. She didn't know what time it was. She ended up being late to an important rehearsal. When she got to the rehearsal, everyone started laughing at her. What I got from that was lost, late, laughed at. Feeling lost could just mean that, as I talked about before, you feel disconnected, or because she was lost on her way to somewhere, she feels like uncertain about the goals or where she wants to go in life. Being late, feeling pressure of deadlines, probably about this big board. I don't know if she was fully ready for it, but I'm sure she got there. Just scared of being like not able to meet others' expectations. Feeling laughed at or being laughed at. Obviously, no one wants to be embarrassed. She feels judged. She feels like insecure about something. And then Mr. Carlton had a dream that he was driving down the street in his car, and then all of a sudden he accidentally drives off of a bridge into a lake. What I got from that was losing control, fear of change in some way, and then reflection. So losing control of the car could just mean, like, obviously losing control of something in your life, work, relationships. He's scared of going into some sort of uncertain territory. Change or transition. A lot of the time in dreams, bridges can symbolize change or represent like a major change that he is or will be going through. Water is also a big symbol in dreams, represents like reflection. The fact that he's driving into the water could just mean that he needs to reflect on his emotions, his inner self. So now I'm going to go into some sleep conditions. Have any of you guys had a lucid dream? Yeah? So if you guys don't know what a lucid dream is, basically it's when your brain is like conscious and you're aware that you're dreaming, but you're still sleeping. So physically you're not awake, but mentally you are. A lot of times in lucid dreams you can kind of control how the dream goes or certain aspects of the dream. 50% of the general population has had a lucid dream in their life, 20% monthly, and then only less than 1% weekly, so it's pretty rare to have these a lot. It happens commonly in young people because obviously young people have a pretty active imagination. lucid dreaming happens when there's a brainwave shift in the outermost layer of your brain. It also happens a lot in people with depression or anxiety, but scientists haven't really found a link. We just know that there's a correlation. Narcolepsy is a neurological disorder, basically where you have episodes of sleep and you can't control them. You just basically pass out into sleep during the day. Symptoms begin in adolescence, but a lot of times they don't really get diagnosed with narcolepsy until you're like 20 to 40 years old. It's super rare, only 0.03 to 0.16% of people experience narcolepsy. And like it says there, because they struggle to stay awake during the day, it's really hard for them to like get sleep at night. So a lot of times people with narcolepsy also struggle with sleep paralysis, which I mentioned at the beginning. Sleep paralysis, I've had, super scary, not fun. It's basically when you're like paralyzed, you're limp, but like you're awake. And a lot of the times you see stuff like in your room, you feel pressure on your chest, and you like can't move or talk, or like you can't wake yourself up from it, you're just stuck. Scientists haven't really found a direct cause of sleep paralysis, but there are a couple theories. REM atonia is the first one. Basically, when you're sleeping, your brain is super like aroused basically, and to keep you like paralyzed and to keep you not like acting out your dreams, like sleep talking or sleepwalking, it puts you into this sleep paralysis state, like accidentally. The second one is just like if you don't get enough sleep, you fall into it. This one's not really as concrete. So, have any of you guys taken melatonin? Do you know what it like is? Okay. So basically, for people who haven't taken it or don't know, melatonin is a hormone in your body that your brain produces when it's dark outside. So like when your brain feels like you have to go to sleep, it releases melatonin. So that's why obviously you're more apt to like fall asleep at night. It's also the medicine, not the hormone, is known to have some effect on your dreams. So the different effects of melatonin is that it can increase your time spent in REM. So according to the National Library of Medicine, because you spend more time in REM, it leads to more vivid dreams. So because you fall into sleep faster, you spend more time in that REM stage. It can also affect the intensity of dreams. So there are a couple anecdotal, if you don't know what anecdotal reports, it's basically like, there's no scientific evidence to back it up, but it's just like people saying it. There are a couple anecdotal reports that taking melatonin affects the intensity of your dreams, makes them more intense. There's also some speculation that taking melatonin can increase your likelihood of having a lucid dream. There's no really concrete evidence to support this. So today, I went through a lot. I started with going over different data and explanations of sleep and dreams. Then I went into the big themes, the big meanings of dreams. Talked about my service learning, and then I talked about sleep conditions and different effects of melatonin. What I've concluded from my research is that dreams your waking life does affect what happens in your dreams, and they do have a correlation. What do you guys think? Do you have any questions? Did anything surprise you, or just anything? Emmy?
Is sleep paralysis like during the day, like, or is it at night?
Like I said, sleep paralysis is kind of a big theory of why it happens is if you're not getting enough sleep. So it happens at night a lot. Like maybe you had a really bad sleep the night before and then you got increasingly more tired throughout the day. Sleep paralysis could happen the night after. So it happens when you're like in sleep.
Would you say like melatonin is like good or bad for you? Or like kind of just neutral?
I would say it depends on how long you're taking it for, how much your dose is, like my friend Eden, she's like, I wouldn't say she's addicted to melatonin, but like she can't fall asleep without it. And I'd say that's really not a good thing because she's been taking it every single night for 2 years straight. When I did my research, I came across like take melatonin every night for like 2 months and then stop and then try to fall asleep without it. If you can't, you can keep taking it, but if you can't, then stop taking it.
Let's say you had a dream about like yourself like dying. Would that mean that like you're gonna die?
It doesn't mean that you're gonna die, but it means like you have a fear of dying. You have a fear of death, like that losing teeth dream. You're like scared of it.
Why do some people remember their dreams a lot and stuff?
Basically, if you remember your dream, it's most likely because you're waking up right in the middle of your REM sleep. If you're waking up during like stage 1, stage 2, you're not gonna remember what happened during REM, but if you're waking up right in the middle of your dream, that's why you remember them.
Are there any like cures for things like narcolepsy or sleep paralysis, or do they just happen?
I think they both just happen. There might be a cure for narcolepsy because like some type of medicine that you can take because it's a neurological disorder, but I don't think there's any like cure for sleep paralysis.
But
I can come back to you, or you can ask it later.
Zoe, in your research, I don't know if you found this, but I have a curiosity. You said that your daily life, can bleed on into your dreams. Yeah, is there a way that you could influence your dreams in your daily life? Like, if I wanted to dream about something, is there something I could do in my life that would then have a higher, influence on possibly dreaming that?
I don't think that there's anything that you can like do during your day-to-day life, but a lot of the times if you're thinking really hard about something right before you go to bed, you'll dream about it. So like go back to that like exam thing. Like if you're thinking and if you're stressed about some exam that you have the next day, most likely if you dream about anything, it's going to be that.
Why is there such little known about sleep paralysis?
Because it's super rare. It doesn't happen in a lot of people.
Is there a special meaning to recurring dreams?
I didn't cover that in my research, but I'm sure that there is. And if you want, I can like give you my email and I can get back to you with that.
like sometimes like in dreams, like just like there sometimes like people are there, but they're just like not like people like in there, but they're just like not like talking or doing anything. Like what is that?
Probably that they're just like in your head or like in the back of your mind in some way.
What does it mean when someone tells you a date in a dream?
I don't know. I didn't go over that, but again, like I said, I can get back to you if you want. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Right.
Let me know. Hi. I'm going to teach you about the meat that you eat, so the CAFO industry, and you're going to learn about the lives of the animals that become meat. So, shoot, right inside. Who is this girl? This girl being me. I'm Annabelle Shady. I love animals. I've been a vegetarian for 3 years. I really love animals. There's my mom. She can attest to that. Since I was very little, I've always adored animals. Nothing in the world better than an animal. So my goal is to teach you about what you eat, like, because that's part of you. The meat you eat is becoming part of you, so I think it's really important that people know where it comes from, and then hopefully have you consider the ethics of attaining such meat. Okay, so this is a little roadmap. We're gonna go over what is a factory farm, what kinds of animals are farmed, what is life like on a factory farm, how does it end, and then the biggest question, so what? What does this all mean? So, what was it like researching this? Not fun, very unpleasant, getting pictures was hard, as most factory farm industries don't want pictures of the inside of their farms being released. So a lot of the pictures were very difficult to find because they were done by advocacy groups who had to go undercover in factory farms. Okay. And these are our guiding questions. So what is life like for these animals? What is life like on a factory farm? How does it end? And is this reasonable? Is all of this justifiable for the meat we eat? So what is a factory farm? A factory farm, or a CAFO, combined animal feeding operation, is an agricultural facility with a large concentration of animals in a small area. 90% of the meat in the U.S. comes from factory farms. 90% of the meat in the U.S. comes from CAFOs. 99% comes from factory farms, and CAFOs bring food to confined animals, unlike free range, so that's when the animal goes out and they're able to eat their own food. The food is brought to the animal. What animals are farmed? So I chose for the biggest animals, so that would be chickens, egg-laying hens, cows, and pigs. So these are estimates from our World in Data for the year 2019, but how many animals were farmed? So in 2019 there were 8.9 million chickens farmed, 362 million hens, so hens for the purpose of laying eggs. Cows were 71 million, so that is dairy, including dairy cows and beef cattle, and 66 million pigs. So what is a broiler chicken? That is the kind of chicken you are getting from a factory farm. Well, it's selectively bred chicken to gain as much weight as possible. They've been bred throughout the years, as you can see. From 1957 to 2005, 2 pounds were bred into the bird. So that's not natural at all. But as you can see, this bird is actually fallen over because they're often, due to their own size and weight, they can't stand. So they often have infections and diseases because they're forced to lie in their own waste because they can't stand up. Egg-laying hens are selectively bred hens to lay unnaturally high volumes of eggs, such as 300 per year. The average hen lays a dozen eggs a year. Dairy cows are female cows, usually Holstein, because they produce large amounts of milk, or Jersey cows. But that's why those, sorry. Cattle, so these are Hereford or Angus. These are the cattle that are usually farmed for their meat. And they are usually put on lots of antibiotics to supplement for their terrible living conditions because they, like the chickens and other factory farmed animals, live in their own waste. Because factory farms are not really cleaned. And they, sorry, I get really nervous. Pigs, often Hampshire pigs, because of their large build. That's just why those pigs are chosen. What is life like on a factory farm? Okay, so life for a broiler chicken. They're born in incubators with thousands of other chicks, and then they're put on a conveyor belt. Usually they'll be sorted by sex, and they will be put into these drawer-like sized crates where they will be transported to a large barn where they will spend the rest of their lives. So they're confined to a large windowless barn for the entirety of their lives, which is about 4 months. So the chickens will also be debeaked, which is having large portions of their beaks sawn off to prevent them from harming themselves or others. This is a behavior really only found in factory farms, given it's induced by the stress of being surrounded by so many other birds in such a tight space. And then the life of an egg-laying hen. So hens are also confined. They're kept in battery cages. So the cages are stacked on top of each other. So the waste from this hen falls through to that hen and goes all the way down. So they're constantly have to deal with each other's waste falling from above them. And they're put in these cages with several other hens. They couldn't even spread their wings in this cage, but they're put in there with up to 10 other hens. And they go through a lot of physical abuse, obviously, because the amount of eggs they lay is unnatural. It takes a huge toll on their body, and it's very physically painful for them. So the life of a beef cow. So they're also confined, they're packed tightly together into feedlots where they're forced to stand in their own feces like other farmed animals, because most factory farms do not clean. They just don't bother doing that. And they are also undergo mutilation from a very young age. They will have their tails docked to prevent disease, because the tail can easily get injured, and they believe that if it gets injured, it can get infected and disease. There's such little evidence for this. Also, male calves will be castrated. They will undergo dehorning and can get and receive third-degree burns from getting branded. The life of a dairy cow. So you can see this female dairy cow has her ankles shackled together. This happens to a lot of female dairy cows if they slip, because, again, the floor is covered in their own waste. They shackle their ankles together so they don't slip on it. They're also, throughout their entire life, they're forcibly impregnated. Like humans, cows are pregnant for 9 months, and they were repeatedly, after giving birth, they will be re-impregnated in order to produce milk after they give birth. So for their entire lives, they are either pregnant or just gave birth. Calf weaning. So when calves are born for the purpose of milk, they don't want the calves with their mother, obviously, or they're going to drink their mother's milk. So there are 2 ways of calf weaning, really. Fence line weaning, where calves are taken from their mothers and separated by fencing, and it's a very distressing experience for both calf and mother, because mother cows will cry out for days after their babies have been taken, and the baby cows get terribly anxious being separated from their mothers. It's really tragic. And then there's 2-stage weaning, where the calf is kept with its mother, but it will have some sort of nose ring device fitted, so it either can't nurse from its mother, or when it tries to nurse from its mother, it will be extremely painful, and then the mother cow will reject the child, which is a very traumatizing experience for both of them. This is 2 calves who have been separated from their mother, suckling each other. I just put this image because I think it's really powerful, because the only 2 things these cows have in their entire world for comfort is each other, because they have lost everything else. They have nothing. They never got to see their mother for more than 5 minutes. The life of a factory farm pig. Pigs, like other animals, are confined. They are packed very tightly together to the point where they often get trapped in their own waste. Pigs will die in those feedlots, and they won't even notice. They will be trapped there with other dead pigs for weeks. And they're also abused from birth, as they have their tails docked right after they're born, so it's like almost a wire cutter to snap off their tails. Male piglets are castrated with a scalpel right after birth. So this process is understandably traumatic for the piglets, and it will often leave them shaking and alone for days, just trembling, because they're in so much pain. They will also have their ears notched to indicate their litter number. Sows, so these are called gestation crates. For the female sow, she will spend her entire life in that crate, repeatedly being impregnated like the dairy cow, giving birth in that crate. It's not large enough to the point where she can either turn around, she can only lay down or stand up. There's no in between, and piglets who are kept with their mother for 7 weeks are allowed to nurse, but only through the bars, so they never get to actually be with their mother. And how does it end? Because this meat's gotta become our meat somehow. So at around 47 days, broiler chickens are hung using live shackle slaughter method. So they're hung from their ankles, which often causes them to break bones throughout this process before they're dipped in an electric bath to be stunned, and then their throats are slit. But an estimated over 500,000 chickens were still conscious when they were thrown into the defeathering pit. That's what happens after their throats are slit. The defeathering pit is a giant boiling pit of water that defeathers them, so they were still conscious at that point and were boiled alive. At around 6 months old, a factory farmed pig will spend the last 48 24 to 28 hours of its life on a transport truck being shipped across the country to slaughter. When pigs arrive, they will be stunned, they're hung upside down, and their throats are also slit. But this is done at such a quick pace that it is not ensured that every single pig is stunned. So many pigs are still alive while they're upside down and they can hear, smell, and see the other pigs around them being killed. And sometimes also the pigs will make it to their deherring pit, which is another giant boiling pot of water, still conscious, meaning they also end up being boiled alive. Cows in a slaughterhouse, a cow will have its head locked into a vise where a captive bolt, so the bolt never leaves the gun, it's the same bolt over and over again. It's like a drill into their skull to stun them. Doesn't really work that well, and render them insensitive to pain, and then they're hung upside down and their throats are also slit. That's a common method for killing animals. For female dairy cows, they have 4 to 6 years before their milk process begins to wane, and because they're not producing that much milk anymore, they are also sent to slaughter because they're no longer economically viable. Egg-laying hens, the same thing for them. At 18 to 24 months, their egg production process begins to slow, which results in them no longer being economically viable, and they're also sent to slaughter. They're additional victims of dairy farming, though, as male chicks in the egg-laying hen process, when they hatch, they can't lay more eggs, so they are at 1 day old, they're sorted by sex and put on a conveyor belt and dropped into a grinder or a maciator, so it's just a big grinding machine. And then male calves that are going to be born on dairy farms because they can't get pregnant and produce milk, they are chained to these small huts, and these are veal calves. So this calf still has his umbilical cord attached, so he's less than a day old, but they're taken from their mothers right away and chained to these huts for their entire life, which is only 6 to 18 months. Oh, that was the wrong way. And then even after death, the abuse will continue because after the animals have been stripped of all of their meat, their bones, cartilage, skin, anything that is left of them is shipped to a gelatin processing plant. Over 300,000 metric tons of gelatin are produced every year just from animals. So just wanted to throw that one in so people know where their gummy bears come from. So what? What does this mean? These animals are a lot more than just meat. They spend their entire lives being prepared to be eaten, and they're a lot more than that. Like, did you know that pigs are extremely intelligent? They can learn math faster than a 3-year-old person. They can learn their own names like dogs, and they're extremely compassionate and intelligent creatures. A mother will sing to her babies while they nurse so that they recognize their own mother's voice. Cows form complex relationships within their herds. They often have best friends, which is the only other cow they will live. They love to play together when they get the chance, and they're very active creatures. They love to run around. They're extremely emotionally intelligent. They exhibit emotional contagion and buffering, meaning if one cow in the herd is stressed out, it will stress out other cows in the herd. If one cow in the herd is calm, it calms the other cows. So they can pick up on subtle body language and things like that. Hens and chickens, they're very empathetic creatures. A mother hen will become very anxious and just show great signs of anxiety if her chick is distressed. Chickens have the ability to recall past events, so they have very good memories, and they also have a keen sense of time. So definitely think about that for those hens who are trapped in those cages for so long. They have a sense of time. They know how long they've been there. And then chickens can use logical reasoning skills, which means they can deduce things without having something be said. Like, if there's a bigger bird that can beat them in a fight and they watch a bird beat that bird in the fight, they know that bird, they can't beat that bird in a fight because it beat the bird that beat them. So they're very, very intelligent, like almost on the level of primates. So I just really want people, think about what you eat. Because as you see, these animals are a lot more than just meat. They have complex emotions, they're smart, they're intelligent, and they go through all of this just to become meat. For my service learning, I gave some of my presentation early just so I could educate some more people on where their meat comes from. Shout out to my audience. Does anyone have any questions?
Yes, I have a question for you, Annabelle. What about Amish meat? Like, is it a different process or the
I'm
animals
so
different?
glad you asked about Amish meat. Well, a lot of people believe Amish meat can be a lot more ethical, but there's no guarantee on how an individual Amish farmer raises their animals. And often the Amish don't treat their animals well because something I covered in my paper further was the abuse of animals in like labor, and the Amish often do that with their cattle and bulls and pulling plows because they will make them do that till they drop dead. Any other questions? Yes, Mom?
So when I'm a package of meat and it says grass-fed beef, what does that mean exactly?
It can mean a lot of things. Most factory farm cattle will be fed wheat and grain to make them gain a ton of weight, which also causes stomach ulcers. But if you're getting...
What about if it says free range? Does that mean it doesn't come from a factory farm?
Okay, free range usually is just bullshit. They can kind of slap that label on anything. They can let the chickens outside for 5 minutes and then they can say they're free range.
Doesn't necessarily mean.
It does not mean jack shit. It's the truth.
Would you say that there's any plausible ethical consumption of meat? Like, what do you think would be the most ethical consumption?
That actually leads me into my next thing. Thank you for mentioning that. So, ethically sourced meat, because I wanted to tell people where they could, because in my opinion, there's no ethical way to eat meat. I believe as a society, we're so beyond that. We don't have to do something so primitive like kill another thing for food. But there's Pure Pastures in Dearborn, which is this little market, and they have their meats, eggs, dairy products come from small family farms in Michigan who all raise their animals and raise them like the old-fashioned way, how they would have like all the way back then. They lived their life on a farm. They're actually outside. These are real. They're real free range. My other suggestion for what people can do to help is try being vegetarian or vegan. Now, I know it sounds like it's a big thing. It's hard. I don't recommend just jumping straight into it, but it's really easy to start with a plant-based diet and look at that and try to broaden from that. Because if you Google how to become a vegetarian, the first article that comes up is from Harvard, and they can tell you better than I ever could. So, and aside from not promoting animal cruelty, there are also a lot of health benefits to being vegetarian, such as reduced lower cholesterol, reduced risk of heart disease, certain cancers, cataracts, and diabetes. So that's also what meat does to your body. Thank you.
Ready? Feeling good?
As good as I will be.
You're gonna do great.
Okay, so hello everybody. I'm A01. That's me. And some things to know about me. I love cats. I have 3 cats at home. I'm a woman in STEM. I love the technologies. My mom, shout out to my mom. She thinks I have a plant problem. I love plants. And something that is pertinent to the next couple minutes is that I'm a big fan of the MCU, which is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So last May, when Ms. Olsen told us to think about what our big board topic was going to be, I was sitting down, I was watching one of the better films of this Marvel Cinematic Universe, Captain America and the Winter Soldier, and I saw everybody's best friend, Bucky Barnes. And more specifically, what caught my attention and what got me thinking was his bionic arm. And, fun fact, it was like installed in the 1940s, canonically to him, which is obviously a lot more advanced for the 1940s than prosthetics ever were and are still now. And I was wondering to myself, is this type of technology achievable? Can we have, Bucky Barnes type level arms usable to the public in the future. Which brings us 12 months later to my big board, the right to bear arms, the arms race of bionic limbs. Shout out to Mr. Hummel for my title. He helped me come up with it. So, there are a couple things I'll be going over today. One, how does this relate to you? Because I can, talk at you for 20 minutes and you can kind of not relate to it in any sense. So hopefully this will allow you to relate in some way. How have we gotten here? What is the history of prosthetics? There's thousands of years of history before now. Where is here specifically? What does today's market of prosthetics look like? What is the most advanced technology that we have available to the public? And then where is it going, right? What is the future of prosthetics, which is kind of what got me started last May thinking about monkey bars. So how does this relate to you? The amputee population is expected to double by 2050. Currently today, there's approximately 2 million Americans living with limb differences, and for that to be doubled by 2050, that's 4 million Americans in a very short amount of time who are going to be living with limb differences, and that is a lot of Americans, right? And the study was done analyzing the data from 1988 to 1996 of reasons why amputations were performed. 86% of those amputations were performed due to heart disease and diabetes complications. And us as Americans were also kind of notoriously bad at not getting heart disease and diabetes, and the rate of both the amputation due to complications of these diseases is increasing, and the increased rate of people being diagnosed with these issues is increasing. So, it's kind of expected that these are our two main reasons for these amputations. It's increasing every year. Right now, about 120,000 amputations are performed every year. And, the disabled, Americans who are disabled are the largest minority group in America, and it's also kind of the only minority group that you can join overnight. You can wake up one day, get into an accident, and suddenly you have a disability that you have to live the rest of your life with, or anybody can be victim to medical complications, right? So this is something that affects all of us, or people who we love, we know. It affects everybody in the world, and you don't have to know as in depth about bionic limbs for everything pertaining to this, but I think that knowing things about things that could possibly happen to you is just a good way to lead your life, right? So our main assistive technology that we're talking about today is bionic limbs. A bionic limb is defined as a prosthetic device that is controlled through electrical signals of the body, which basically just means it's communicating to and from your nervous system, and it's able to do all these really good things. So now that we have this definition down, how did we get to the bionic limbs? It all started with feet, and more specifically started with toes. These two prosthetic toes found in 900 BC Egypt, the Gravel-Chester toe and the Cairo toe, are the first prosthetics that are still surviving today. There might be earlier ones, but us as humans haven't found them. So these two prosthetic toes were very good, their users. They show that there has been multiple refittings to the wearer and basically a lifetime use of these prosthetic toes. And they were made out of wood and leather, right? But to get to toes to now, there's kind of a lot of time in between. And the advancements of prosthetic technology from ancient Egypt to now was kind of stagnant for the most part. We see a lot of peg legs, which I'm sure you're like, okay, well, that's just like I'm a pirate, I have a peg leg. That was the most common lower limb assistive technology, but instead of it being easy to use and comfortable, it was a lot more uncomfortable and painful in reality. And for upper limb prosthetics, in the Middle Ages, we kind of see knights who have this sort of arm that's preset like this to hold either like a shield or a sword to go back into battle, which you kind of lost your room for in the first place, which, you know, kind of says a lot. And, you know, if you were a little bit richer, you might be able to afford a prosthetic that is literally just like a cap, and then there's a leather strap to, you know, allow you to hold other things throughout your day-to-day life, which is kind of as far as we get. But, you know, how did we get from these non-useful devices to kind of where we are today? And the main reason for this medical advancement, like most things, is through war. In the Civil War, more than 60,000 amputations were performed. 3/4 of all medical procedures were amputations. You know, if anything kind of went wrong, you got an amputation, because we didn't have any ways of, you know, if you broke your femur, there was a high mortality rate with that, so it was a lot easier and a lot safer for you to lose your entire leg than for you to kind of just hope that you survive your broken femur. So we see, obviously, with the increased population of amputees, there is an increased interest in creative assistive technology, and throughout World War I and World War II, with this population rising even more, we see a lot more interest, and the first ever patents for prosthetic limbs that are more than just, you know, these things that are not very useful at all, and, you know, not taking into account the wearer. And from the Civil War to kind of, we see these patents, World War I, World War II, to 1980s, 1990s, with this amazing man, Vaughan Phillips. So with the current prosthetics of the 1980s, Vaughan Phillips thought to himself, well, he's a lower limb amputee for both of his legs, and he wanted to be able to run. And there was no prosthetics that allowed him to have this level of activity, and so he was the one who patented this C-curve design for running blades that we see in Paralympic athletes, anybody who runs, and the company that he created, FlexFoot, their design is still in 90% of these running blades today, so, you know, he has made a big impact on the world of prosthetics. And, you know, from Vaughan Phillips' time to now is here. So where is here? What does the market for prosthetics look like? There are a couple different categories of prosthetics, so we'll go over those. The first category is our passive prosthetics, looking very similar, not looking very similar, but, you know, similar in the main ways of our past prosthetics, with the way that you kind of just have it and you leave it and it doesn't really do anything. It's made out of lighter materials and it's more comfortable to wear than anything historically, because there is what's called a socket that goes at the end of one's menstrual limb that allows more comfort to the wearer. With that, we get into activity specific, which is also kind of in the same category as passive, but a lot more specific to activities, surprise, surprise. So with certain activities, you know, you don't want to complete with your regular prosthetic because, you know, it's jack of all trades, master of none, and sometimes master of one is going to benefit you in ways that are better. So as we saw with the running blades, but also, you know, rock climbing, archery, boxing, weightlifting, any activity that you can think of, there's probably a prosthetic that is designed to do that activity. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you're switching out your whole prosthetic. You might just be switching out the hand or the foot to better allow you to complete these activities better. Getting a little more advanced, we have our body-powered prosthetics. A body-powered prosthetic for your upper limb is basically kind of this hooked claw that's connected to a cable. So when you extend your arm, the hook can open up so you can grasp things. And then over here, these are weight-activated knees. So when we walk, we obviously swing our legs. We don't keep them straight. So, you know, when there's no weight on these knees, they're allowed to swing through freely. And then once weight is put onto these knees, they're able to lock up and give you a stable surface to complete your step through with. But you're like, Izzy, I went backwards again. These options are great, amazing, and cool, but where is the bionic aspect? I was promised bionics, right? And to that, I say hello to the world of myoelectric prosthetics. And a myoelectric prosthetic is basically something that the socket at the end of your limb has a bunch of electrodes that are reading the electrical signals that your muscles put out as they flex in different ways. These electrical signals go into your control unit, which is then able to read and translate into a language that your robotic hands can understand. And depending on what type of ways you flex your muscles, there are preset grips that are set on an arm, and for a leg, there are preset kind of ways that your knee can bend, because obviously you're not going to be gripping things with your feet. So you see this with kind of what we imagine as bionics or futuristic looking prosthetics. There is an option for a silicone cover that looks like skin. It's just depending on the preference of the wearer, whether or not they want to include that. Because some people want to just make it seem like there is no prosthetic there. And with this world of myoelectric prosthetics, this is kind of the most advanced technology we have on the market today. So we have to get into what's in store to kind of see what can be, in the future. And there are two main reasons for the research behind what is trying to be implemented into these bionics. There's current issues that users have with their prosthetics that people are trying to solve and better. And then there's also kind of this one philosophy that has emerged throughout people trying to create this technology. And so over 50% of people don't continue using their prosthetic, which is a lot of people, right? 50% of users is, the majority of your users, if it's over 50%. And so the two issues that people cite for reason of this discontinue is it's harder to complete a task with a bionic than without. A lot of times it takes over 2 times the amount of time it would to complete a task with a bionic hand than it would be without, with your, if you have just one hand amputated, or if you've adapted. And then also the second reason is cost. These devices are expensive. There's a lot of replacement parts. You might need to replace your entire limb. There's a lot of medical bills that go behind an amputation. So a lot of people just can't afford to continue the use of the prosthetic if something goes wrong, if it breaks, etc. And the one philosophy that people have kind of been, trying to emulate is to give back the feeling of the human arm. This is said by Mark Marvelius. He's a researcher at the University of Salford. There are no images of him online, so we get this lovely profile photo that he has where he published his dissertation. And throughout his dissertation, he kind of cites reasons why connecting the prosthetic to the human aspect is really important, and to give users a sense of relationship with this prosthetic to allow them to use it easier, and also the ways in which they're developing this technology inadvertently sometimes does achieve this. So how is this achieved? What is the basis of most of these developments? And the basis for most of these developments is brain-computer interfaces. So alongside the idea of a myoelectric prosthetic, interpreting the electrical signals from the muscles, brain-computer interfaces, defined by our lovely source Wikipedia, as a direct communication pathway between the brain's electrical activity and an external device, most commonly a computer or a robotic limb. So this is interpreting electrical signals from the nervous system, just better than a myoelectric limb. And there are 2 types of brain computer interfaces. There's non-invasive and there's invasive. And an invasive brain computer interface is something that is surgically implanted into your brain. And a non-invasive is either electrodes on your head or at the end of one's residual limb, and when you're specifically talking about prosthetics. And so, this technology can't achieve all of the advancements that are happening by itself. It has to be combined with other things, and one technology that it's being combined with that we all know and love is AI. We all have heard of ChatGPT. We've all seen AI generated images or anything of the sort. And so brain computer interfaces being combined with AI allow that basically the bionic can learn the user. It can learn the muscle patterns of, if I'm moving in a certain way, I'm most likely going to use X grip or, need to use X amount of leeway with my legs. And so it allowing to learn the user makes it a lot easier for real-time interpretation of what needs to happen. It can also be implemented with cameras. There was a study done with a camera on the end of a prosthetic hand that was able to learn the surroundings around it. So when somebody wanted to grab something, it already knew how much it needed to adjust itself to be able to grab that object. But one reason cited for the discontinued use of prosthetics is that it takes almost 2 times as long to complete these tasks. And this, combining with AI, does allow people to complete these tasks easier, but something that has shown a drastic improvement in the amount of time it takes to complete an activity is allowing a prosthetic to give touch feedback. So, when I grab something, I don't rely just visually on how I'm grabbing this object. I can also interpret, how hard I'm gripping something, if it's gonna fall out of my grasp, if I'm grabbing it too hard. And, I also have a sense of proprioception, which basically is just like a really big word for saying like, I know where my hand is without having to look at it. And I also can move it without having to think about it. And so when brain-computer interfaces interact with the sensory input part of the brain and give this sort of sense of touch feedback, amputees are able to complete tasks in less than half the time it would be without a bionic with touch feedback. So this sort of sense of touch is really important to the future of this sort of bionic limbs thing. But with all this, I cited, you want to be able to relate, you want to be able to make it more human, and you want to be able to complete tasks and make it so you don't have to think about using your arm, you're just using it. But also a cited problem was the cost. So what do you guys think like the average bioelectric arm costs? A car?
Like, how expensive are cars?
How expensive of a car?
$5,000.
$5,000.
40,000.
40,000?
It's $2 billion. Got 40.
I don't know about $2 billion. But currently, it's anywhere from $60,000 to over $75,000 for these prosthetic arms, right? So that is an insane amount of money. I hopefully will come out of college with around this amount of student debt. So, I can either have a prosthetic arm or I can send myself through a 4-year degree. It's insane.
Cheap ones?
These are specifically myoelectric arms. Passive prosthetics can cost anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000. So they're still very expensive. And one thing that obviously, if you want people to have this assistive technology, you need to be able to make it affordable. And so one company called Unlimited Tomorrow is 3D printing the majority of the parts for these arms, and they are able to cut the costs by, does anybody want to guess? how much these 3D printed arms are?
30,000.
Oh, anybody else? 10,000?
10.
10,000? It's actually $8,000, which is, almost 1/10 of, what we saw for the current prosthetics of today. So, this 3D printed technology, I was like, okay, I mean, I'm sure it might cut down the cost like a little bit, but, this cuts down the cost by a lot. At the current day and age, private insurance companies cover around $5,000 to $10,000 of the prosthetics cost, which leaves this in a very affordable region. Still a lot of money, but not the $75,000 that really only 10,000 of it is being covered by your insurance company. So this allows people to hopefully be able to afford these assistive technologies that are changing people's lives. So to summarize, why does this matter to you? Disabled Americans are, everywhere. They're the largest minority group in America, and somebody can, be affected by these types of technologies, may be affected by these types of technologies. How have we gotten here, right? The history of prosthetics, we went from prosthetic toes to these myoelectric arms, with war kind of being the main, thing bringing it along. Where is here? The current prosthetic technology, we see these myoelectric arms, them doing amazing things, but where is it going? Hopefully it's going to an even better place to allow people to afford and use these technologies with ease. And you may be thinking to yourself, Izzy, you're so cool and awesome for knowing all this stuff, but last May, this was me. I didn't know anything, I was kind of boring, I was kind of uncool for being uneducated about this. But me this May, as you can see, I'm educated, I'm really cool and interesting. And so I decided for my service learning to, allow people to have the opportunity to also be super cool and interesting. And I gave a lecture specifically about brain-computer interfaces because there are a lot of other applications for these. Because, cochlear implants are a form of brain-computer interfaces, and there's a lot of other, places that this is in play for the medical field. So I decided that, I wrote a lot about this in my paper, so I wanted to be able to, give this information to other people as well. So thank you guys. Are there any questions? Yeah.
So we have these crazy, incredible Bucky Barnes arms that the price is still a problem. But once we figure those out for humans, is it possible that we can give those modified ones to animals such as police dogs?
That's actually a great question. I'm sure that there might be some ways that you have to adapt the technology because we don't really have fur interacting with things, but it does work along the same lines of just interpreting the electrical signals. So if they figure out a way to program that to one of any animals, I'm sure I would love to see if that could be a possibility. Gabriella?
I don't know if you're knowledgeable about this, but do you know anything about Elon Musk's Neuralink? And is it dealing, or how does it deal with brain computer interfaces?
That's a great question, Gabriella. I'm so glad you decided to ask that. I also wrote a lot about Elon Musk's Neuralink. Basically, his whole company is focused around these implantable brain-computer interfaces, and he was just approved. Well, not he himself, but the company was just approved for their first human trial. Their first implantation happened in January of this year, and it's reported that they can use a computer mouse. Which is kind of what we've achieved, but he's hoping to be able to completely control a phone through just thoughts is kind of what the whole thing about that is. Any other questions? No? Okay, perfect.
A round of applause for
Alright, hello everybody. My name is Torin Friedrichs, and my presentation is on Echoes of the 80s, the enduring influence of music on society. Tab here, finish your slides.
Left form here, get up. Okay. Alright, you're up, you're up.
Clicker.
There we go. Alright.
Okay.
We can do that now.
A little bit about me first. My name is Torin Friedrichs. I'm a runner. I do track and cross country. I play the piano and saxophone. I love stuff like roller coasters, horror movies, and my going through Ripley, as well as my family. But most importantly, I love music, which is kind of why I'm doing this whole presentation. I'm also going to take these off because I can't see. So looking at our roadmap first, so one, we're going to talk about the history, like events and artists that took place during the 1980s to inspire the music. Number two, the psychology of music. So why does this type of music make us feel the way we feel? Number three, factors of 80s music, like culture, storytelling, music videos, and influence. And four, what's next for music? And will the 80s be heard in music forever? So there's some guiding questions to think about. So how did the music of the 80s influence later decades in contemporary music? How did advancements in technology shape 80s music? And what role did psychology play in understanding of 80s music? So part one is the history. So what even happened in the 1980s? So we could just go over some like important events, like how John Lennon was killed in 1980, or how Ronald Reagan used Born in the USA for his presidential campaign. But let's focus on some more broader topics, starting off with one of my favorites, technology. What was developing on the technical side of music back then would have previously seemed like science fiction. Taking a look at some gadgets here, we have cassette desks. They're equipped with state-of-the-art audio to play, state-of-the-art speakers to play the best quality audio. Hi-fi cassettes that determine which cassette brand made the best tapes for hi-fi music based on the sound quality. There's turntables, which are called the gateway drug for audiophiles who became addicted to hi-fi audio. Obviously, these weren't like invented during the 80s, but they were still a really big thing because people really thought that they had the best quality audio to listen to. And stereos that are just otherwise known as like really big boom boxes. Moving on to one of the most important parts in the 1980s was Michael Jackson. In the 80s, Michael Jackson's omnipresence on the charts was revolutionary because no African-American artist had ever achieved that level of high success as he did. Looking at some of his accomplishments here, he ranged in several music genres, such as like pop, rock, R&B, funk, which made it appeal to like a very wide range of audiences. He was a pioneer in music videos, and he elevated them to a whole new level of artistry and storytelling, and we'll come back to this later actually. And he used his platform very well to raise awareness about social issues and promote positive change. Before we move on, if you guys all know his album Thriller, does anyone have a guess on how many copies that album sold? What do you know? Come on. That's not too much. The answer was 100 million. This really makes it like not only the most selling album of the 80s, but just of all time, period, which is massive. Moving on, we're going to talk about MTV a little bit. Really, to understand why the 80s is so revolutionary, you got to look at some of like the most important events that took place during then. And the creation of MTV in 1981 was really a huge factor of that. Its original concept was to play videos 24/7, on and off, nonstop. And it really created a new breed of pop stars that became like mascots for the genre. That defined the decade through like their fashion, talent, and persona. In addition to serving as a platform for music, MTV also influenced fashion. People around the world did their best to copy the hairstyles and fashion that they saw in music videos. And this sparked a very big influence in music and fashion. Some words to describe it can be like shocking, innovative, powerful, romantic, and glamorous. And the 80s was a really creative decade for designers who reinvented fashion for working women, revitalized vintage styles, and promoted new concepts of beauty. And these very bold choices helped influence the upcoming style in music as well. Taking a look at some of the fashion trends here, we have ripped jeans. This can go for jackets too with like a lot of safety pins. Here you can see Salt and Pepper rocking like the double jeans, which is originally going to be my outfit today, but I couldn't do that. Doc Martens have the very big black chunky boots, which is actually still a very commonly worn today. Spiked hair, a lot of people think when they talk about like spiked hair in the 80s and mohawks, but really more commonly was like spiked hair where like you just keep growing your hair out and put it all spiked up. Very bright and flashy, like full-on neon suits, or like glittering dresses with like sparkles on them. Athletic wear, and this can be like basketball shoes, full, track suits, headbands, leg warmers, etc. And very bold printing, like cheetah or leopard. Music and advertising. So fashion isn't really the only thing that's taken a huge toll in the 80s. Fashion advertisements during that period are the way they are because of the music. Music really makes the ad. And music can make us feel like really any emotion, and that's why the use of it is so prevalent in advertising. So why do advertisers use music in commercials? Well, 4 reasons I have here. 1, associations. Music creates an association between a piece of music that captures the viewer to make them associate their sounds with their brand. 2, long-term memory encoding. I believe the music can enhance the viewer's memory when it drives the action in the ad. Evoking emotion, targeting an audience and capturing the feelings is key right now. And experimentation, because it's all about ignoring. Part 2, we're going to look at the psychology and what makes your brain recognize these patterns in music. So first, we're going to look at the impact that psychology has in general on the brain. We're going to look at a Harvard medical school study that they did on brain health that showed results of emotional well-being. So some of their results here that got were music listeners had higher results for mental well-being and had reduced anxiety and depression levels. Of those being reported to music as a child, 68% reported their ability to learn new things as excellent and really good, compared to 50% who weren't exposed to music as a child. And active musical engagement was associated with higher rates of happiness and good cognitive function. I have a quote here from a professor at Harvard, PhD in music therapy, Michael. He says that listening to music that resonates is one key way teens and young adults define who they are and who they want to be. So what are the reasons for these results? Well, music activates the most broadest and diverse networks of your brain. Point in case, the auditory cortex here, near the temporal lobe, this is the cortical part right here, that's close to your ears. And the parts of the brain involved in emotion are not only activated during emotional music, but they're also synchronized during it. Music can also activate a variety of memory regions and motor systems. And this involves the movement of your body, so not just dancing, but tapping your foot during the rhythm of snapping your fingers, etc. And not just listening to music keeps your brain healthy and active, but creating it can too. According to Megan Hoffer, a journalist and music therapy intern, active music making positively affects neurotransmitters like dopamine and serotonin that can influence mood. Dopamine influences things like focus, concentration, memory, sleep, mood, and motivation, while serotonin can influence things like mood, sleep patterns, anxiety, pain, well-being, and sexual desire. Music making can be anything like singing, playing an instrument, or creating it electronically, and especially singing in a group of people can help you feel connected to other people because of the production of the hormone oxytocin, called the love hormone. Some of the brain's networks and their abilities, there's things like well-being, which reduces post-operative pain, learning, which releases norepinephrines, or just called the educational hormones because I can't pronounce that. Cognitive function that can positively influence heart and breathing rates. Quality of life, which is pretty self-explanatory. It gives you a more positive output on life and things you enjoy. And happiness that can relieve emotional and physical tension. So part 3, looking at some of the factors of 80s music. So 1, we have storytelling. Storytelling was a really huge come up in the 80s because artists could go detail for detail on a story that they had or a real personal experience they had and have an audience understand it. One of my examples here is Madonna. She broke barriers and challenged the status quo, especially when it came to sexual liberation and self-expression. Her songs convey very important messages like empowerment and asserting one's identity, mainly one here on Like a Virgin. And by doing so, she openly addressed female sexuality and desire, and she broke societal norms and really paved the way for future artists to embrace their sexuality without a fear of judgment. Slick Rick I also have here as an example, mainly on his track Children's Story, which is an intense, lyrically beautiful story of what he's observing in the 80s as a form of reading it to his nephew as a bedtime story. And by having this scene play out, we share the same experiences, observations, and realities. And that same thing can be said with literal scenes in music videos. Music videos can be divided into the pre- and post-MTV periods. The videos that we know now came into existence when MTV was launched back in '81. The very first video ever released was the Buggles video called The Radio Star, broadcasted on MTV. And videos like these arising, singers became more than singers, like performers and entertainers. And artists adding not only audio but video to their style of music was what really won over audiences and showed them that an artist had true talent. Going back to Michael Jackson really quick, his Thriller music video was really one of the biggest successes in the music industry because pretty much everything in that video is iconic now, the red jacket, the dance moves, etc., etc. And it really exemplifies like the song coming to life in a video, where music can meet the visuals and how we can see it in a different story on the screen. Looking at and understanding some of the music culture, my research has shown that active engagement with music really improves human perceptual, language, and literacy skills. Musical experience shares the same processing system in the brain and speech too, which is a really good factor in that. And furthermore, it adds great value to individual development and encourages an independent thinking, which is very critical when learning about other cultures. Looking at some examples here, we have cultural diversity, how different cultures act, live, etc., and we can be very easily misled without music. And furthermore, music inspires us to gain better insights into other cultures and their values, rationales, and concerns. There's American culture. Music really indicates the development of American culture regarding like gender equality and feminism that raises public awareness towards the protection of women. And this music guides us to be aware of what's happening in the world around us. Music's of very great significance that it's really an artistic channel to put us into someone else's shoes. And listening to the music about other people's stories and feelings can really bridge through differences and misunderstanding among people, communities, and nations. And this section has guided me into my service learning part of the program, Access. So Access really stands for Arab Community Center for Economic and Social Services. It was inspired by my grandfather, George Corey, who was one of the founders of Access, as well as co-founder of the Arab American University Graduates, the Detroit chapter, and a co-founder of the Organization of Arab Students at Wayne State. Access strives to enable and empower individuals in families and communities, and it can lead to people living a more culturally sensitive life. And the Arab American heritage is honored through community building and service to those in need. And what they do there, provide support to communities in poverty with a very large Arab population, cleaning up parks, giving food, etc., etc. And the program is also a very strong advocate for cultural entrepreneurship with embedded values of community service, education, and very healthy lifestyles. Moving on to creativity in the 1980s. The 80s sparked a very massive life in creativity with music. Several artists pushed boundaries and made music that wasn't just to go mainstream, but more like what they liked, found appealing. Some examples is David Byron, I think, of the Talking Heads in his pretty wacky video, Once in a Lifetime. Sonic Youth really making one of the first examples of noise rock in the early 80s. Dead or Alive's You Spin Me Around, pretty erotic video, and more. There was a lot of new genres and subcultures arising from the 80s. One of the most important being the emergence of goth rock in the 80s, which had a very atmospheric sound with introspective lyrics, as well as indie rock, which kind of emerged as a reaction to the commercialization of mainstream music. So what's next for music? Well, it's pretty easy to point out some like upcoming trends and then highlight them and which artists are expected for big things, and see where music's taking us and setting the stage for the next coming years. But as far as the music itself, there's not really a simple answer, which is why I had everything up there, because what's next in music is everything. For every new sound, there's going to be something different and equally compelling acting as a counterbalance. So for my conclusion, I re-put the guiding questions up there, and I really think that the future of music is going to follow the same trends that we're seeing in modern technology, and similar to social media, computer-based, and AI, and serve as a window to the past, which is held open by musicians that create music in more traditional ways. With that being said though, we very clearly saw trends like this arise in the 1980s, so it's very likely this trend is going to keep growing. And even though technology is still advancing in each decade, I really think the 80s was the most advanced, and the 80s was the decade where like the most music advanced in that 10-year period. And across time in music, a lot of chances are being taken, experiments are underway, etc. And change is going to be very constant. We're going to see a very same pattern in evolution. And although the music's purpose or intention is the same, how it presents itself is going to change. Which is why I think that people making music that sounds like the 80s today isn't really just a revival of 1980s music, but it's its own genre itself. Thank you. good. Thank you.
Soren, do you want to see if anybody has questions?
I did ask. I can ask again.
You didn't pause very long. Maybe they wanted
Oh, I'm
to
sorry.
think for a second.
Does anyone really have any questions? Does anyone like really have?
I have a question.
Yes, Ethan.
What's your favorite 80s song?
Favorite 80s song? There's so many. I like some Prince stuff, like Let's Go Crazy, I like that. Dr. Prince, yeah.
What got you interested in music?
Kind of like I said like earlier, like I kind of been listening to music since I was like 6. I used to have like my dad's like iPod shuffle, and kind of like there's a lot of like his music on there too, and you know, my dad being like an 80s guy, a lot of 80s music was on there, so that really kind of like inspired me to like keep listening to it. So, Rob?
Why'd you pick 80s music to make your presentation on?
Yeah, I was looking through a bunch of different genres too, but kind of like I said earlier, like I think the most change happened in the 80s for music, and there was just so much significance in this decade compared to others. As big as other decades are. Thank you guys.
You good?
Yep.
All right, let's do it.
Alrighty. Hello everybody, welcome to my presentation today. I will be talking about how film has changed us and society as a whole. But first, I want to ask you all a question. Have you ever watched a movie and felt any emotions, felt enlightened, or was possibly educated by it? So please. Okay, all of those avoid raise your hands. You have been impacted by a film one way or another. About me, my name is Logan Mudd. I'm 18. I was born in Boston. I relocated to New Jersey, then moved to Saline, Michigan, and now I'm in Birmingham. So my interests are video games, weight training, tennis, boxing, acting, and football. My experience about researching this project involved researching 50 articles, and as I was searching for articles that answers my topic, they became increasingly more difficult because my topics became more narrower and narrower, and it just became almost impossible to find out one good one. But while doing it, my respect for the industry grew, as well as the amount of surprise I had for how much film has actually impacted our society. Here's a roadmap for the presentation. First, I'll talk about how films move us emotionally, and they can make us happy or sad. What we can learn from film, how we can learn about other countries and their cultures, or maybe about history or just certain subjects in general, and how they influence the public, how they can influence us as individuals, and how they can influence some governments. Before we actually get into the presentation, here are just some thoughts all of you can consider while watching this presentation. How do audiences interact with films both individually and collectively? How have films raised awareness about certain social issues such as racism, gender inequality, or just environmental concerns? And are there any instances where the impact of a film has led to any ethical debates or just any controversies? First, how film creates emotional within us. I'm going to talk about 2 films today. It's Wonderful Life and Marley and Me. It's Wonderful Life. It's a Christmas classic, although having the questionable start of the main protagonist, George Bailey, contemplating suicide on Christmas Eve. It portrays the classic instance of good versus evil
and of course, at the end, good conquering the evil. And it's just a heartwarming film for the whole family. Marley and Me is a great but also sad movie. The family dog has to be put down, which all of us could find emotional because we probably have lost a family pet at some point in our lives. Personally, I have not lost a pet or family pet, but my cat is aging and slowly approaching that age, and I worry about her passing away unexpectedly. But right now, I'm not gonna worry about that. Marley and Me is also based on a true story, which makes the feelings even more authentic. And for those that have watched Marley and Me, you'll remember this clip. It's not important.
Oh wait, it's up one of yours, yeah.
There you go.
It's okay. I don't do anything. Energy. Remember, we're always saying what a pain you are. You're a little more strong. Don't believe it. Don't believe it even for a minute. You know, we couldn't find it. Great dog has loved us every day, no matter what. That's an amazing thing. You know how much we love you. Love you so much. Exactly where we go from here. I want you to remember you're a great dog, Marley. You're a great dog.
Well, I don't really see anybody crying, but who here just experienced a sliver of emotion? Alright, pretty much all of you. Good. Okay. Here's the science of what films can do to us. Our brains can mimic what we see on the screen. We see somebody crying or happy, we're going to either experience an emotion or be happy. Jeffrey Zaks at Washington University has input on this, and he says that our brains say that is a good idea to have visual input that we're seeing. If you watch somebody in the theater and there's a smiling face on the screen, most of the audience is going to pop a little bit of a smile. Believe it or not, scientists use film to study our brains. They're going to hook our heads up to machines, play a film, and their machines can detect what emotion we're feeling from that film. Sad moments paired with music make us emotional or cry. Pretty obvious, but we see somebody crying or sad on the screen. More than likely, we're going to feel some sort of emotions. Film increases our intelligence and social creativity. Walk out of the movie theater, we can talk about how bad or how good the movie was. It just sparks up general conversations. And psychology reveals that films can help alleviate our anxiety and depression. So if you're feeling down one day, go watch the movie. What we can learn from film. Films can assist educators with teaching subjects using their captivating nature, such as their visuals, or the good acting, or the good story. Jacob Drucker of the Harvard Crimson, which is Harvard's newspaper, says that as visual rather than textual stimulus, they display content much more quickly than clinical. Movies that are better vectors to reach an informative vast audience. Moreover, the concrete images in film are easy to remember after they're displayed and the visual ones required. Here's some examples of films that how we can learn from history and subjects. Parasite, it's a Japanese film. It's about two class families. One is wealthy, one is poverty-stricken, and their relationship is threatened by greed and class distinction. It teaches that the term social inequality creates an inaccurate representation of the poor and rich's views of each other. Les Miserables, actually one of our flex sources this year, teaches about the rough working conditions, the struggling economy, and gender equality issues in 18th century France during the French Revolution. And here's some other movies that we can learn from. Green Book, it's about the Jim Crow South. We can learn about the Jim Crow laws and just how African Americans were treated back then. Leave No Trace speaks about homelessness, PTSD, and just other mental health issues in general. And Shoplifters, it tells a story about a family that has to shoplift their food in order to feed their family, and just about the never-ending battle to end poverty. And here's some films that we can learn about countries and their cultures from. Moana, learn about the Polynesian culture, how Moana uses the stars as their guides through the ocean, and Maui's tattoos. As you can see right there, has a very Polynesian or Samoan design to it. Coco, it's known to accurately represent Dia de los Muertos or Day of the Dead. Then teaches about the heavy importance of family and music. Paddington teaches people about the UK and its various landmarks such as Buckingham Palace. And Spirited Away teaches about Japanese culture and mythology. The main character goes into the spirit realm and teaches that gods and spirits live everywhere, that the Japanese believe in that. And teaches about the clothes such as the robe or customs such as bowing. Read some more. Lastly, how film can influence the public. Films have so much power that they can influence people. Whether it's they can influence their opinions, ideas, and even their perspectives about other people. Barbie, released this last summer, it has heavy feminist themes within it, which the female audience really resonate with and get empowered by. Although what I found interesting was that when couples went, there were several reports of them breaking up because the men of the relationship didn't understand the feminist themes, which caused turmoil within the relationship. Although some men did understand the feminist themes within it. Next, in The Sound of Freedom, it's about human trafficking, and critics say that it creates an inaccurate portrayal of human trafficking, but the CEO of Angel Studios says that majority of human trafficking is through act manipulating and not necessarily the actual transportation of humans. And this inspired me to do my service learning projects. It's about human trafficking, and who knows what human trafficking is? Okay, for those that don't know what it is the trade of humans for the purpose of forced labor, sexual slavery or commercial sexual exploitation. And I made a Google form on it, about 12 questions long, and there's 2 links on it. One, if you would like to learn more about human trafficking, the facts, the statistics, and if you'd like to donate to help prevent human trafficking, our code is right here, and I would love for all of you to participate in it after the presentation. Moving on to that big influence companies. In the film Super Size Me, the director, Morgan Spurlock, challenged himself to eat McDonald's for a month. He gained 18 pounds. In less than 2 months after its premiere, McDonald's removed the supersized option from their menus. And in addition to that, other fast food chains added healthier items to their menus. They can influence people to donate. The Day After Tomorrow, one of the biggest film successes to impact people's views on climate change. And actually, America just learned about climate change from that film, and UK were already donating by the time it's film. Twister, America's donated to tornado research because of the devastating impact they saw and what tornadoes were actually capable of doing. It could even save a life. The Thin Blue Line highlights the corrupted justice system and tells the story of Randall Dale Adams, a man who was falsely accused of murdering a police officer, and just days before his execution, the judges overturned the decision to execute him because of this film. And if we think about it, what if the film was released days later? An innocent man would have died for no reason. And go back. And we need to fix this as soon as possible so that the guilty get what they deserve and the innocents can go free. And they can change a couple laws. Street of Shame, about 5 prostitutes that live in a brothel. 5 months after its premiere, Japan made prostitution illegal. The Battle of Algiers, infamously known for organizing revolutions. 4 countries, France, South Africa, Iran, and Brazil, banned the film out of complete fear that their own people would revolt against it. Should we change laws? If the film is that powerful, if it's that impactful, and if we do change something from it in a positive way, I think that it could benefit society. So to recap, as we stop this presentation, films can move us emotionally. As we saw from Marley and me, all of you experienced emotion, and from It's a Wonderful Life, when people watch it, they can experience heartwarming emotions. We can learn from film. We can learn about Polynesian culture from Moana, or about the Jim Crow South from Green Book. They can influence the public. Street of Shame, Japan made prostitution illegal because of that film. And The Thin Blue Line, it made judges overturn a court decision because of a film. In my opinion, film has definitely impacted society, whether it was a single person or in a whole classroom. I mean, it's changed a few laws. Avengers Endgame sparked the idea of having multiverses in games and movies, and Black Panther has very possibly represented African Americans, which Hollywood has failed to do for numerous decades. position. And before I end, after this presentation, you can do today, tomorrow, 2 days from now, or next week. Watch one of these films that I've mentioned, or a film that you like, or a film that you're interested in watching, and ask yourselves these questions. Am I enlightened? Was I educated? And did I experience any emotions? In conclusion, even though movies are primarily for entertainment, they are so much more than that. As evidence has shown, films can contribute knowledge, history, ideas, and even create emotion within us. So from the movies I've researched, and the websites I've found, and your future answers to these questions, I believe that film can change societal norms and values. Thank you. Are there any questions?
What's your favorite movie that's like moved you or changed your worldview?
There hasn't necessarily been a movie that's changed my worldview, but there has been a movie that has influenced me. One of my favorites, Rocky, we all know what that is. I mean, it inspired me, and I said, you know, if he can do it, then I can do it, right? So, thank you for that question. Any more? You?
If everybody in the world could watch one movie, what movie would you think would be the best for everybody in the world to watch?
That's a hard one because there's a lot of movies that are extremely important, but I want to say Birth of a Nation. It's an old movie, and it actually sparked the Ku Klux Klan. And I just thought that it sparked a lot of controversy, and a lot of people could learn about America and just its history from that film. You?
Do you think movies ever have like a negative impact?
Yes, I mean, as we've seen from stereotypes such as Aladdin, Jafar, he's viewed as like this evil, angry Middle Eastern man. And from that, I mean, personally, don't think that Arabs are bad, but from that film, that kind of gives off the stereotype that Arabs are bad. So they can certainly have bad influences on people, other people's perspectives.
You still eat McDonald's after watching Supercut?
I always try to eat it under the most extreme circumstances. More? Okay, thank you.
Wait, question four. It doesn't. Come on, that's the special. All right, I want to introduce Ryan. Feeling good? You look good, so you feeling good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Hi, my name's Ren Anfinson, and I'm doing my big work presentation on soulmates and the existence. So raise your hand if you've ever been in a relationship or like love. Okay, put your hands down, and then raise your hand if you believe in soulmates. So for a personal introduction, like I said, my name's Ren Anfinson. I'm a senior in the Flex program, and I chose soulmates because I think that forming relationships, whether it's platonic or romantic, is a really important thing that you need to learn how to do throughout your lifetime. And I think it's really applicable in high school. So I think soulmates are real, and here's why. For my roadmap, I'm going to start off with what is a soulmate, where does the origin come from, and then the second part is the science of soulmates and psychology behind romantic relationships. Then I'm going to talk about the portrayal of soulmates in media and how that would impact someone's view. For the fourth part, I'm going to talk about religious perspectives, and then my sort of learning and traits of a good partner. So, what is a soulmate? I found 3 main types of soul ties when I did my research, and the first one was twin flames and platonic relationships, which I really just found was friendships. So I'm mainly going to be focusing on love and romantic relationships. And then another one that I found was family and genetic connections, and how the dynamic of a relationship with siblings, sisters, is completely different than that of someone who's friends or someone who's in a relationship. So when I looked up what is a soulmate, the dictionary definition was just a person ideally suited to another as a close friend or romantic partner. And when I looked this up, it was a little bit confusing as to where the controversy stems from, because that really just seems like someone that you would be in a relationship with. And then the origin of the word came from a book written in 1822 by Samuel Taylor called A Letter to a Young Lady. And a quote that just sums up what the whole book was about was, to be happy in married life, you must have a soulmate. And that's something that I think, based on that definition, is pretty applicable to today. I think that's a really valid argument. Something that I found really crazy that I did not expect to be in my presentation or anything is quantum physics. And I still don't know everything about quantum physics, but just a couple parts of it. First being that it's an almost unexplainable connection between particles that hasn't happened by chance. And then the second being factors of quantum enlightenment consist of particles having a special relationship with each other and not being able to work or function independently. Another part is that there's 2 particles and they're they can be so far apart, an unfathomable amount of space apart, and they're kind of like a magnet, one's up and one's down. And the second that one of them flips, the other one does too. But we don't know really why that happens. And it reminded me of how if you're in a relationship with someone and their mental health starts deteriorating or something like that, it's gonna affect you too, even though you're not the one being directly affected. For the second part, science and psychology, romantic relationships. So there's this guy named John Bowlby, and he had an attachment theory. And a quote that basically sums it up was cognitive framework comprising mental representations for understanding the world, self, and others. And it's based on the relationship with a primary caregiver. So basically what that means is an example is when you're little, if you're growing up with your baby and you're surrounded by people who are speaking English, most of the time you're going to end up speaking English too, you're just surrounded by that, so you carry those traits on. And so his theory is that if you're little and you're surrounded by healthy relationships and you have a healthy relationship with your primary caregiver, whether that's your mom, dad, whoever's taking care of you, you'll have an easier time forming those relationships as you go throughout life. And a really interesting part of this is he also mentioned what media you watched when you're younger and what relationships you're shown throughout your childhood will impact what you're looking for or what you look for in relationships going forward. Another person I researched was Dr. Alexandria Solomon, and she is a therapist. And basically, just to sum this quote up, she was saying that you should not look for your soulmate because that's a really toxic thing to look for a perfect person, because you're not going to find a perfect person. She did say in a different, not in this quote, but that although you shouldn't look for your perfect person, you should still have standards for yourself, because if you want to have a healthy relationship, you need to find someone who lives up to your expectations. And then, so for portrayal in media, this is going to go back to both those 2 people, Dr. Alexandria Solomon and John Bowlby. Starting off in movies, raise your hand if you saw the 2023 Barbie movie. You should see it, it's really good. It looks like almost everyone did. We can see that Ken was made as Barbie's perfect person. Ken was made specifically for Barbie and had all the traits that Barbie should have wanted. But throughout the movie, she wants nothing to do with him. She really doesn't want to date him, maybe be friends, but she really is not interested at all. And that, goes back to Dr. Alexandria Solomon talking about how you shouldn't be a perfect person, because just as they're perfect for you, it might not be a good fit. And we can even see this when Ken comes back from the real world and basically makes Barbie be his perfect person. She's rubbing his feet and he's playing guitar on the beach for her for a really long amount of time. But it's still a really toxic relationship, and it's not healthy at all. And then Disney princesses, can somebody just shout out a Disney princess? Ariel. Disney princesses, for the most part, not all of them, give a really bad message to little kids. Because it's basically saying that like the princess is like a kitten stuck up a tree, and like this isn't based for all of it, but like they need a prince to like complete them and to save them, and it sets really unrealistic expectations for both sides, and that's not really healthy. It could really impact what you look for in a relationship. And then another show is The Gilmore Girls. It doesn't matter if you've seen it or not. But there's one scene where the main character, Rory, is at her grandma's house and she's getting picked up. I don't know if it's for a date or prom, but she's getting picked up by a boy. And he gets to her house and honks. And Rory's like, okay, like, bye, grandma, I love you. And she's going to go on the date. But her grandma stops her and is like, no, like, you're not leaving. Like, he has to come up to the door. He has to meet me. He has to say hi. And then you can go with them. And that kind of just shows a generational shift of, like, the expectations of relationships in general. And it kind of makes you wonder, like, the media that, oh no. Can you put it back in? It kind of shows that, like, media that would be shown 50 years ago might impact what people would look for differently from now today, what people look for. So that's great and all, but how do we know that they're even real? Like, where can we see this throughout history? So I'm going to start with philosophy. Plato wrote Symposium, and basically, like, one of the stories in there was, like, Zeus thought, like, the mortal being was, like, too powerful, and he was just, or it was just, like, too strong. So he separated it into a man and a woman, and then they would spend the rest of their lifetimes looking for their other half, because that's how they would be themselves. And that reminded me of soulmates. And then the second philosopher, Nietzsche, he believed that your partner isn't what you'd expect, and so you shouldn't shy away from imperfections. And that really reminded me of Dr. Alexandra Solomon's thinking about how you should, like, look for your perfect person because your soulmate is somebody that you should be able to grow with. And then Kierkegaard is another philosopher from the 1800s in Germany, and he believed that love is your own responsibility, and that just like happiness, like, it's kind of dependent on what you choose. If you choose someone who lives up to your standards, and if you choose someone who is your soulmate, then you'll be happy, but if you don't, that's kind of like your own fault. Which also reminded me of Dr. Alexander Solomon. And then mythology. When I looked up soulmate mythology, there was like endless stories and examples I could put on here, but I just took 5. So in Chinese mythology, there's a story called the Butterfly Lovers, and it's basically these two people who go throughout lifetimes with each other because of how strong their soul binding connection was. In Hindu mythology, there is a symbolic union of the individual and universal soul, and that can be shown, like, it was represented in 2 people and how they had, like, soul connection. In Norse mythology, there was a story about how warriors who die in battle would then be reunited with their loved ones in the afterlife. And, I mean, that's kind of similar to, or that can talk about, like, friendships, relationships, or just family members. It's not necessarily, like, your loved ones could vary from a lot of different kinds of people. Egyptian mythology, there's a story of Isis and Horus, and they're sibling deities who are like their gods and everything, but the reason that they're able to save each other is because of their connection, not because they're gods. And that's siblings. And then Aztec mythology was a representation of like 2 gods who are about completely different things, but they still are able to balance each other out in their relationship. You know, they're about very different things. And then here are some artworks that I found online when I looked up soulmates. And this statue here is called The Kiss, and it was made in 1888. And it is representing 2 characters from Dante's Divine Comedy. And it's lovers sharing their first kiss. And they did end up having to, like, suffer through eternal hell for this. But in the story, it says that it was, like, worth it because they were soulmates. And then this black and white painting is really interesting. It's called The Lovers. And it goes back to Dr. Alexander Solomon because it's the idea that you should fall in love with someone with closed eyes and not, like, being able to see. And then Buddhist perspectives. This is my favorite part of the presentation. I found this part the most interesting. But disclaimer, this is just what I found throughout my research, and this isn't me saying, like, this is what you should believe in, because religion is all about interpretation. I'm not telling you how to interpret religion. This is just what I found other people believe in. So these are the 4 religions that I found, like, soulmates, kind of, maybe, in Christianity, Hinduism, Buddhism, and Judaism. So starting with Christianity, I'll let you guys read these 2, but just, like, please give me a thumbs up. That makes sense. Okay. So, in this top one, there's like this specific part, and I'm a Lockett State, and then there's bottom one, whom my soul loves, and people based the belief in on other things too, but of soulmates on that, like, these two are saying that God or a higher power is gonna have like a destined partner for you, and it's not gonna be like by chance, because God has someone that He made for you specifically. And then in Hinduism, there's something called karmic connections, and it's like a link called the Lanu between different lifetimes, where you are able to recurring like see the same person who you have a soul connection with throughout different lifetimes. I thought that was super interesting. And that could be a friendship, it could be a family member too, not necessarily a romantic relationship, but. And then in Buddhism, I'm not going to try to pronounce that because I'm not going to be able to. But it's this idea that all beings are interrelated and talks a lot about familiarity. I don't know if you've ever like walked down the street or walked in a room and seen someone and been like, oh my gosh, like I know that person, like they look so familiar. You can't figure out who they are, and it's probably because you've never actually seen that person before. In Buddhism, they say that's because you have seen them before, it just wasn't in that for this specific lifetime. But the thing that you recognize isn't their like physical traits, it's like their soul that you recognize, and that's why you can't like put a finger on who they are. And then in Judaism, there's something called a bashra, and the rough translation is like your person that you're bestowed with you with. And this is super similar to Christianity, and it's the belief that your partner is a result of a higher power and not just like by chance. And then it's a good partner and sort of friend. 50% of all marriages will end in divorce as is 2023. And this is a statistic that I got while I was writing my big board in like November, around then. And since then it's only like gone up. So please say something. What are some traits that would like, or something that could lead to a divorce, like some flaw in a relationship?
Communication.
Just you can just yell at
Not being money.
Yes. So then, what are some things that would lead to a healthy relationship and one that wouldn't end in divorce?
Being nice.
A lot. And so that's why my thesis statement and what I found through my research is that soulmate is just someone that you're able to have a healthy relationship with. That's just what I believe, but I think that you could have a soulmate at one point in time that really helps you grow and change the person in a positive way. But you can grow out of that person, and even if they're your soulmate at one point in time, you can have more than one. That's just my belief. I think that this is like for relationships and for friendships. It's just. And then for my service learning, I went to a retirement home and interviewed elderly people about these questions to kind of grasp an understanding of the advice that they would give themselves if they could. Like years ago. So I'll let you please move. Yeah, and then from those conversations, I made little posters that kind of like represented what we said. And I hope you guys have seen these somewhere in the hallways or something, because, yep. And this talking to them and gaining an understanding, something I found really interesting is that none of them said that they didn't believe in soulmates. Like that wasn't, because I asked like, do you think everyone has a soulmate? And this is like the most interesting part of it. That really made me have a better understanding of just the idea of soulmates and what other people think from different generations, which is what I was talking about earlier.
Amazing, man. Questions. Answer. You take questions.
What do you think a good Disney princess betrayal is?
Like a bad one.
Like a good business.
Oh, the good ones?
Yeah.
I mean, like Moana, she wasn't really being saved, like she helped now with
What's your thoughts about the shows on Netflix now? Like Love is Blind, where the whole connection.
Oh yeah, I was thinking.
Before you see each other.
Well, that kind of really goes back to that one painting that I was talking about. How I can go back to it. Okay. But it's like basically saying Love is Blind right there. I think that's. I don't know, I think in theory that's a good idea, but if you're like getting paid to love someone, it's not really the best option. What sparked you to choose this? It was really just, I don't know, I thought that it was pretty applicable to everybody, to relationships, whether it's a romantic relationship or just a friendship.
How do you think social media ruined like how people perceive relationships?
I think that social media is like overall just fake, like through and through. Like you're gonna post the best picture of yourself and you're gonna kind of set up everything to be look perfect. So I think that it puts an unrealistic expectations on relationships.
Were you at Next? Is that where you went? What was your favorite story?
Oh. This one. But you see it on there.
This one, that your life is made up? Do you remember this one? Was it really cool to see that?
Yeah, it was really cool to have a conversation.
What do you think about arranged marriage?
I think that in a way, it's kind of like, I don't think for context, but in some cases, it can kind of be similar to dating profiles almost, because you're picking specific traits, or the parents would be picking specific traits of people that they want their kid to be with, just like in the dating apps, picking specific traits, and I don't think that it really, I don't know, I mean, that's a religious thing, and I don't want to say that's good or bad, but I would be in that position.
Do you think love stops a person?
Looks. I think that if people are attracted to someone, they're not going to have as much interest in them, which isn't necessarily good.
Were there differences between like the men and women's answers, or was there?
Well, like I said, like they all still said that they believed in soulmates and that everyone did this.
Second here to go get my glasses because I'm not gonna lie, that was really kind of tough. And right now, without glasses. All right, everybody for Ian. All my glasses and everything's better now. So, Ian Patterson, everybody.
Just this one.
All right, do it.
Lee Alexander McQueen died due to mental health related complications on February 11, 2010. His personal name, company, and likeness were acquired from him by the Gucci Group in the year 2000. He cited pressure to generate profit as the main catalyst for these mental health struggles. Today, his brand is still around. It is currently owned and operated by Kering, which is the new name of the Gucci Group. They still profit off his name to this day and generate around $500 million annually from it. Before I get the presentation, a little personal intro. My name is Ian Patterson. I'm going to the University of Michigan next year to study art, and I chose this topic because I've been interested in fashion since around middle school. Onto where is fashion? A quick little roadmap. I'll first be covering what is the fashion industry, defining it, and then explaining how it works. We'll move on to where are we today, the current state of fashion. We'll go into who are the victims. Then we'll look into the future and answer the question, where is fashion headed? So what is the fashion industry? For the sake of this presentation, the term the fashion industry will be used as an umbrella term to define anyone or anything that profits from the distribution, production, sales, management, or consolidation of clothing or clothing brands. This includes conglomerate CEOs and also includes designers and even people who work in department stores. How the industry functions. The industry primarily functions on a profit first motive. Everything else really comes second, and currently today we see a lot of creativity coming second. Acquiring creative directors from outside rather than in is a bit of a newer development. Previously, we've seen designers from inside the houses taking the helm. Now, there are fashion schools that are dedicated to producing designers. The main driving force for fashion today is the growth for conglomerates. But what are conglomerates? Conglomerates are groups that acquire, manage, sell, and hold majority stake in smaller companies. Two examples of fashion-specific conglomerates are LVMH, which stands for Louis Vuitton, Moet Hennessy, and Kering. LVMH owns brands such as Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Loewe, Celine, Dior, Givenchy, and Loro Piana. And then Kering owns brands such as Gucci, Saint Laurent, Alexander McQueen, Balenciaga. These conglomerates are first and foremost profit and growth driven. Everything else comes second. One example of how a conglomerate function is how Kering came to own the Balenciaga brand. Cristobal Balenciaga, the person, died 51 years ago. And 30 years ago is when Kering decided they wanted to purchase naming rights for Balenciaga perfumes. After experiencing initial success from the brand from Balenciaga perfumes, they decided to buy the whole fashion house outright. This was completely against what Cristobal Balenciaga wanted. On his deathbed, he requested that his brand die with him. However, that did not happen. Currently, Balenciaga is as successful as ever, and they've gone through 3 different creative directors, and the brand has almost nothing to do with the original person. And moving on to where are we today? A main driving force in fashion today is hyperconsumption. Hyperconsumption is a consumption of goods beyond one's needs or necessities. It is usually associated with pressure from peers or social media to buy the current trends to fit in. Another main part of today's fashion is fast fashion. Fast fashion is, at its essence, getting trendy products to shelves as quickly as possible. Some brands, as examples, are H&M, Uniqlo, Zara, and Shein. H&M specifically prides itself on its ability to get a design into stores within 7 days. While it does sound impressive, it comes with a lot of environmental drawbacks. They're not necessarily caring where they get this material from, and they are not concerned with how well the people who are producing these products are paid. Fast fashion is the most predatory form of fashion, is the most gamified, and is the least artistic. Another big part of fashion today is high fashion. High fashion can be seen as exorbitantly priced designer clothing that maxes out profit margins as far as the consumer is willing to pay. Some brands include Louis Vuitton, Gucci, Loewe, Saint Laurent, and Balenciaga. For high fashion, you are no longer buying the material worth of the cloth. You are buying the design, and you are buying the feeling of opulence. You are essentially buying the idea that you are buying high fashion. Another main factor in fashion today is planned obsolescence. Planned obsolescence is the idea that a product is designed to fail, so it'll bring back customers sooner, so they spend more money. This manifests itself in 2 forms: quality and design. What quality means when it comes to planned obsolescence is the idea that the clothing will break down sooner, so the customer will come back sooner to spend more money. As summed up by Massimo Totti in an article for The Guardian, he says, quote, "It's no secret that clothes were used to be made with more attention to detail. Mass production and synthetic materials are so pervasive, it's increasingly difficult to buy well-made clothing, no matter how much you are willing to spend." The last part of that quote specifically implicates high fashion as well, not just fast fashion, and is reflective of the whole industry at large, experiencing a drop in quality. The second part of this is design. Design, when it comes to planned obsolescence, is making a product that is exceedingly trendy and will not look good in a couple of years, or even a couple months. This will bring back the customer sooner and put them in a cycle of buying the next trend and next trend and next trend, and they will always be coming back for new trends as soon as the current one dies out. Another very pervasive part of the current fashion industry is the illusion of choice. The choice being buying sustainably or not. 2 examples of this are firstly H&M and then the tags. H&M was accused of greenwashing when they claimed that one of their dresses was made with 20% less water. However, an independent investigation found that the dress was actually made with 20% more water on average. Another example is these 100% recycled tags. This does not go for every recycling tag. However, a large majority of them are actually talking about the tag itself, not the clothing item. This is a very predatory tactic used by fashion brands in order to deceive the consumer into making a purchase that they think is more just for the environment. Currently, we are seeing a shrinking of the middle ground of fashion. The middle ground of fashion is brands that produce clothing from the high $100 to low $400. Not necessarily exceedingly expensive, but by no means cheap either. There's a reason you usually only hear about the highs and lows of fashion. They're the most profitable. They have the highest profit margins on their clothing. The middle ground brands of fashion are usually where you will get the most bang for your buck. You're getting the most quality for the amount of money you're spending. These middle ground brands are starting to fall out of vogue because they're not able to keep up with the next trend, as they're more focused on producing clothing slowly. People usually either want to buy a lot for a little or a little for a lot, and that doesn't really leave that usually doesn't really leave a lot of space for the middle. As seen in these two graphs, we have first the fast fashion industry and the high fashion industry. You can see they are both growing pretty rapidly and they're shrinking the middle. Moving on to who are the victims. The biggest victims of the current fashion industry are the designers/creatives. These people are most responsible for generating profit for the brands and the most at risk. Most fashion design, creative industries in general, move forward when there is risks being taken. However, as fashion conglomerates go larger and larger, they want to take on less and less risk, because losing 1% market share would mean billions of dollars. Without taking any risks, we usually just see brands pushing out the same old designs. One example of this is Helmut Lang. He founded his eponymous label in 1986 to match commercial success. He is considered one of the founders of the 90s minimalist movement. His brand was bought out by Fast Retailing Co. in 2000. And only 3 years after this acquisition, he left his own brand. He cited that there were too much pressures to generate profit and his creative voice was compromised. Later in his life, he became an artist. He purchased hundreds of his old items of clothing, some of which valued at thousands of dollars, and ground them up into these black columns over here. This was representative of his frustrations with the industry and is emblematic of him selling off and destroying his creative voice when he sold his brand. Looking into the future. The future looks rather bleak. Lots of conglomerate dominance will be seen in the recent future. Some indicators of this are growth earnings. Two conglomerates in specific are Gap and LVMH. Gap owns multiple smaller brands, including Athleta, Old Navy, and Banana Republic. All of these brands reported at least a 5% growth earning in the first quarter of 2024. This is a very large growth and is showing very good signs for the Gap conglomerate. Another example is LVMH, which is the largest fashion conglomerate. Across all their 75 brands, not just fashion, they reported a growth of 10% total revenue and 14% growth revenue. Their fashion-specific brands actually outperformed these numbers, growing 11% and 16% respectively. All this resulted in a reported revenue of $82 billion. This shows that fashion conglomerates are not really going anywhere. Another thing we'll see in the future is more fast fashion dominance. Uniqlo, two examples are Uniqlo and H&M. Uniqlo and H&M had very different years, but both ended up reporting growth. Uniqlo expanded to the United States and reported a total revenue rising to $5.7 billion, which is a 17% growth year on year. And operating profit expanded to $970 million, which was a 23% growth year on year. H&M experienced a lot of controversy last year. A lot of people were predicting that H&M would shrink in market share. However, they actually grew 3%. What this all shows is that fast fashion is not as volatile as we might expect. It's more stable than we have previously thought. Despite the controversies, people still bought H&M and bought it more than usual. This shows the industry at large, the fast fashion industry specifically, is still on a growth trajectory. Another thing we'll see in the future is a loss of creativity. Creativity is diluted when monetary gain is the primary motive. Fashion conglomerates, as they grow larger and larger, will want to take on less and less risk. They will appoint designers that want to generate profit first rather than pushing their creative voices. We will see a lot of conglomerates recycling old designs from their archives that they know will sell. This is summed up in a quote from Alessandro Michele, who's the former creative director of Gucci. He left Gucci after 19 years due to a creative dispute with the CEO and the lack of generational profit. He said, quote, "Great fashion was done in the 1990s. Even the ad campaigns were masterpieces. The only fashion produced after the 2000s would ever promise the highest profit." The marketing director would march over the designer and say, "This ring we're selling pink, because pink is selling well in Asia right now." He'd say, "Our second focus is blue. Blue is selling well in the United States." While this is a general oversimplification, it is still emblematic of the marketing directors wanting to push their own agenda before the designers, rather than letting the designers create freely. However, there is hope for the independent designer. One example is Rick Owens. Rick Owens founded his eponymous label in 1994, and he gained traction after one of his leather jackets was featured in a Vogue article. As production became less and less feasible, he was faced with the decision to either sell his brand or join another brand, or just stay. His main problem was fulfilling order forms from department stores, and he was having problems with his manufacturer. Not fulfilling your order forms on time can lead with harsh fines from the department stores and can sink a brand. What he did was exceedingly rare. He decided to purchase his own factory in Italy to produce his garments more closely. He sold very little through department stores and sold directly through his website online or in one of his stores. This was very successful, and over the last years, he's now expanded to 13 stores and he still owns 100% of his brand. While this is rare, it does show that it is still possible. To conclude, we are going to be seeing a lot of growth for conglomerates in the near future. However, that does not necessarily mean that independent designers are going anywhere anytime soon. Quickly, a little audience engagement. You'll have a sheet in front of you that is like this slide, but has boxes. 7 of these people are CEOs of conglomerates. And 7 of them are people I found on Google by looking up evil-looking white guy. So you guys have to figure out which are which. You guys will get a little bit of time to decide. There's 7 each. And if you win, there's a little prize. And then just like put your thumb up when you're done. Oh, and you can just put a check if you think they're a CEO and an X if you think they're not. You don't have to like write it out.
Yes.
7 each. And then once you're finished, put your thumb up. Okay, who still needs more time? Great.
I'm putting an X for evil white guy or a check for evil white guy?
Yeah, X for you.
X for evil. Like,
Alright. Here are the answers. The X's are the evil white guys.
I'm so close.
Wait, the X's are the evil white guy?
The X's are the evil white guys.
Oh, definitely. Oh, I definitely did that. Let's see how many 5.
Alright, raise your hand if you got all 7 right. Good job.
I got 5!
Alright, let's get that.
Yes,
Raise your hand if you
no,
got
he
all
doesn't count.
Raise your hand if you got 6 right. Alright, you guys will also get something. Oh, I got
I got 3. What does it say about me? I got really bad. I don't like that.
You're just too nice with your temper.
Yeah, me too.
Before we conclude, a quick touch on my service learning. What I've been doing for my service learning is because the fashion industry is such a wasteful industry and so bad for the environment, I want to do something environmentally based. I'm collaborating with Greenfield Middle School to produce a mural for them, and their students are filling in the white space. So basically, I'm doing the outline and they're coloring it. It'll be displayed at the Baldwin Public Library and Greenfield Elementary School after. It's not done yet, but it's very close. And that's it.
Which classes are participated in Miracle?
It is going to be
16.
This year? Or next
gonna
year's
be-
5th grade class?
I don't know like how they specifically defined it, but it's like one of the 5th grade classes during one of their art classes.
That's awesome. My daughter is a 5th grader.
She'll be
Really awesome.
I love it. I'm sorry.
Alright, questions for Ian?
What do you think about the brand, like Brandy Melville? What's that interaction?
I mean, Brandy Melville's technically, I guess you could say, falls under fast fashion. It's very trend driven, and then the idea of one size isn't very inclusive. Their one size isn't exactly one size fits all. So it's not great, and I'm pretty sure Brandy Melville is a pretty wasteful brand. So. I like Rick Owens, that's why I put it in there. And I like Issey Miyake.
What should we do for old clothes?
Huh?
What should we do for old clothes?
Old clothes?
Like for old clothes.
The most ideal thing to do with old clothes is to resell them or donate them. Just throwing them out just kind of perpetuates the issue.
Will you do anything in your future related to fashion?
I'm going into art in general at University of Michigan, and specifically design. So I could end up doing marketing, which is a path I'm considering. So I could end up in that area, yes. Yeah.
You said middle school is where your like passion for fashion kind of came from. What inspired that?
Mostly my sister. She got really into it. She's 2 years ahead of me in school. So when I was in middle school and she just got into high school, she started getting into fashion. She like put me onto everything. She introduced me to Rick Owens and all that. That's good.
Do you think only high fashion brands sell their idea and creativity, or do you think some sell for quality?
I think it's a mix of both. The quality of high fashion is undoubtedly better than fast fashion. However, it's on the scale of like how much you're paying for that quality, there's brands lower down that will also achieve that quality.
All right, let's do it.
Have in this room this morning with Gabriella and Maya, our guest grader, principal, Flex Team Emeritus, and Flex graduate himself, Principal Mike Wicker. Oh yeah! Quite a resume.
I remember giving a big board back when we used poster board.
And what was your grade on your big board?
It was a B.
All right.
And we're not getting B's today.
Actually, if we want to get technical, it's B minus. It was argued with the teacher to a B. And you know what? I still graduated.
My name is Gabriela Mostovsky, and today I will be presenting on the importance of culture, exploring personal background through psychology and society. 3,814.
According to the National Institute of Health, there are over 3,814 cultures all around the world. A plethora of languages, food, music, culture span across the globe and affect us every day. If you could please raise your hand and just share what your favorite dish is. Charlie.
Cheeseburger.
Grace. Maya.
Matzo ball soup.
That sounds very delicious. Sloan.
Pie.
Okay. Mr. Ricker.
General Tso's chicken.
Ooh, of course, a little throwback to Flex too. So all of these dishes stem from cultures and personal backgrounds all around the world. They impact thousands of people directly and indirectly. So to reiterate, my name is Gabriella and my family is from Macedonia. I love to cook traditional meals with my grandma. I love to listen to Macedonian songs with my mom, and I especially love to hear all of the stories my grandparents and great-grandparents have from the country that I'm from. I'm also attending MSU next year, and I'm going to be studying chemical engineering. I hope to make my family proud. So my purpose today is to teach everyone in this room about culture and the importance of it. And I want people to leave today with the knowledge that culture is more than just a word, and it has a lot of more in-depth meaning to it. So today, I'm going to be defining personal background first. Then I'll be explaining the effects of personal background on our psyche. Then I'll explain education, the future of culture and where it's going, my own culture, my service learning project. I'll leave you with some final thoughts and a reflection on my big board experience, and then we'll end with a Q&A. So first, I will be defining personal background. According to National Geographic, cultural background includes the customs, language, traditions, religion, education, social, and economic factors that shape individuals and their sense of belonging in a specific society. Personal background is all of the factors in society that we interact with, that we see, that we hear, that even we talk with, that influence a person. Now I'll be explaining the effects of personal background on our psyche. According to the National Library of Medicine, culture influences psychological processes. Individual thoughts and actions influence cultural norms and practices as they evolve over time, and these norms and practices influence the brain of our individual. That was a lot of words, I know. So basically what this quote is saying is that our brains are just playing like tricks on us, and as we experience culture, it affects our brain and we develop into who we are. As we encounter and interact with a multitude of cultures every day and every year and every month of the year, one of the consequences is ethnocentrism. Ethnocentrism is the tendency to look at the world primarily from one's own perspective and own culture. Basically what that means is that your culture, that you believe that your culture is superior to others and that your point of view from your culture is the best. And in a way, you reject other cultures. All right, by a show of hands, who has a grandma or a family member that thinks their food is the best thing ever? Yeah. So that's a prime example of ethnocentrism. The four major effects of ethnocentrism are superiority complexes, ignorances to other cultures, judgment, and very little knowledge about other cultures. These effects can lead to conflict, chaos, and other negative events. The cultural conflict that's happening with Russia and Ukraine, that is very close to Macedonia and very similar to my own culture, is a prime example of ethnocentrism. Similar to ethnocentrism is xenocentrism. Xenocentrism is another consequence of learning about other cultures and other personal backgrounds. Xenocentrism refers to the desire to engage in the elements of another's culture rather than one's own. This means that you prefer another culture than the one that you grew up with and the one that has affected you most of your life. This can lead to a lot of divisions, especially within families if one person like converts to another culture and with different or opposite beliefs, that can cause a lot of divisions and just a lot of negative emotions. The effects of ethnocentrism, there's a lot of pros and cons. So a couple of the cons are rejecting our culture and the loss of culture. And one of the gains is you learn knowledge about other cultures. So in Birmingham, we have a variety of different types of food. We have Indian food, Chinese food, American food, Italian food, and so on. And allowing knowledge about other cultures, it allows us to appreciate those cultures, and we can eat a variety of different foods. And just in the city, that's only a couple square miles. So a lot of the things that I just talked about is mentioned in The Silent Language by Edward T. Hall. It's a Flex book that we read last year for Anther Year, and it talks about the cross-communication of culture. It discusses how personal background and culture is essentially a silent language and that we need it to communicate with each other. This book made a really big impact on myself, and it kind of inspired me to create my presentation. And it just made me reflect on my own culture and other cultures, and it made me appreciate what I know about my culture. Another topic discussed in the silent language are mannerisms. Many mannerisms that we use today stem from cultures and personal backgrounds. As we grow up, the culture that our families are from have unique mannerisms, and we're all from different cultures, and that leads to unique mannerisms. Mannerisms are able to evolve when culture evolves, which is both good and bad. For example, one mannerism is slurping some soup or something. Like here, it can be a sign of disrespect, but in the Chinese culture, it is actually a sign that you enjoy your meal. And then similar to mannerisms are interactions. Interactions also stem from personal background and cultures. Words, actions, and gestures that are used during every interaction that we have come from our own cultures. There's also a really big need for cultural interactions. This allows us to exchange certain knowledge and enrich our ideas, throughout the whole globe, also known as globalization. And the loss of cultural interactions can be really detrimental, and it can cause a lot of chaos. So next in our presentation, I will be discussing education. There are many experts that believe that personal background can affect successfulness. To illustrate, the University of Minnesota says education and educational outcomes are affected by factors such as ethnicity. A pupil's ethnic background can determine the degree of success in school. A lot of the opportunities in education that we receive can be extremely affected by our personal backgrounds, and it can affect our success and how we learn. Some cultures have a huge emphasis on education. They're only focused on perfection, and that is the true measure of success. Learning our culture and being exposed to multicultural knowledge is essential to human survival and adaptation. But however, there is a stigma that when teaching about different cultures, there will be cultural conflicts, and many educators don't want to even bring up this subject due to the fact that it could cause unnecessary issues in the classroom or throughout the whole school or even the world. One example are the tensions and the history in the Middle East. So now I will be describing the future of culture and personal background and where it is going. We count on our new generations to be our future. In order for them to keep making the world and adapting it and keep keep going into the future. They need to be immersed in culture, and they carry that culture as they grow up. They also need to carry our legacies and traditions, so that's why we need to teach them culture and their own personal background. And their own cultures will make them more unique, and it'll create more diversity. Where is culture going? A lot of experts have asked this question, and there have been many, many different answers. When I was researching this, I couldn't really come to a conclusion just because there are so many different mixed opinions. So culture is constantly evolving and it's always changing, which that leads to a lot of questions where it's going and questions that aren't able to be answered. So some experts believe that our culture is just forming into like one giant culture. So eventually we'll just become one culture, and that can lead to the loss of culture, and parts of cultures that are really, really important can be lost, which is not very good because we don't want that, and we want the diversity of different cultures and the uniqueness. And some experts, they ask the question, will we still need culture in the future? And some of them answer we will need it, some answer that we do not need it, and it's a pretty big question, and it's very important to ask. And a lot of them say, though, that we still need culture in the future to survive. How would someone act if everyone looked, talked the same? There would be no diversity, and it wouldn't be as interesting as it would be now. So now I will be talking about my own culture. The culture in Macedonia is significantly different than America. There's a strong emphasis on family. Many homes are filled with multiple generations. It is very odd for a young unmarried adult to live away from home, and it's more common to see like everyone just live in the same household. Also, every meal is home cooked, and a lot of the ingredients are grown at home. This is called a bafcha. It's basically like a garden, and it's homemade food. Also, Orthodox Easter, because in Macedonia we are Orthodox Christian. So Orthodox Easter is considered the most sacred holiday, which is coming up next week. And a lot of the churches are going to be overflowing with parishioners, and everyone's going to be going, and it's really important to connect with that part of our culture. Also, each family celebrates a saint. This is called a slava, and it's passed down through many generations, and we do it to connect us to the saint and to connect us as a family. Now, I will be talking about my service learning project. So for my service learning project, I hosted a mini international food festival. People brought in food from all around the world. We had some food from Poland, Germany, Macedonia, America, Italy, and a lot more. I think it's safe to say that everyone enjoyed it. There was barely any food left. And we were able to explore our cultures through our food, and we were able to learn from each other. So this is just some data that I collected from my service learning. The dish that people liked the most was burek, which is the dish that I brought in, one of them. It's basically filago and feta cheese, and it's really delicious. I like to say. And just some of the feedback I received was that I learned what is important to others about their culture and the meaning different food can hold. And I think that's really important because food can tell a lot about someone's culture. Now, I will leave you with my final thoughts and what I came as my conclusion after doing all my research, and a little reflection on my big board experience. So when I was selecting my topic, I knew that culture was super important because that's how we operate in my family, and my culture is everywhere, that in all the decisions I make, everything I do. And what I learned was that different facets and meanings of cultures are everywhere, and that culture is not only about mannerisms and ethnocentrism. It's about keeping families together and keeping us together as just a human race and as an entire globe population. And it allows new generations to continue on their legacy. And I really appreciated learning about all the culture because it just made me appreciate mine even more. And I love learning about different perspectives that people had on these different questions that I asked. So the conclusion that I came to after all of my research was that personal background and culture affect many aspects of our lives, including the way we think, our behaviors, our education, and the future. I want to thank everyone for listening, and I want to open up the room to any questions. Izzy, yes.
What is one of your like favorite traditions of your culture?
One of my favorite traditions is definitely Christmas. I love Easter too, but Christmas is definitely really fun because every year my family, we go to church and we light a candle for good luck and good health. And then we sit through Mass. It's a little boring, I must admit, but it's just really good to learn. And the Mass is also in Macedonian, so I kind of get to learn about the language as I'm sitting there. And also we light trees on fire. I know that sounds really weird, but it's just to show good health and good happiness for the new year and to spread, good well-being. Aiden.
So this is kind of more personal though, but do you like travel to Macedonia a lot or for any of these holidays?
So it's very expensive to go overseas. I'll admit, to go to Europe. I don't have that kind of money. I'll admit. I have gone a couple times. I've gone twice. I went, most recently it was 5 years ago before COVID. I went with my brother, who's in the audience, and my grandparents, and we had a really fun time. And we explored everywhere. We drove everywhere. We drove through the mountains. We went to a lake and swam in it. And I also tried a lot of the food that they have, like some ingredients that they have that we don't really have here. And I met my family too. That's over there. All my cousins, all my aunts and uncles over there. So, yeah, that's kind of what it is. I don't go every year. I wish I could. I really I really love it over there, but unfortunately I'm not made of money either. So, Hank.
What do you think about how social media on TikTok and stuff is kind of affecting pop culture and making it so fast paced? What do you think about that?
That's a really good question. I feel like social media can both help and hurt culture in a way, because it is a good platform if it's used correctly to spread information, to spread different ideas and things that we want to learn about. For example, just TikTok recipes. Learning someone else's food, like how they make their food, like that. I think that's really cool. But then I feel like it can also be, it can have a lot of negative effects too, because a lot can be lost when you're looking through a screen, and that's not very good. Excuse me. You can, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. You can, like I said, you can lose a lot of that culture, and a lot of the important things you can lose. So I don't know. I feel like it's both good and bad. I feel like there's not really one correct answer. Grace?
Is there a favorite dish in recipe that you'll pass on to the next generation?
There's definitely a lot. So like I said, my my grandma, and like in my family, my immediate family, she is basically like the Macedonian cook. Like she makes a lot of our traditional recipes. One of my favorite is pipi kapuniti. That's what it's called in Macedonian, but it's basically stuffed peppers with like ground beef. It's really, really delicious. And I love making it with her too, because she always, like, even when I was young, she would always make sure I'm involved. Like, I would be peeling, like, the peppers, like, the seeds out. I'd be, stirring the meat as much as I could do for, like, 6 years old. And I also love when she makes this thing called mekitse. It's kind of like elephant ears. It's just, like, fried dough, and it's kind of greasy, but it's so, so, so good. And she only makes it, like, one in a blue moon. But every time she does, I eat it up. Like, it's so good. Any other questions? Oh, Annabelle. Yes.
Well, my question kind of already got answered, so I have to come up with a new one. But what is your family saint?
Ours is actually Saint Nicholas, which is kind of after my brother. I think that was kind of coincidental. But yeah, it's Saint Nicholas, and we basically, he's just about like good health, good well-being, and we just feel really connected like when we do that stuff with the saint. Yeah. Mr. Wicker.
So you studied culture. Can you think of any like watershed moments where we saw a great cultural change in the United States? And do you foresee something like that happening again, or are those common?
That is a very good question. Well, I mean, there's cultural change everywhere happening, and there's a lot of examples in history that I feel like you can't really pinpoint. Just the first one that kind of comes to mind about great cultural change is definitely I believe it's the early 1900s when all the immigrants were coming to America, and that definitely showed how everyone from across the globe, from India, from Europe or Asia, from Africa, everyone was coming to America, and we were getting just a huge a melting pot of cultures, and it just really, I feel like that just influenced just a big cultural moment. Anything else? Okay. Thank you guys.
Okay. Hi everyone, I'm Maya Walters, and I'm going to be presenting on impact of extracurriculars on high schoolers. I'm a 4-year flex student and a senior, and I've been researching this for a while, so let's talk about it. So, if you know me, a phrase that I say very frequently is everything sucks. Raise your hand if you've ever thought it or said it. I mean, come on, yeah. It's a thing, So, this year, I noticed I was saying everything sucks more than usual. And I thought, why is that? And I realized a big reason was college applications and the stress that puts on a teen and how it really makes you question everything you've done and everything about your self-worth. So I wanted to explore specifically the extracurricular part of college applications and just that part of our high school journey, and just hearing how people do things that they don't really care about, and I wanted to know why we do that. So, first I'm going to be talking about examples in media, then I'll be talking about the parents' role in this. I'll be discussing a stay-home family who's here today. I'll be talking about the mental health issues. I'll be talking about my extracurricular theater, and then I will talk about my service learning, and we'll have a little Q&A. So, first with the examples in media. This is Alex Dunphy from Modern Family. Great show. Alex is a big overachiever. She works her whole high school career and middle school, elementary school career. She really wants to get into Harvard. She wants to get into a big school, a big, good school. And she doesn't get into Harvard. She's trying to explain to her sister why this makes her so upset because she's not understanding. So she says this. Why do things the right way? No. What's the point? Get straight A's for 10 years, spend your summers building houses, drag your cello to school every day, write the perfect essay, and for what? No thank you, Alex. We don't want you, Alex. I don't care anymore. I've spent my entire life trying to be perfect, and where did it get me? I'm sure that if you're a senior, this quote can resonate with you, as it resonates with me. So just like Alex, there's also Rory Gilmore, who also coincidentally wanted to get into Harvard, and she is trying to do all these things to do it. She has perfect grades. She's a straight A student. She ends up going to this private school to try and get in. And then she hears from her friend that there's all these other things you should be doing. And she's like, what? So she says, I've been studying my whole life and I really thought that was enough. But then Paris tells me that everyone makes good grades and it's the extras that put you over the top. And I thought she was messing with me, but she's right. It makes total sense. Good grades aren't enough. I need to do things. I need to volunteer. I need to work for charity. I need to help the blind, the orphans. So as you can see, she really isn't passionate about helping the blind and the orphans. She's just realizing, I need to do these things if I want to get into this great school. And everyone else is doing this. So both Rory and Alex have parents who kind of stay out of their business with this. But I wanted to go into the parents' role, as that's something I've noticed with my journey. So, as we live in Birmingham, I thought we should discuss the Birmingham mom. The Birmingham mom does not have a traditional 9-to-5 job. She usually spends her time driving her kids around to activities they don't want to go to, and their Cadillac Escalades, usually white. They love avocado toast and brunch and Pilates. Now, the Birmingham moms, it's not a bad thing. It's just a thing. But I thought that would be something we should discuss as we live in Birmingham. So over the summer, I babysit for a Birmingham family. They do not have a traditional Birmingham mom, but she does live in Birmingham, so, Birmingham mom. These kids, they look really smiley there, don't they? But when I see them in the morning, they are never smiling because they have to go to swimming or tennis or whatever that they hate. Every single day they ask me to call their mom and say that they don't want to go, and I'm like, I can't do that, so you're gonna have to go. But they spend probably thousands of dollars doing these activities at a country club, and they hate it. They never want to go. So parents should put their kids in extracurriculars. You need to try stuff, you need to find out what you like. But if your kid is telling you, I don't want to do this, there's really no point in it. So this is from Dr. Harpreet Kaur, who's from the Children's Hospital of Orange County. She says, I think parents feel this pressure to prepare their kids for academic success and make them competitive college applicants and make them successful for a job. But they often miss out on that unstructured playtime that provides some of the skills that kids need to be successful anyway, she says. So when the kids I babysit for do get playtime, they fight instantly. There's a good 2 minutes of fun, and then it's a fight, and they go their separate ways. They're also exhausted from their morning activities, so they just want to watch TV. And it just doesn't work out. Something else that supports this from this article by Tracy Peterson, she says, a busy, organized activity schedule can put considerable strain on parents' resources and families' relationships, as well as potentially harm children's development and well-being. So this was from a study that she did with a family in England, and one big thing that I saw from that study was the parents were saying we were so excited when the activities got canceled because we didn't have to drive them, we didn't have to hear the complaining, we didn't have to do all that, and the kids were really happy too. So the parents let me talk about my parent. My parents made me do hip hop dance. Do I look awesome in this outfit? Yes, I do. I look great. But would I wear that again? Yeah. I mean, of course. But I hated it every day. I complained about it, and it was just not for me. Eventually, my parents realized that putting me in something I didn't like wasn't going to work out, and I did end up finding what I did like. So next, I'll talk about a Seahome family and their experience with all this. First, we have Aiden. Aiden is a senior here at Seahome. He's been in 8 AP classes his sophomore through senior year. He gets all A's. He's pretty awesome if you know him. He's been doing baseball and tennis since he was little, and he loves it. He loves it, and it doesn't really cause him stress because he loves doing it, and he does well in his classes because he has something fun to do after school that he enjoys. Morgan, on the other hand, Morgan does the dance team, and she plays lacrosse. She looks great here. She's smiling, but is that smile real? No. She does not enjoy these activities that she does, and it's caused a lot of strain on her mental health, along with other things. Then we have Marcy. Marcy is the parents of these two. Marcy is a single mom. She owns her own law firm. She's a girl boss. And she told me, my life changes importantly because of their activities, and I recognize that this time of my life is so short and such a snapshot in time that I don't think of it as I have to. So Marcy spends so much time watching them play their sports or at a competition, at a meet, whatever. But she says it's just a snapshot in time, and she enjoys it while she has it. So like Morgan, a lot of teens struggle with mental health issues associated with this. This is a book called The Overachievers by Alexandra Robbins. This book talks about 9 overachievers in high school. It's in high school in Washington, D.C. And Alexandra, the author, asserts her knowledge in after she talks about the kids' experiences. These are just a couple of the kids. There's Julie, who's the superstar, who is really struggling because she is doing so much after school. She's like her school's #1 distance runner, and she is in super hard classes. It causes her to have a lot of trouble with her friends and just troubles all around. And then there's Pete, who's the meathead. He has to hide his smarts from his friends. And then so does Taylor, who's the popular girl, and they struggle with that. And then there's AP Frank, who everyone thinks is so amazing. We have a lot of kids like this at our school who are in a million APs, and we think they're perfect and they have nothing going on with them. But at home, he was being abused by his mom when he would do anything wrong. Alexandra, with one of her assertions, she says, "We live in the age of comparison. Too often we deem our own achievements worthless if they fall short of others' standards. Our best isn't good enough if it's not as good as someone else's best." So you hear the phrase, comparison is the thief of joy a lot. That's something I've heard. I mean, doing theater, there's a lot of comparison and it can get really hard. And these kids compare themselves to each other all the time. And we do this at C-Home. We just hear, oh, this other kid is doing something, so we feel the pressure to do it too, even when it's something that we don't really love. Another thing that supports this from an NYU study, it says, thus schools, parents, and students may feel caught in a cycle of escalating demands and expectations, largely out of their control and driven by greater societal factors. So I'm sure you guys hear from your parents, it was nothing like this when I was a kid, but these demands are just escalating, and it just keeps getting harder and harder for us to achieve and make ourselves stand out. So we're looking for someone to stand out. That's something I've heard a lot with the college process from my college counselors and stuff, that they want to see someone who stands out. But how am I supposed to stand out when everyone else is hearing that too, and they're doing a bunch of things that they don't like? So there's 10 spots for extracurriculars on the college applications on Common App. So right when you're looking at that, you're like, I need to fill out all 10 spots. But I'm realizing I can't fill out 10 spots, but I'm here after school every single day for hours, but that doesn't translate to this at all. So it's just, you're thinking, how does this show me, these 10 spots? It doesn't show me. So as I was inputting my extracurriculars, which are all theater related, because that's what I've learned that I love to do, I just filled out what I could, and yeah, so I'm going to talk about my passion for theater. So back in the day at Derby, we would get made fun of a lot for doing theater. They would put up posters on your locker with your headshot and such, saying that you were in the musical. They would usually get defaced, or you would get just brutally made fun of by your locker neighbor who's like never talked to you, and they're like, why are you in the musical, you weirdo? And I'm like, okay, I've never spoken here. Let's stop. So, that sucks. But I realized that, why do I care? This is something I love to do, and it's a really cool thing to do that a lot of kids can't do. And now I look more ridiculous than ever on stage this year, and I don't care. I look, come on. I'm looking great. So, one amazing thing about theater is the confidence that it brings you. Confidence right there. So this is a quote from a UChicago article. All in all, the most important thing that theater can give a teenager is self-confidence. Acting requires you to be vulnerable and step out of your comfort zone in front of hundreds of strangers. Once you learn to feel comfortable taking that risk, no future endeavor is out of reach, like this endeavor, theater has given me all my self-confidence. I mean, I started when I was 8 years old, so there's been a big journey, but all of my confidence has come from it, and it's just, it's amazing. And I've seen it with other kids too, with younger kids who I'm in shows with, especially this year, who are really shy at the beginning, and then you can just see their personality come out at the end. Another amazing thing about theater is that you get to meet new people. And when you're younger, you have these awesome role models. When you're older, you get to be a role model. This year, a bunch of kids who I was in Adam's family with told me that I was their role model, and that just made me so happy. So this is Jonas, who went to See Home. He was one of my role models. Here's us supporting him at a show at U of M this year. Here's me supporting these two younger kids who I was in shows with. And then here's me and my brother with two of our people who, well, they see us as their role models. And it's just my favorite thing about theater, that you get to be with these people for so many years and you get to learn so much about them. Another awesome thing that I got to do was write and direct my own one-act play. And I realized that I wanted to be on the other side of this theater, so I wanted to direct and write. This came with a lot of challenges, lots of challenges, with just the people who are above me and lots of things. But as this quote says, just theater gives you so many ways to become a leader, and it's another one of my favorite things about it. My longtime director, Mr. Joey, always says, ensemble is a fancy word for team. And, move on. This quote means so much to me because theater is a team. We love being an ensemble. We become so close. It's just like the best thing about it. And you can see us here just jamming after the show, having fun, because we are such a family, and it's just the greatest thing about it. So then I got to talk to some people who are here at See Home for my service learning, and this almost turned into an event session where we're discussing just the stress that we have as high schoolers with our extracurriculars. We heard from Sloan, who said that her parents put her in so many things when she was little that she hated, and then she ended up finding what she loved, which was theater. We heard from Gabby, who was forced to do the musical her senior year, and let me tell you, that passion did not pan out. She does not like theater. She doesn't like it. We heard from Eden, who does a ton of work with BBYO, which is a Jewish youth organization, and that's her big passion in life. You can hear about it if you go to her big board. And she loves it, and she realizes that that's what she should spend her time doing because she loves it. And we all kind of came to the conclusion together that passion is what makes extracurriculars work. That's what I got from all my research, from all my personal experience, that they're only worthwhile, they only make an impact on your life, on your high school career, if you're passionate about them. So, do I say everything sucks all the time? I still do, I do. I'll be honest, like, it's something I say. But I've realized that, as Dr. Williams says, things work out, and you need to do what you're passionate about, because that's what's gonna matter when you're looking back on your life. Thank you. Oh, just one? Lily?
Oh my gosh. I loved your topic so much. I just really enjoyed it. And I just want to keep hearing you sing and all of that. So when's your next performance?
Oh my gosh, that's an awesome question. It's tonight in the auditorium at 7 p.m. Everybody be there. Yeah. All right. Oh, here you go.
If you were to try another extracurricular, what would you try?
You know, nothing really intrigues me. I enjoy playing pickleball.
Oh.
If that was a real sport, maybe I would play pickleball. Other than that, nothing. And I mean a team at See Home. It is a real sport.
So what made you choose this topic?
Well, as I said, I just realized that people aren't really doing what they're passionate about, and I wanted to kind of
just educate people about it and educate myself on it, and just give reasoning to why we do things that we don't really care about. So yeah. Mr. Wicker?
So, if the perception is elite universities need students to be overscheduled, how do we combat against that?
You know, I don't know. I don't know. I would love for that to happen, but I don't, as the expectations are just growing, I really don't think that's gonna happen. Willie?
Was there a specific role that like brought you passion for theater?
Definitely playing Damien this year in Mean Girls. Yes. Mr. Barber?
So you talk about how kids should experience these extracurriculars when they're younger. Did you like partaking in dance and hip hop?
At times.
Do you
At
think
first.
it led into theater?
Yes.
Or helped you at all?
I had already started doing theater like before that, so I was kind of just trying to do something that goes along with that because I felt like I needed to do more after school. But yes, it definitely did. Give me a little more, get a little more into that passion. Please.
Tap or hip hop?
Oh, great question.
I know.
Tap.
Okay.
And I'm not great at either, but tap. Charlie?
What do you think is the future of expectations for kids in regard to extracurriculars and college education?
Like I said, I think they're just gonna keep growing. I mean, something that like my college counselor was saying to me, I didn't submit ACT or SAT scores, even though I got perfect scores on both. So like I just decided not to submit. But she was saying like as kids stop submitting their scores, all you get is the 36s and the 1600s. So the range is just gonna be 36 to 36. Like it's as they do that. I mean, I think they might start requiring scores again, so that might change things.
Many schools have already decided to require sports.
Yeah, so I mean that might change things, but just in general, I think expectations just keep growing and growing.
And that's one. So do you think that since our generation seems to be pretty burnt out extracurricular wise, like our generation does do a lot of extracurriculars to, like you mentioned earlier, kind of like battle the expectations of like good colleges and stuff. Do you think maybe that might actually maybe decrease in the future with potential kids like our generation might have? Do you think we might, I don't know, try and break that trend later on, or do you think we're gonna keep forcing kids to do?
I don't know. I mean, I'm hoping everyone in this room will listen to what I said. I know I personally will obviously have my kids try things when I have kids, have them try things, but we'll just look for what they're passionate about. But I don't know what will happen in the future. I'm hoping that our generation can change things. Yes, sir?
I'm curious to know your thoughts on people who take their hobbies and take their passions and like monetize them or utilize them to the point where they're no longer a passion. Like, have you seen that in other people or even yourself?
Definitely not in myself, but I guess I have seen that in other people. I mean, people do lose their passions for things when they spend so much time doing that. And I think parental expectations are a big part of that. If your parent is constantly disappointed in you if you don't do well in something, I think that can make you lose your passion for something. Yeah.
Like, you know, back to the slide that you were like, where you had like the 10 extracurriculars and you said that that's like not you. Like, I don't know, what do you think that would be the best way to show college, like how would you show that theater is like you if you could show college in any way that you wanted to?
No, I think changing, like, I would love to change the Common App just totally. But I don't really know how else they can, I mean, maybe just not having the 10 spots, just fill in as many as you can. Or just at least giving you more words to explain what you like, and maybe there's stuff that you can explain more because you actually care about that stuff more. So I don't know, maybe just changing that. Yeah. Alrighty. So,
Question, how much are tickets and where can I get them?
They are $10. I believe they'll be like out in front of the yard. So just like pull up, it'll be open.
Cash.
Cash. Okay, cash.
So
So my big question for moving forward is psychology, and more importantly, emotions on being guiding foundational principles in our lives. So my big question would be, how are love, fear, and faith all a part of the human experience? And then a more personal question, what guides your experience the most? My name is Darius Oronsky. I did research into fear, love, and faith, and the biopsychosocial implications of them in your lives. So this is a very big word, biopsychosocial perspective on human experience. And it has a biological, psychological, and social aspect, which make biopsychosocial. So social and biological would be drug addiction, psychological, biological, all have various emotions. So the perspective on the human experience gives us insight into understanding our human health and behavior. And human health and behavior are multifaceted and can interplay in a variety of factors. So in this film, The Doomsday Book, it's a Korean film from 2014. This is the heavenly creature, which is a robot who reaches enlightenment on its own while working at this Buddhist temple. And its creators regarded this phenomenon as a threat to mankind and decided to terminate the robot. So in Buddhism, there is a concept of the Eightfold Path, which is, in summary, a way to relinquish yourself from the desire of attachment and greed. And as a robot who's born into this world to, perform a function, doesn't have emotions, he's able to very quickly reach enlightenment at this temple. So it shows that many Buddhists are trying to actively get to a point where they lose all their emotions, such as desire. And as robots are born without a need for attachment or desire, their ability to break the cycle of samsara and reach enlightenment is much easier than most. So, the lens of chemistry, scientific foundation of love is often centralized. And like many scientific areas, we lack sufficient knowledge to understand every aspect. So love can be rescinded at the convenience of man, but fear is ever present. So this guy, Niccolo Machiavelli, was a political theorist of the Renaissance era and suggested in his work, The Prince, he argues that it is better to be feared than to be loved, that it's better to have both. So the feeling of love is an extremely euphoric sensation that lights up the same parts of the brain as when gambling, taking cocaine, and has been shown to provide amazingly effective pain relief. On the other hand, fear shown by the chemical adrenaline. Imagine you are walking alone in the middle of the night in a dangerous neighborhood. Suddenly you see a man running at you with a knife. Fear will immediately light up your amygdala, and within a matter of seconds, your body will prepare itself to use all its available resources to survive. So, the fear in The Prince was ever present over. So love, these could be examples like cuddle hormones, serotonin, happiness, and love not only can be with a partner, it's also emotional, it's a social emotion. So whenever you form a connection with others, like a friend, a best friend, your parents, these are all love playing into as a primary emotion. Like, for example, lots of people will say, well, most important thing to me is my friends and family, people I love. So this could be someone's guiding emotion. So next would be fear as a guiding emotion. Fear isn't only a guide to keep us safe, it's a manipulative emotion that can trick us into living a boring life. The great stories go to those who don't give it room to fear. Like Donald North. So, by remembering situations that trigger fear, individuals are prepared to avoid potential threats in the future. It's important to mention that while fear does enhance memory formation, the same mechanism can be seen in the persistence of traumatic memories, leading to conditions such as PTSD. Fear triggers the body's fight or flight response. So by lighting up the amygdala, which is a small nugget in the brain responsible for fear, after the amygdala sends a distress signal, it passes through the nervous system to trigger the release of epinephrine, also known as adrenaline, from the adrenal glands. This results in a large spike of ATP energy molecules for our body to use in response to the danger. This danger is not usually represented by the threat of physical harm, and in most cases it's due to being in highly stressful situations than an immediate response. Emotions give meaning to the objective realities of this world, and if we aren't able to scale the importance of different situations with our emotions, then our brain will never signal the release of adrenaline. So, next slide. And then the last one would be faith. So this could be your faith in a God, Christianity, could be your faith in some kind of spiritual practice, or even just mindfulness. So, in my opinion, faith can come in other forms without God, but all work on a form of mindfulness and spirituality. So, in my opinion, it's impossible to live without some feeling of working on your spiritual self or your mindfulness of physical health. So there's two big parts of your brain that are responsible for these emotions and chemicals. So the first would be the hypothalamus and pituitary complex. So these two work together in your brain to create homeostatic hormones. So the hypothalamus pituitary complex is responsible for many biological processes involved with our endocrine system, which is your hormones. It receives signals and creates hormones to be sent around the body. And to understand how these chemicals impact our daily lives, we need to understand their function and then learn to recognize those feelings. For example, so ghrelin is a hunger hormone, and leptin would be a satiation hormone. So in our stomach, when it's empty, we would release ghrelin. It would travel through our endocrine system, go to our brain, and then in our pituitary, posterior pituitary, would bind to your ghrelin receptors, and you would feel hungry. And then the same thing for your leptin, and you would feel satiated, you would feel full. This also would work with love hormones. So oxytocin could be called the cuddle hormone, and it's involved with a lot of feelings of love and connection, and also social situations. And then the second big part of your brain would be your amygdala. So the amygdala would be responsible for your scarier emotions. So adrenaline, you do ATP, heart rate, and glucagon. So if you are being scared or you're being chased to death by someone and you need immediate energy and resources, there would be these strong signals from your amygdala that will signal your body to release all these chemicals. So one of those chemicals would be glucagon, and glucagon is this hormone which will break down your liver and muscle glycogen and turn it into glucose to give you a lot of immediate energy, so you can use to run, you can use to escape, and as well as increasing your heart rate to get more oxygen pumping through your body. So this would be an energy boost. So going back to our robot movie, the guy who became a Buddhist. So this is an example of a robot, and a rational thought and logical thinking are necessary for understanding patterns and learning from our mistakes. Our emotions operate at a more abstract level, assigning importance and meaning to the facts presented to us. Without emotions, we endlessly sort through data and patterns. Logic by itself is incomplete. Without our emotions, everything we know is of equal value. So while logic and reason are essential tools, it's our emotions that gives them the purpose and value. They work together like a team, making sure we not only understand the world, but also feel connected to it. So the robot was so easily able to follow the Four Noble Truths and reach enlightenment because he was created without attachment and therefore is able to reach enlightenment. So the question would be, well, if a robot has no attachment and desire and is living, away from the sphere, how is, as a human, your personal emotional experience good, or should we be, ignoring our emotions and living like a robot? So in Buddhism, there is a concept called the Four Noble Truths. The first would be truth of suffering, which would be that desire. Desire is the truth form of suffering. Then the truth of the cause of suffering would be our attachment to want things, to need things. The truth of the end of suffering is realizing that the relinquishing of yourself is by letting go of the need for desire and attachment. So letting go of the need for things and being rooted in yourself, who you are. Then the last would be that the truth of the past that leads to the end of suffering, which is basically the cycle of life, reincarnation, and karma. So when you die, in Buddhism, the final noble truth suggests that you are reborn and karma applies to you. So whatever you did bad in this world will come back to get you in your next life. And that kind of fully encircles meaning of karma. So, of the Noble Truths, they actually all have names. The Four Noble Truths, which are foundational to Buddhism, get to the root of human existence. The first one, Dukkha, is a term discovered in the Upanishads and Buddhist scriptures, denoting anything characterized as uneasy, uncomfortable, difficult, or causing great pain and sadness. It can also be a term to describe the unsatisfactory nature of mundane life. Dukkha acts as the acknowledgement of suffering, being desire and attachment. The second noble truth is samudaya, the origin of suffering, or the truth of the cause of suffering. And samudaya is identified as the origin of all suffering to stem from desire and attachment, leading to the continuation of the cycle of samsara. The third truth is nirodhara, the truth of the end of suffering, which is understanding that by eliminating desire and attachment from our lives, one can attain enlightenment to end the cycle of suffering. So going back to our robot, he already understands that he doesn't have a need for eliminating this desire and attachment, so then he can obtain enlightenment earlier on. And then the final one, the last of the Noble Truths, is Magga, which is guiding us on the path and eliminating desire and attachment from our lives by following the Eightfold Path as a guide. So the Eightfold Path is eight steps to reach to a point where you can understand the Four Noble Truths and truly let go of the need to attach, the need for attachment, the need for desire, and to break samsara. These Four Noble Truths explain the essence of human existence and attempt to answer subjective questions about the nature of our reality. So this would be the Buddhist take on spirituality and faith. but there would also be a Christian take. So their belief would be, I'm not a religious person personally. I'm actually atheist, but I love researching these religions because I find that they are an important guiding emotion for us in our lives. So love and fear would kind of tag us along. They're just reactionary to how we live. But having faith in something, whether that's yourself, mindfulness, spirituality, meditation, or in a God, in Christianity, in trying to live a happier life, however you live. I think that these are guiding emotions, and in my philosophical opinion, it is your faith in something that guides you the most in life. And that is what separates us from the robots. So, for my project that I did it on post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, which is a psychiatric disorder that may occur in people who have experienced or witnessed a traumatic event, series of events, or set of circumstances. So, as a child, so going back to our hypothalamus and pituitary complex in our brain, those are two major parts that work on homeostatic emotions. And then your second one was your amygdala, which is kind of a little nugget in your brain. And it's responsible for fear. So when we're very young, we often have similar common feelings of fear. It could be fear of the supernatural, fear of the unknown. Let's say you're a 3-year-old and you see a toy, and you don't know why it's moving, it's scaring you. You develop fear, and it triggers your amygdala. Well, we only learn this process of fear unlearning. So instead of, just being scared of it, we can learn to live and be present with it and not be scared of it. We learn this fear unlearning at about 13. So people who are really young, who are experiencing extremely traumatic memories in their youth while their brain is still growing, can actually damage the growth of your prefrontal cortex, all of your brain's growth, your hypothalamus, pituitary. It can really mess your brain up at a young age if you're experiencing this fear constantly and have no way of actually dealing with it. So this is how are love, fear, and faith part of the human experience. Some would argue that their experience is guided more by fear. Fear of dying, fear of a job, fear of being loved, fear of something. So this could be a philosophical argument for you. It's a question. Maybe fear has more of an important factor in your life. And lastly would be love. Some people would say that fear and faith are not important parts of their lives, but rather the people that they have, the people that are with them, and those feelings they have with each other. So lastly, this was for my service starting project. I created my own posters for raising awareness for PTSD victims and put them around the neighborhood. So most importantly would be older people, veterans who have these experiences, nightmares, flashbacks, triggers, maybe from abuse or a war, but also, more importantly, kids who are growing up and have PTSD, who are struggling in these environments and aren't acknowledged, because that can have serious long-term consequences for your health. So, any questions about emotions? Harold?
Why did you choose the topic you chose?
Because I was trying to discover what religious practice was most in line with mine, because I was born as a Christian, and then I moved, I became atheist, and I just spent this big book project to really research all the religions and try to figure out the brain. So, thank you. Anyone else?
Question. You said that emotions are essential, or rather give us essential value.
I'm curious of what you imagine human beings being like in a society without emotion.
I would assume they'd be like robots, really. Like they're just working in a factory, they're going to work or eating or doing a job, they go home. There's no human experience there anymore.
I think that because emotions are like so important to like living life, do you think enlightenment is in a way unethical?
Yeah, that's the thing. Are we still human if we're attached? We're no longer have a desire and attachment. You know, does that make you no longer have attachment to people? Are you able to still be a human? Are you a robot? And in my opinion, I think that, you know, well, according to Buddhism, they would say that, you know, that is the goal. That is how we reach happiness. But some would argue that, you know, having nothing, that doesn't have, that isn't a way that I want to live my life. So, I'm sure. Yeah.
Is there any interesting information you didn't get to include in your speech?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of research I did onto hormones in the brain. I can talk to you about it, but I found it interesting how all your stress and kind of activity hormones are so closely related. Like when you have big spike of adrenaline, your body will do all these amazing things. It'll turn glucose into glycogen and store it in different places. I think it's a really awesome system. But I'm happy to answer your question if you have specific ones. Yeah.
So I noticed you said you were doing this as a chance to research all the other religions, and in your presentation you like only reference Buddhism. Why is that? Why does that align with your views and not necessarily anything else? Because a lot of them are similar, just it goes about it in a different way.
Yeah, I completely agree. I did do mostly Buddhism, but that was because I was interested in researching it. I just been listening to a lot of podcasts about Buddhism, watching movies, but I mean, I was growing up in a religious environment. I used to go to Christian school, so I could do research on Christians as well. I just decided not to pursue it.
Did your research change your own views? Because you said that you didn't believe in really any religion.
Yeah, it did actually. I used to think it was more like Machiavellian, like just fear-driven in life. And then I realized through this that I may not have been calling it faith in something, but that's the way it was being applied. And that's the way normally religion is a very positive tool in people's lives. So, no?
Any further questions?
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ethan Ness, and I do my big board on superstitions. It's titled Breaking the Spell, Understanding Superstitions and Mastering Mental Control. Can you, Darius? First, I want to ask the question, what is a superstition? It's defined as a widely held but unjustified belief in supernatural causation leading to certain consequences or actions. So basically, it's just saying, doing something you believe because you believe it will cause something unrelated to happen. So raise your hand if you would think you'd be superstitious. Raise your hand if you consider yourself to be superstitious. A lot of hands. Next slide. Now raise your hand if you wouldn't consider yourself to be superstitious. That's my hands too. All right. Now everybody's raise your hand. Next slide. Keep your hands raised, by the way. Next slide. Put your hand down when you've done one of these things. Decided not to walk under a ladder or open an umbrella inside due to fear that it is unlucky. Held your breath while going past a cemetery. Wished on a shooting star. Picked up a lucky penny. Participated in a New Year's resolution. Have or had a lucky number. Crossed your fingers. Said bless you after someone sneezed. And notice how everybody has their hands down at this point. Now, while those might not be superstitions anymore, New Year's resolutions aren't actually considered superstitions anymore, but they were at some point, which is it just ties in. So before we get into superstitions, I want to talk a little bit about me, and the reason I picked my topic. So I play baseball, which is one of the most superstitious sports one of the most popular and superstitious sports. My first encounter with superstitions was when I was in Birmingham Little League, where I was playing on my team, and the normal scorekeeper for our team wasn't there, and so the coach had my dad do it for a game. And that game was the first game that we won. It was like the third game, and every game after that, the coach had my dad keep score because he believed that the reason we won was because my dad was keeping score. So this is just a superstition study. According to Statistia, a company specializing in marketing and consumer data, 9% of people believe that they are very superstitious, 20% believe that they are somewhat superstitious, and 71% believe they are not superstitious at all. So, engaging in a superstition is a common thing. It's a common characteristic of human behavior, often displayed in seemingly innocent actions like crossing your fingers for good luck, holding your breath while passing a cemetery, or even participating in New Year's resolutions. So where do superstitions come from, and why do we believe in them? To help us understand this, we're going to look at the history of some superstitions. So crossing your fingers. Crossing your fingers, it dates back to a pre-Christianity belief in Western Europe that the powerful symbolism of a cross. The intersection was believed to make like a pool of good spirits, and it believed to anchor a wish in its place to give it time for it to come true. People would cross their index finger over that of another person's to show that they supported them in their wish. And it eventually evolved into someone crossing their fingers over their own hand. And it became very popular in 16th century England, and where it still pertains to today. And where it would ward off evil and ill health. So what we can gather from that is we can see the main topics of it. So we can see good spirits, wishing, warding off evil, and ill health. And so we can look at the next one now, which is saying bless you. So people used to believe that a sneeze would cause someone to expel their soul from their body, and saying bless you would protect their soul from the devil. Kind of a weird time back then, right? It then progressed to when the bubonic plague arose in the 14th century. People would say bless you as more of a courtesy, or it would be just like a blessing, as like bless you because you'll probably die soon. And so it changed from a superstition to more of a common courtesy, and it evolved even past that to now, where people will say bless you as just common courtesy, and it can be sometimes rude to not bless someone's soul as it leaves their body. So what we can get from that is religion plays a big role in that, because we see like the devil getting your soul, protection from evil, again, devil getting your soul, every sickness, bubonic plague, and people trying to ward off the plague, and therefore good fortune, like people holding on to any wish that they can stay healthy. So wishing on a shooting star. Greek astronomers hypothesized that shooting stars were a result from the gods peering down from heaven, and in doing so, they split open the sky and it would dislodge a star. And so people believed that the action of a star shooting across the sky was the gods looking down on you. And if you made a wish, it was more likely to come true. So again, what we can get from that is wishing, gods, explanation of natural events, and good fortune. And so what we can do now is we can compare what we know about superstitions. So we can see, fingers crossed, include good spirits, wishing, warding off evil, and health. Bless you is religion, protection from evil, sickness, and good fortune. And wishing on shooting stars is God's explanations of natural events and good fortune along with wishing. And what we can see from that is there's very strong connections between a lot of these things, like good spirits, good fortune, religion and gods, wishing, protection from evil, warding off evil. There's some deeper interconnectedness between all these things. And what we can get is common themes in every single superstition, which involve luck, which is good fortune and spirits, religion, which is help from the gods and protection from evil, self-preservation, health, sickness, protection from evil, all rooted in the human need to survive, and desire, wishing or wanting something. And so now what we can do is we can look at New Year's resolutions and we can compare it to main ideas of the other ones. So the first known people to celebrate New Year's resolutions were the Babylonians 4,000 years ago. They believed that when a new year came around, they needed to better themselves every single year, so that the gods would look favorably upon them. So what they would do is they would make promises to each other to return farming equipment, be better neighbors, just in general, just be better people. And their New Year's resolutions consisted of religion, mythology, power, and socioeconomic values. They believed that if they fulfilled their resolutions, gods would look happily upon them in the coming year. And so again, you can see our common themes, which is luck, religion, self-preservation, and desire, and the resolutions, which is self-improvement, power, religion, and good fortune. Sure enough, you can see that strong correlation again between luck and good fortune, religion and religion, self-preservation and self-improvement, and desire and power. And we can take this a step further. We can find the actual root of what every single superstition has in common. And so what we can do is we can combine certain aspects. So religion and self-preservation, it's all rooted in the fear of death, the human need to survive. This is what keeps us alive. This is what keeps us from dying out millions of years ago, is the fact that, the fact that people are afraid to die, is the fear of the unknown. And so what we can do is we can look at luck and desire, and we can see the common things between them. And it's wanting good, or hope. It's people always wanting to look on the bright side of things, or trying to feel better than they are. Almost lying to yourself to think that things are better. Next one. And you can combine those two to the final human need. The human need to feel control is the root of every single superstition that we see. It's the fact that people want to make connections to things that aren't actually connected, so that they feel like they have just a little edge up on every single other person. So again, what is a superstition? It's doing something because you want to believe it will cause something unrelated to happen. It's the fact that we as people are so afraid of the unknown that we are willing to trick our minds and trick others into believing that things that are completely different from each other will have an effect on other things. So, the question is, do superstitions really have an effect? And the answer is actually yes. A lot of troubles people face are mental, right? So maybe you're psyching yourself out for tryouts, or you just can't seem to say the right words well in front of a group, kind of like me right now, right? And so that's where the placebo effect comes in. So believing in superstitions works exactly like the placebo treatment. Does everybody know what the placebo effect is? For those of you if you don't know, it's where a doctor gives like a sugar pill to a patient, intending to deceive them, and that'll cure their medical condition, and the patient will actually get better because they believe that they're going to get better. Because it's like, say a patient who is really sick doesn't get treatment. They're like, oh man, I'm really sick. I just lie in bed all day, try to get better. Opposed to a person who gets a fake treatment, like, hey, you know what? Maybe I'm starting to kind of feel better. Maybe I should go outside, take my dog for a walk. The fact that you're putting in effort to actually try to better yourself makes you get better. Oh wait, I'm gonna go back, sorry. And so what that does is that actually affects the physical world. It's the connection between self-confidence and effort is significant. For example, athletes who believe in luck or advantage tend to put more effort into training in competition. This, however, often leads to improvements in skills, physical condition, and overall performance. So there's actually different types of superstitions. There's positively affecting superstitions. There's superstitions that can benefit you mentally and physically. Negative superstitions, which can negatively impact you mentally and physically. And then there's non-affecting, which can very quickly become negative if you use them the wrong way. But these superstitions don't affect anything physically. So I want to talk about positive impact first. So the positive impact it's pretty much so believing you are lucky can improve in performance at a skilled task. Notice that I underlined performance in a skilled task later. Explains Vice. In a laboratory study, golfers who've been told that the ball they were using was lucky putted significantly better than golfers who hadn't. This is a general correlation between believing in yourself and actually doing better. It gives the term like trust yourself, believe in yourself a whole different meaning because it and it actually physically works. It actually has a substantial difference. Then there's the negative impact. So the belief in one's possession of good luck as a personal trait can significantly influence gambling tendencies. Right? So it may lead to individuals to develop irrational expectations for winning, winning and tendency to overall generalize the perceived sense of control in games of chance. That's why I underline games of chance. It's the fact that people believe that doing something that's completely a game of chance, not skill, truly affects things when in actuality it doesn't. So this leads me to my service learning. I did a presentation on gambling to spread awareness about gambling addiction. So pretty much, I did it in Ms. McKenzie's room, and a few people showed up, and I presented on the history of gambling, the ways that casinos try to trick you into spending more money there, ways that you can stay away from it, and what gambling addiction looks like. And those are just some quotes from the people who went there. And so there's also non-affecting superstitions, which the effectiveness of superstitions lies in their ability to shape our perception and strengthen our confidence. But this influence is just confined to a personal experience of the situation. So again, say you're watching the Lions on TV, right? You're like, man, I feel really good about this. They're gonna win. I got my lucky hat on and everything. That is an example of a non-affecting superstition, because the fact that you're wearing your hat doesn't change how they play. Because one, they don't know about the hat, and two, they know about the hat. I don't think they really care. But either way, it shows that it only affects you and your mindset. And the reason I said that this can very quickly become negatively affecting is if you're like, oh, I got my lucky hat on, they're gonna win, time to start, hop on bet MGM or something, or I don't know, some sports book thing, and start gambling. And sure enough, next slide. So how can we use them to our advantage, right? So it's a great source of confidence and can be used to calm us in stressful situations. If we're like about to take a test, we're kind of freaking out, you just need to take a breath. I can do this, okay? It's the same idea. It's the fact that you can calm yourself down by believing something. And while that something might not necessarily be true, it's the fact that you believe it makes it true. These things are as real as you make them, and the fact that if your mind is willing to believe these things, it will actually affect how you react, because it'll make you calmer. You can be used as coping mechanisms. It's really great for hope and optimism in certain scenarios. So the dangers and then there's also the dangers of superstitious behavior. It has the potential to guide people towards irrational decision making, like I said, gambling, or just the fact that like if you find a 4-leaf clover on the ground, you're not invincible. Don't jump out in front of traffic. Kind of a given, but while luck is real in a sense that you believe it's real, it's not. It only affects you and your mindset. It doesn't affect other people. And so it can exert detrimental effects on personal and professional aspects of life. So it's always important to stay rooted in reality. And what I mean by that is, no matter what, at bottom line, look at the facts, okay? If you're outside and you're having a great day, and you see a black cat cross the street, don't go run back into your house because you're afraid the black cat's gonna make you unlucky. It's about how it affects you mentally and how you perceive it. So, in short, they're as real as we make them. So, if you know how to use superstitions to your advantage, they become as real as you make them. Essentially, it's about recognizing that while superstitions aren't scientifically proven, they have a genuine impact on our thoughts and feelings. By understanding this, you can choose to embrace certain superstitions, consciously, finding an effort, or confidence when needed. It's a practical approach that acknowledges the influence of superstitions on our emotions, allowing us to strike a balance between belief and rational thinking. Thank you. Rob.
So, since doing this presentation, you obviously understand that superstitions aren't like a real thing, like other than the fact that you think you're going to do better. Does that change what superstitions you believe in, like for your baseball team, or do you just believe in them so you just fit in with everybody else?
So, that's a good question. It's the fact that superstitions are real. I mean, again, they're as real as you make them. So if you believe in them, they're real. But I was never really a superstitious person. But after making this presentation, after making this presentation, I think I became a little bit more superstitious. But I also became more aware of superstitions, because you can control how your brain perceives things by looking at these superstitions. Greg?
Do you feel like the superstitions that you now know and sort of believe in make you more like better, like help people with anything?
Honestly, I'd say yes. Because you have to be educated on the topic. Like people, superstitions get a very bad light because they're seen mostly in gambling and like crazy people, which is understandable. But again, they're as real as you make them. So if you can trick yourself into believing that you're better for a reason, it can relieve a mental block in your head to actually, be better.
Do you think superstitions can get to the point where they're like more selfish than they are actually helping, or do you think that people would use them in collaborative ways, like for a team, like just for themselves?
I feel like doing this for yourself is in a way doing it for other people. I mean, if I'm playing baseball and I believe in a superstition and it helps me hit better, I think that's benefiting the team just as much as it's benefiting me. Yeah.
Do you think you ever held any negative superstitions?
So, funny thing is, I've had, in baseball, sophomore year, I got this condition called the yips, which is where you just can't throw a ball. Every single time you throw a ball, you just either spike into the ground or you sail it over the guy's head. And it's just, I felt like I was broken. Like I couldn't do anything right. Because if I can't throw a baseball, then what am I even doing? And what superstitions did is they almost helped me. They helped me, because it's all mental. Because I knew how to throw a baseball. For some reason, my brain just wouldn't let me do it. So what I did was I just calmed down. I just said, from now on, every single time you go out there, you're gonna do the exact same stretches, the exact same time, the exact same way. And over time, the yips subsided, and I'm just back to normal now. And I still do those. Still do the stretches, because if I don't, I'm afraid I'm good enough.
Do you believe in New Year's resolutions?
So, New Year's resolutions can be good and bad in some ways. So, they can be good in the sense that people are bettering themselves for the new year, but it can be bad in the way that people can make excuses to not start doing something until the new year starts. So, say it's October, and I'm like, man, I really wanna lose weight and go to the gym more. I'll start next year. And maybe next year comes and goes and you still didn't do it, and you're like, oh, forgot, maybe I'll just do it next year. It's an excuse to keep putting it off further and further. But again, it can still be a way to better yourself. Yeah.
So what do you think about things like Santa, the devil, Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, like egregores, things that are completely fake, but that we have given reality, like Santa, Easter Bunny?
I feel like that's for childlike wonder, and I feel like that's almost a way for just parents to control their kids. Like, you better be good or Santa's not coming this year. So, that's just the way. Anything else? Anybody got anything?
Have one more. So you kind of alluded to this earlier, but I'm kind of curious what your thoughts. So do you think that superstitions are inherently narcissistic?
Narcissistic in the way that, like, it's all for me, like selfishness kind of thing, or?
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of what superstitions are. It's all in your head, and the fact that it can change the way that you think makes it physical. So you can't think something and it'll affect somebody else. I guess it is narcissistic, but narcissistic is kind of an ugly word because it makes it sound selfish, when in actuality there's no way to have a superstition for another person and affect them.
It's like jump rope. It's like narcissistic and you can do it with anybody else. But it's not like
Yeah, that's
you're
true.
not a bad person if you jump rope.
Yeah. Anybody else? All right, thank you.
You're surrounded by anti-Semitism and bigotry. People's rights are being limited. The country may be changing swiftly and perilously towards a new, frightening future. It's Germany in the early 1930s, and my 16-year-old great-grandfather decides to enlist in the German army as a career since there were no other employment prospects. After World War I, Germany sunk into depression due to the Treaty of Versailles. There was little social mobility that was all about to change. Hitler had promised a brighter future for all Germans. My name is Sam Lewandowski. I have a German and Polish background. One side of my family lived and fought on the wrong side of history, and the other side of my family was persecuted. We find the name Lewandowski etched into the walls of Auschwitz. Despite being on different sides of the war, both sides of my family were just trying to survive during the most terrifying conflict of their lives. I will be discussing a sensitive topic that would be triggering for some audience members. I will discuss World War II and will touch on the Holocaust and my German grandparents' experiences at that time. I want to be clear that I believe the Holocaust occurred to over 7 million people of the Jewish faith, and several of minority groups, and that it is an atrocity that should never have occurred and should never be allowed to occur again. The current Israel-Hamas conflict will also be discussed. This presentation aims to explore how feelings of shame affect people's views, both individually and as a society, and how those feelings influence the way we understand and interpret history. People are not always aware of their own bias, their lack of critical thinking, and past. Many people do not listen of bias with judgment when discussing historical events. Not everyone has honest and good intentions when sharing information or promoting a historical narrative. Today, there are current events here in the US that mirror events that happened in the past that led to World War II and the Holocaust. Over the next 15 to 20 minutes, we will explore my personal story, Germany's approach to history, Oskar Schindler, America's approach to history, the societal implications, my service level content, the importance of empathy, and then I will conclude. Walter Henner was born on February 12, 1916. He and his family were directly affected by unfair economic restrictions placed on Germany after World War I. In 1932, he left the family farm and joined the army so he could sent. The army offered fun and excitement of traveling around Germany, hanging out with guys who were the same age, learning how to shoot guns, trying food from different regions, and working in it. The army offered a good wage that he would be an attractive, eligible bachelor into any young girl. By the late 1930s, Germany is changing. My grandfather, like many other Germans, is enamored by the promises of Hitler. Enamored by the promises of Hitler to create a better Germany that they project. At 16, he is young and impressionable because of formative years. So ending a war that was supposed to be swift, is not concerning for a young man with hopes for a better future. By 1939, he's met a nice girl, Ellie, and they settled down and are expecting their first child. On the cusp of war, a child on the way, there was no way to support his family but to remain poor. When the war started, everyone thought the war would be short and Germany victorious. They expected life to return to normal relatively. As the war rolled on, it became clear that it was not going to be short. That war is horrible and not fun. Not fun like the early days before the war. He is surrounded by death, his friends are dying, he has no way out. If he was caught trying to leave, he would be killed by his own country. Staying is brutal and traumatizing. but he must carry on and try to survive for his family. The first 3 photos are of my great-grandfather during his early young years, and the last is him and my great-grandfather. History is what is recorded. Past is what actually happened. Whether history is good or bad entirely depends on the perspective of the storyteller. Ever since the war ended, Germany has made significant strides regarding how to teach World War II and the Holocaust. Students learn of the war and the Holocaust all throughout their early years, all the way to high school and college. They go on trips to concentration camps and learn about the impact it had on the current Jewish population today. According to Professor Sergio Della Borgo of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, if the Holocaust had not happened, the number of Jewish people today would have been as little as 26 million and as many as 32 million. The current population is 15.7 million. Germany is committed to educating its citizens about its dark past, serving as a model for addressing historical shame. They emphasize responsibility rather than guilt. They would foster understanding and empathy with citizens. By focusing on responsibility rather than guilt, Germany has successfully moved past historical shame. One man that piqued my interest as I was researching was Oskar Schindler. He has a unique perspective when it comes to Germany in the midst of World War II and the Holocaust. He was a German man who often had creative, sometimes outlandish ideas of how to get rich quick, and many of which failed. He had constantly pursued money and creative excitement. He had saved around 1,000 Jews from Nazi persecution, curbed the impact of the Holocaust. In addition to that, he faked the production of war supplies to hinder the German war. Despite being a German nationalist, he was aware that Jewish people would not be safe for as long as the war went on. When he started his factory in Kuchau, it was another opportunity for him to earn a lot of money fast. Eventually, he realized he was in a position to save lives. That's exactly what he did. He could have been known as a great war profiteer. Instead, he faced the ugliness of his actions, took responsibility, and chose a more altruistic and redemptive path by saving the lives of Jews. History wars follow patterns. The subjects at their core usually carry visceral meaning for large swaths of the public. The disputes quickly invoke curricula, creeping into school boards and state legislatures with increasing stakes. The combatants then employ existential rhetoric, with all sides declaring surrender unacceptable. Political teams are chosen, and the media both fuels and thrives on the contestation. Authorities, whether in academia, libraries, or museums, try to fight for up-to-date research and interpretation. The politics of knowledge, they need emotional attachments to the country, threaten to sweep up nearly all before them. Finally, someone declares victory, whether by creating or removing a monument, canceling or curating an exhibit, or writing a book or a triumph of historical engagement. Good history can be both a result and a casualty of these moves. History wars are essentially a debate over what are some points of shame and points of pride in history. It can regard issues like Columbus Day coinciding with Indigenous Peoples Day, and which one should be celebrated. All around us, on the news and social media, we see and hear about people who think the mistakes of the past are something to be ashamed of. There's a strong anti-war agenda attacking everything, everyone. Ultra-conservatives feels a threat to their position in society. This backlash is often in reaction to actions such as Civil War monuments that were removed by publishing of the 1619 Project in 2019. Moms for Liberty, a right-wing women's group, has tried, in some cases, successfully banned books that depict LGBTQ, Black, Jewish, and Asian stories and characters. The Prager University Foundation creates content for conservative Christian views regarding climate change, slavery, racism, immigration, and the history of fascism. Allegedly, may promote anti-LGBTQ politics as well. The Foundation's goal is to rewrite history for the narrative they're pursuing, on ultra-conservative and Christian fundamentalist views. For example, one video depicts Frederick Douglass describing slavery as a compromise between the Founding Fathers and the Southern states. Ron DeSantis and the Florida Department of Education have banned an AP African American history course because they disagree with the content, citing that the content is inexplicably contrary to Florida law. While which law was not cited for the ban, the Stop Woke Act was signed into law in 2022 by Governor DeSantis. These groups want kids to have American pride and do not see a place for education that might make kids feel shame of American history. Germany acknowledges its responsibility to the past. America rejects responsibility, which was not seen its past. Does anyone know of any times good or bad history was acknowledged or rejected?
Trail of Tears.
Thank you. That's a good example. Anything else? That's okay. That was a great answer. So, the tearing down of Confederate monuments because they represent racism and slavery. The removal of the Confederate flag from state capitals. The addition of Juneteenth as a holiday. Conservatives do not like these new narratives and see them as imposing shame or guilt, rather than seeing it as an acknowledgement of responsibility. Historical information stir the emotions of people, but require accuracy, reporting, education, and empathetic discourse. People get tired and overwhelmed by political rhetoric. They seek information outlets that are suitable for a shorter attention span. That's how bad actors get their body noticed. If you are faced with many different opinions, which an increasingly diverse society will happen, then empathetic discourse is critical to shaping a more equal and just society for all. Fear is a motivator for people to remain entrenched in their prejudices as they feel safe. It is easy to fall prey to one's fears and create an impulse to attack other people who look and act differently. We need to be open to understanding different experiences and new ideas that challenge our traditional thoughts about societal roles. History is politics by no means. We do care about to fight this war better and more strategically ourselves. We need history that can get us marching, while also awed by how much there is to learn. David W. Blight, The New Yorker, The Fog of History. How much there is to learn. When we learn from our history and take responsibility, we can avoid the mistakes of the past that can lead to pain and suffering, not just for marginalized groups, but for everyone. How many people here seek out the news daily? How many people here get their news mostly on social media? For those of you who use social media, follow up, check the source, think critically about the information. Younger generations are digesting more and more of their news through social media. According to an NBC survey by Caitlin Bogle, in the article Shocking Lack of Holocaust Knowledge Among Millennials and Gen Z, surveys show that about half of millennial and Gen Z respondents have seen Holocaust denial or distortion posts online. Critical thinking is very important, especially in a time when we have the capability to obtain information regarding almost any topic. Social media bombards you with information. You have to get information from multiple sources, not just one source, especially if that source is social media. Reading and watching primary and secondary historical documents and films for the truth can help our understanding and assist our critical thinking. We can learn from Germany's approach to history and how they teach World War II and the Holocaust extensively. They do not teach guilt, but promote a common sense of responsibility to learn and understand the Holocaust. Establishing a basic connection that connects back to something so simple, into the topics. Emotion. Think about the last time you were in an argument with someone. Yeah. Did you attempt to understand their viewpoint, or dig deeper into yours? Whatever your answer may be, it is vital to understand the danger of this story. There is a story of a Jewish woman who discussed the Holocaust with a German man. They shared their perspectives with curiosity and empathy rather than judgment. They both left the conversation with a deeper understanding of each other's experience rather than a sense of judgment, guilt, or shame. Empathetic discourse and accurate education are key to moving forward from historical shame. Empathetic discourse requires empathetic listening rather than reacting to another person's story or experience. While it is true there is an ugliness in American history, we can acknowledge that, while at the same time taking pride in historic characters who did participate in change for the greater good, such as Oscar Schindler in World War II, slavery abolitionists, and civil rights heroes. As you are all probably aware, the situation in Israel and Gaza is only getting worse. People on both sides are very upset. It is going on for thousands of years. It is painful and heartbreaking. For my service learning project, I tried to raise money for people who are suffering in the region. 50% of the proceeds would have gone to Gaza, and 50% would have gone to Israel. If you would like to donate money, you can still do so now by scanning this QR. For Israel, donations will go to Israel Aid. For Gaza, donations will go to the UN. It can be very difficult to empathize with those we disagree with or dislike. It does not diminish the difference it can make. In Israel and Gaza, before the Israel-Hamas war, there was a group consisting of both Israelis and Palestinians. There were both soldiers and victims, Israelis and Palestinians, both put against one another by ignorance, short-sightedness, and violence. Being emotionally or mentally vulnerable to someone can be risky. However, vulnerability opens up people's minds to others' perspectives and new ways of understanding each other and one side. Currently, strife caused by the war is still too prevalent, and the ability to empathize is strained. The goal and the hope for the future should be empathetic discourse and mutual respect for human life on both sides. In this photo is my great Papa alongside his family. While I wish my great-grandfather had not fought the war for Germany, because he had to hurt and kill people in the line of duty and be someone's sin, I also do not like that he had to experience the trauma of war himself. He never talked about what he saw, isn't that. But I am glad that he survived, and he really should not have lived, because many of his comrades never get to go home to their wives and families. His survival leads to my existence, and I take comfort that he led to the raising of a family that respects human life and leaves an employment for all. There were some Jewish German soldiers whose accounts of the war were compiled by an American named Brian Rankin. He said, "Many still struggle with a question that is a challenge to history. If I fought in the German army while my mother died in a Nazi concentration camp, am I a villain or a victim?" History is and always has been nuanced. Regardless of how extreme a viewpoint may be, empathy is irrevocably important. Understanding both or several viewpoints engenders more empathy. In order to be empathetic, you have to understand the history and context of people's views, experiences, and how their experiences shape their views. It's important to recognize that while there are things in history that may seem shameful, it doesn't mean you have to feel shame. When you both acknowledge shame while embracing what's implied in history, you are being responsible to create a better future. You should not be ashamed of our past, because it is part of what makes us. questions, I would open up the issue.
Did you have any trouble with the writing of this script, like getting like emotional? You know, because this is a very deep presentation that you have, so I imagine the kind of baggage that you have to deal with. Was there any trouble with that?
Not as much as I expected, but it was there were some rough patches, but it was mostly just focusing on getting this project done. But yes, there was some. Alright.
Sorry, I just needed glasses. I can't grade without glasses. I realized that. In the middle of grading the first one, and then, I can't have to go back and redo. It sort of looks like scribbles. Sorry, Sam, I didn't.
No, it's fine. Don't worry.
Okay.
Does anyone else have any questions?
Thank you so much, Sam.
Alright.
Okay, so I want to talk about war. It's a big part of all of our lives. What I want to talk about is forming the media. My name is Fritz Mayer, and this is my big board. I chose this big board because a lot of my family fought in wars or served in the military. And just I want to do something that I liked and that I could also give back to people. This is my roadmap. First, I'll be talking about the introductory toward Hollywood's first step into the battlefield. Then I'll be talking about the realistic and unrealistic forms of media and what they cause to veterans and people who want to play them. Then I'll be talking about the controversial parts. Then I'll be giving my service learning project of what I did to help finish up this whole entire project. Then I'll wrap it up and we'll do a Q&A. These are my guided questions for everyone. What can we learn from these games and movies, and how can they play a positive impact? Next, are movies from different countries biased towards their side of the war by changing history and showing their side as heroes? And then lastly, should we show war in a realistic way? What does this provide viewers? The first of many. This film right here, Tearing Down the Spanish Flag, is the first film about war, posted in 1898 in the Nickelodeon Theater by someone named J. Stuart Blackton. He did this as a cynical way to gain profit after the after the USA started war with Spain. Okay, so I'll be showing this is a film, and I'll be showing, it's a silent film, so we'll be showing and then I'll tell you guys, and then we will move on. So this film was a USA propaganda film where it was shown after it was released to help with the war fever and help patronize what they were doing. And Blackton was the man who actually pulled down the Spanish flag and pulled up the American flag afterwards. Yeah. Okay, now we're going to be moving on to the video games. The realistic portions of them there's actually a lot that are accurate in the time periods and their how they explain and do things. Games like Helpless and Arma 3 put you in the body of a soldier and make you have to work together with multiple other people in a battlefield to try and win, while other games go deeper than that. A game, my personal favorite and a recommendation, Spec Ops: The Line, puts you in the feet of a man called Martin Walker, you delve into his mind, and it shows a great sign of PTSD and what happens to soldiers when they're in the military too long. Even though most games have you in the body of a soldier or someone fighting in battles, there are others that put you in the mindset of a civilian just trying to survive this war-torn world. Games like this War of Mine has you as a civilian dodging soldiers, trying to scavenge food, and just survive until the war is over. Another game called Valiant Hearts puts you in the form of a civilian going out into the battlefield, trying to find his brother who was drafted into that war. Now, the movies. Realism on the big screen has always been a little bit easier since they've had centuries of other films to watch over and build on. True stories like American Sniper and Black Hawk Down have been praised for accuracy, despite them having some flaws, like changing characters. But there's also shows that have been accurate. One of my personal favorite shows, SEAL Team, instead of just showing the men and women on the battlefield, they show their lives at home and what it's like for them when they have to leave for operations and leave their wives and kids behind. Now the unrealistic. Despite the amazing things that I talked about at the start, there are a lot that are based only for entertainment purposes only instead of historical accuracy. Even games that have been praised for the realistic early on, but then down to going to entertainment. Games like Battlefield 5 was supposed to be, they said it was supposed to be realistic, but instead they changed stories and real life stories in form of a more modern entertainment. One purpose of this is there is a mission in Norway where men and women of the Northern Resistance had to destroy German outposts and bunkers before they could move on to the stronghold to help win Norway back from the Germans. Instead, Battlefield 5 changed it to a mother-daughter story, saying they did it all, and none of the men and women who were a part of that mission never existed. Another thing is Call of Duty Vanguard, which was blatantly took blatantly terrible weapon customization of real life weapons and made you be able to do anything with it, even stuff that wouldn't be for real life. Like, I have a picture up here of M1 Garand with a drum magazine, which would have never been able to happen in real life. It says M1 Garands are loaded from the top down instead of from underneath. Now movies. Movies were a little bit harder to find, but two major movies caught my eye. One, The Hurt Locker. It shows an unrealistic view of bomb disposal units and making just ridiculous dramatic scenes in form of entertainment, even though no one would have been disposing of the bombs. It would have been a robot that they have would have gone out into the bomb area and defused the bombs on its own. Then the most inaccurate movie I've seen was The Battle of the Bulge. One, it was filmed in Spain instead of the French forest. Then it ignored the British forces that were present in that battle and used only the Germans and American forces. Then they used very inaccurate tanks, things that would have never even been seen in World War II. And then it massively changed the story by getting rid of a pivotal point of American airships bombing the German forces, clearing the way for the ground forces. Now the controversial. Most games and movies that talk about war are usually slandered for being controversial. But the ones that I'm talking about were controversial and broke the news, online and the news for multiple years because of the controversy. These are the two games that I'm talking about. One, 6 Days in Fallujah. This was a controversial game because it was in a legal battle with the whole entire country of Israel for 18 years to be able to release this game that talked about the Fallujah War, and it included civilians and real soldiers who were in that battle, took part in making this game, telling their true stories. And the Israeli government didn't want those stories to come out. So they put the team Highwire, Atomic Games and Highwire Interactive into a legal battle, which ultimately Atomic Games and Highwire won that battle and it released it last year. Next is Spec Ops: The Line, which I talked about earlier on. This game was controversial for many reasons as it delved into PTSD, but this scene was a big controversy where you, the player, accidentally used white phosphorus on a building full of civilians. This was controversial because white phosphorus is such a dangerous component, and using it on civilians is a war crime. And showing this in a game made a lot of people uncomfortable and mad at the developers for adding it. Next, my service learning project. The Wounded Warrior Project, which I'm fundraising for, helps soldiers with PTSD, TBI, or traumatic brain injury, and more. I chose to fundraise money towards them by using a GoFundMe where all the profits go straight to the organization. And then this allowed me to help families and people affected by someone or themselves from suffering from PTSD or any of these injuries. And I just wanted to help find a way to help them, and this is how I did it. this is my latest fundraiser, and I'll leave it up for a couple minutes. Well, a couple seconds. But so far I've raised $585 for my fundraiser, trying to hit at least 1,000 to 2,000 by June 9th. And that's minimum. I will take as much as I can to help them, but this is just my problem. And then these are my sources throughout the year. I use these on my paper and my report of sources for movies and games to help me finish this project that you see today. Thank you. Any questions?
What's your favorite video game?
As I said, Spec Ops: The Line or just ones. Anybody else? Okay.
I'm Lucas. Before I begin, I'd just like to say, let's give a hand to Sam and Fritz. They just did a fantastic job. Good job, guys. It's a tough act to follow, but I'll try. All right. Sports teams and what they mean to a city. That's my topic. Let's get going. That's me, in case you couldn't tell. I've been passionate about stadiums and teams for a little while, mostly the architecture, but for this project I wanted to dive deeper into just what they mean to a city and why they're so important. And I think I've done that with a few different examples that we're going to go over. Let's first start with just conjuring some memories. I'm sure all of us have been to a sporting event. Maybe it was with your parents, maybe it's been by yourself, but just some memories attached there. Positive, team winning, negative, not so much. But I'm sure we can all relate to just that excitement of being in a venue like that. It's electric, it really is. And it can do so much for the community, and I'm really hoping to show that. So just right now, imagine those memories and try to hang on to that as we go through this presentation because I really think it'll help. Introduction here. Between 1970 and 2020, state and local governments spent over $33 billion non-inflation adjusted money on stadiums and venues, 20 of which actually are replacements for ones that were built in that time. What's so important about stadiums that cities continuously make these investments? By the way, I forgot to say, 73% of the costs of those $33 billion is public funds. Only 27% of that is actually private funded by the people who own those teams. Here's what I want you to wonder as we go through this presentation. Why do cities value sports so much? Are the public funds worth the investment? And what can they provide for the community? Starting off local, this is the Olympia. It was the home of the Red Wings from 1927 to 1979. Many fond memories there, like Gordie Howe winning the cup, and just Hockey Town, founded at the time. In the late 70s, it was becoming evident that this aging red barn was in need of replacement. And so they explored some opportunities. What was going on at the time is that the Detroit Lions had just moved out of Tiger Stadium and built their brand new fancy stadium in Pontiac, the Silverdome. And it was feared, and actually, as we go to the next slide, they were gonna go to Pontiac. They actually designed a press release for Olympia 2 to be built in Pontiac, very close to the Silverdome, and that was almost a done deal. Though it was, at the time, Detroit was not going through its proudest years, and it was very important to the community at the time that they didn't lose another team to Pontiac. So, in what the newspapers called a race to get shovels in the ground, they built the Joe. As we all know it, as most of us have probably been there, it was, by all accounts, a frantic effort to keep the Red Wings downtown because they knew that driving another team away would not be good for Detroit's economic recovery. And so it became, even today, Joe Louis is no longer with us, unfortunately, neither the person nor the stadium, but it was a very important part of the community for a very long time, hosting several very electric teams. Now we're going to go down south. This is New Orleans in the year 2005. Hurricane Katrina absolutely devastated the region. This looks fake. This looks like something from a movie, but this is the actual apocalyptic scene that was created by the devastating storm Hurricane Katrina. Ripped through the city, destroyed several landmarks, and caused about $125 billion in damages. The environment created by Katrina, again, looks absolutely like, this is movie stuff. This is crazy. And several locations that you wouldn't expect, including the home of the Saints, the Louisiana Superdome, was used to take shelter. This is people trying to escape the storm, hiding out in the Louisiana Superdome. They had very little to eat, obviously no running water, and halfway through the storm, the roof collapsed. That's what you're seeing in the light going down on the seats. If I direct you to my hands, this is a quick engineering thing of what happened. The water pooled at the top of the tarp and popped, basically. And it's very lucky that the entire dome didn't pop in like one of those fidget toys. It was a very real possibility. So here we have the situation. The city is devastated. The people are devastated. Everything is devastated. And they need to figure out where to go next. Serious work needs to be done. Let's not kid ourselves. That's a picture of the outside. You can see the tarp at the top, how it came in and did everything peeled off. It was absolutely devastating. This is actually a few months after when they drained the water. They needed to figure out what to do. You know, they had so much relief money to spend. There was everything needed to be fixed. And where do they spend that money? Let's explore that. It's the same thing here. They put $300 million of public relief money, which was very controversial at the time, into fixing a sports venue, which, you know, might not be your first thought about where to put relief money after a devastating storm like that, but that's where they put it. And they had the very ambitious goal of opening in less than a year for the 2006 season. And you know, they got to work. This is a picture of the inside of the dome in 2006, August. They had worked at an astounding pace, and they were about to find out if their investment was worthwhile. On September 25th, 2006, the Saints moved back to the Superdome. This scene was, for football talk, they upset the Falcons, but they actually built a statue of this outside the stadium because of just how loud and electric the game got. Newspapers the day after are quoted as saying that the scene was turning a symbol of despair into a beacon of hope. That all of Louisiana's, or New Orleans citizens, who wanted to at least, could come, and it was revitalizing. Since 2006, this dome has brought in over 12 million patrons, and it's hosted several amazing events, including the annual Sugar Bowl, 2 college football playoffs, a Super Bowl in 2012, and one next year. And it's an estimated $4 billion in the 5 years following, and the projections are by next year that figure will be $20 billion. $20 billion with a B brought into the local economy because they prioritized that investment to revitalize the community. What I want you to take out of this example is that in times of serious despair, something like just a sports team like that, getting that going again and bringing that feel back to the city, it did wonders for the community at the time. And just hold on to that seed of thought. We're going to go on. Forgot to change that there. This is Chicago. What do you think of when you think about Chicago? There are a few big landmarks. Sears Tower, of course, the Bean, Navy Pier, and historic Wrigley Field, which has been the home to the Cubs since 1914. Serving very faithfully for 100 years, it was very clear that some renovations needed to be done. There was a concert in 2015 where they were obviously very rough, as concerts are, and the upper stands of the stadium began to rock 5 feet in either direction. There was serious work to be done. An engineer review found that columns had shifted 2 feet from where they were supposed to be and were not sound anymore. They had built this on soft land. It was not stable. So they needed to figure out what to do. They could replace the historic and beloved Wrigley Field, which was home, obviously, to the Cubs and the community around it, or they could take a look at what it would cost to get this thing fixed again. And they chose to fix it. This is off-season 2016. they did something that is rarely done because why would you? But they took again, going down to the knee here, they took the beams, they used lifts to lift them out of the ground, cut off the old foundation, put in new foundation from scratch, and lift them back down. And they did that 127 times for every one of the columns. In addition, they dug out everything around it, put in new facilities to make it modernized, but also keep the original feel. Following that offseason, the Cubs had done something they hadn't done in over 110 years, and they won the World Series. It was electric. This next clip. Oh, sorry, I forgot one. The newest park at the time was Truist Park in Atlanta. That cost $622 million to construct. Wrigley Field took $715 million to fix. That is more than building the newest state-of-the-art stadium. Let's see why that was such a big investment and why they made that investment. So again, they won the World Series for the first time in a very long time. And because of this restoration, they got to celebrate it at the ballpark as it was. This is, again, what I believe to be the best clip in sports, because this is a community who hasn't had a championship, we can relate to that, can't we? A championship in a really long time, and they got it. And they get to do it as they would have when they won it last time. They got to do it, and here's the clip, which I'd like to share, because it is just, it will cooperate. There we go. Let's see it. Because I just think, I won't say anything, because it's just beautiful. I don't think the audio is on by that. You can see it. I'm not a Cubs fan, but this is, to me, it gives me chills. It gives me chills because, and that's the original marquee. That's the original facade of the building, and they were only able to do this at this spot, at their sacred grounds for baseball, because they put the money into fixing it as it was. And I love that, because I like antiques. If you know me, you know I like antiques. That's an antique, and they fixed it so they could enjoy it as it was meant to be enjoyed. Wrigley Field is one of the best examples of well-spent money. I'll go on for how they restored, kept it original. They spent an absurd amount of money keeping the original ivy in the outfield from dying because it was so important to the community. They kept the original hand-operated scoreboard despite the fact that it wasn't, it's not really that practical. And because of some interesting laws, they actually couldn't obstruct the Wrigley rooftops from getting a clear view of the stadium because of an agreement from, 1930. All right, it's going to play the clip again. There we go. Next example. The city of San Antonio, Texas. They have a team. They have the Spurs, but they wanted football. They wanted football bad, so badly they spent $400 million on a stadium without even having a team secured to play there. They thought, this was entering the 90s, and in the 90s the NFL said, we're going to give 4 cities an expansion team. Do your best to wow us and maybe we'll give you one. So they did this. They spent $400 million on this very state-of-the-art stadium. And it did not pay off. They did not get a team, and the only team to play there were the Spurs until they got an appropriately sized arena. It was mocked, basically. They put all this money into something that they never ended up getting. And, well, I'd like to talk about that, because was it really a bad investment? I don't believe so. It's actually crossover. They did have a team briefly. In 2005, when the Saints couldn't play the Superdome, they played at the Alamo Dome. And they thought actually they were going to stay there, but they didn't. They moved back to New Orleans, and that miraculous story I've already gone over. But here's what I'd like to go over about why I don't think this was such a failure. Because they still host events. They still host UTSA football. They host the Alamo Bowl. They've hosted the Final Four like 4 times, which is impressive because no one else has done that. And they can even host, it doesn't look it, but that's a baseball stadium too. They've hosted a lot of things. They've made, they've actually brought $4 billion still, despite not having a team, they brought $4 billion to the local economy since opening in the 90s. That's interesting to me. That's interesting. You don't even need a team. You just need that space for people to come together, and that makes money. Clearly it does. This is where we get, maybe it's not so good. Because we have here a very interesting situation. In the 1990s, Atlanta hosted the Olympics, and they built a bunch of new stadiums for that. They spent a lot of money on that. If I can, I forgot to pull out my card for this. I'm very sorry, give me 1 second. I don't have these figures memorized, so. There we go. stadium here cost $465 million to build in the 90s. And they built it to be the home of the Falcons and host some events in the Olympics. And it was very new, very state-of-the-art at the time. And only 25 years later, they're done with it. They want a new one. So they spent $1.6 billion of all new money, only 20% of which was privately funded for this brand new stadium. Because why? Because why would they do that? That's a perfectly good stadium. Don't kid yourself. There's nothing wrong with that stadium, but they blew it up because they wanted a new one. Well, there's a few reasons. The first of which is they wanted to host a Super Bowl, which does a lot for the economy. They wanted to host a Super Bowl badly. They wanted to host all sorts of events, and that's not what the other one could do. So that they put that money toward it. It's new enough that I don't have the kind of figures to show you long term. But I do tell you that on average, the Super Bowl brings in about $200 million in advertisements throughout the year and people coming into the economy. Not just to the stadium, but to the economy, especially in a big city like Atlanta. So this is where I'm not going to tell you how to think about it at this point. This is where I'd like you to start. Is that a good idea? Was that worth it? Was that a good idea to do that? And let's keep going. This is Oakland, California. They had a stadium that hosted two teams. You know, they used to do that. They used to have dual purpose. That's where the A's and the Raiders played. And in the 90s, the Raiders decided to up and leave for California, or Lower California, Los Angeles. And, you know, Oakland wasn't too thrilled about that. So in an effort to lure them back a little later on, they built this monstrosity. As they call it Mount Davis because of the owner who wanted it built. And it added about 30,000, well, all the rings and renovations they did around it, 30,000 in seats. It was about 30,000 before, it's about 60,000 now. But not anymore because they tarped it off. The investment of money into the renovations of the Oakland Coliseum and the diversion away from the community and the way the owners approached it at the time killed the sports team in Oakland. If I had the figures here, which I'm sure I have them memorized anyway, they were top 3, 4 in attendance in the 1985 season. And by this year, no, last year, they had full figures, they were 30th, which is like last. They have an average attendance of 5,000 people. That is less than some minor league teams. And the Raiders, they don't even play there anymore. They didn't take care of them. The city of Oakland rejected ballot measures to make billion-dollar stadiums that were 100% public money. They didn't even let it come to a vote. That was just outrageous. And now we're thinking, you know, maybe this isn't such a great thing. Maybe we got to have a bit more say in it. Let's keep going. This is the most recent example, something I had to do research on last minute because it happened this month. The Arizona Coyotes originated in Winnipeg, and in the early 90s, they were bought and moved to Arizona with the condition that the Winnipeg Jets held their trademark and could reactivate their franchise at a later date. This year, the Arizona Coyotes have had some issues. They stopped paying for their arena and have to pay at a college arena. And then they got bought. Not because of poor attendance, but because of poor ownership. They weren't putting the money into the stadium. They weren't putting it, and they wanted public funds. And so, what happened to the Jets are just happened to the Coyotes. They've gotten deactivated. They've moved to Utah. And that's because of shoddy owners. I know, right? Pardon my tongue. It's just interesting to think about, you know? We've seen some really spectacular examples. But why did this still happen? What's going on here? That's what I want you to think about. Is it so worth it in every situation, or most situations, to put the money into these sorts of things? And is there just a 100% positive impact? This is another recent thing. I know you know it.
I know.
This is the Kansas City Sports Complex. You've got the Royals who play at Kauffman, and you've got the Chiefs who play at Arrowhead. Just 2 months ago, there was a ballot measure to increase or extend the sales tax to improve the stadiums or replace them. And this has been a thing for about 40 years to this point and was going to be extended for another 40 years. And the citizens of Kansas City, Missouri rejected the ballot measure to add money. And this was very interesting at the time because the owner of the Chiefs said if they don't get that money, they might move, which is crazy to think about. You know, when you think of, if you know football, you think of the Chiefs, that's Kansas City, and they've never been anywhere else besides Dallas, but that was for a year. Anyway, that's rooted in Kansas City, but they still try to exploit the public to get the extra money. And these people, the crafts who own this, Hunts, they are worth $25 billion, and they still ask for public funds, 100% public funds, to upgrade and even move the Royals. That is frustrating, I'd say, for something that does so much for the community that they would just rip them out and take them somewhere else because they're not getting public funds for that. And that's really where it comes to a head that I want you to think about, because I can't give you the answer if you think that's worth it or not, because they do so much for the community, and no one can deny that. But you also have to think about, where does it end? Where does it end with giving this money? Where does it, where are you going to draw the line? And I can't tell you that. I'd like you to think about that. And that's, I had a difficult time coming up with Surface Learning Pod for this. I'm not going to beat around the bush on that. It's very difficult to find any sort of thing that I could say, yeah, that's me doing something for the community that is related to this, but I could do this. And this is what I've tried to do, is make you aware of the issue. If you think there's an issue, make you know, oh, that's a really good thing to have, but it also might not be. At the same time, think about your owners. We here have the Illiches, and I wouldn't call them the best. Ever heard of the district we were supposed to 10 years ago? That didn't happen. So just think about that. That's what I'd like to provide to you. It's the only service I could really provide you is inform you about what these things can do, what kind of impact they've made, and also make for yourself if you think that's a good choice to make. Here's the conclusion, basically the same thing I've just said. Is it worth it to you? It's your money, it's your taxpayer money. Here in Detroit, we've got some different arrangements than they have somewhere else, but it's still important to think about because you never know, I don't think that they're gonna move, but I don't think Arizona thought their coyotes were gonna move. So just keep that in mind, be aware, and that being said, any questions? Thank you.
I've heard a proposal that the Olympics should be in the same city every 4 years instead of moving around. What do you think would be the positive and negative impacts of something like that?
It's very interesting because I actually did research that as part, but I wanted to kind of keep it focused on American themes. When you host the Olympics, you put a lot of money into building these big grand stadiums, many of them. And most of the time, they get left abandoned after. If you go to Rio and you take a look at how things have looked there since the Olympics, there are I think 60% of the venues they built in the parks that they constructed were left abandoned because they didn't have the public funds to keep them up. So the positive would be if you had a permanent Olympic park, you wouldn't have to keep spending this public money, which, in Rio, they have a lot of issues to address, but they didn't. They put them towards the Olympics, and then they left those venues. That perfectly good space to put good things is empty. It's gone. You can't use that again. It's not always that, though. When the U.S. hosts the Olympics in 2028, a lot of their venues are ones that are going to be built. I'm very excited for that because they're going to go to the Rose Bowl, which is a record 4th time that they've hosted Olympic Games. But a permanent Olympic park, you wouldn't have to do all those sorts of things. So, again, that's for you to decide. If you think that's a good idea, for my community, I would not want to host the Olympics because that is a lot of money, especially in Detroit. They could put that to really good use for something that, the eyes of the world are on Detroit for, how long. But then, all those things, when the eyes are gone, you look at the things that are left and they just sit there. You remember the Silverdome? How it sat there for years and years and years and years? That's that times 10 in Rio right now. So I wouldn't want that for my community. But that's an interesting question, but that is really up to you if you think that's a good thing. Yeah.
Is the draft a good investment for Detroit?
Oh, that was a stupendous investment. They built a draft stage. I don't have the figures because that's just something that's going on. But they built a draft stage, and I don't know if you read about this. They shattered the attendance record for day one for the NFL draft with 275,000 people showing up to downtown Detroit last night. What? That's great. That's great. That's great news. That's a great investment. I don't know how much they spent on it, but it could have been more than $50 million. And do you see that terrible Detroit Hollywood sign they built? I don't know. That's what did it. That's really what that was a good investment. But yeah, that was a stupendous investment. All right, Dylan.
This really does feel like almost a passion project. When you started this, did you want to go immediately into it, or were there other things that you were looking to focus on and then you came to this, or was this your go-to?
Well, let me give a bit of a demonstration for this. So let's say, that's my lump of clay. And that's where I started. I was like, this is my passions. It's pretty, generalized. And then over the time, probably took a little too much time to do this because it put a little bit more stress on myself at the end than I should have. But slicing away at it like, oh yeah, here's a good nugget. Here's what I'm going to focus on. I'm going to develop that further. And what can I do that's informative? What does not everybody know about that is still really passionate for me? And that's, how I did that architectural stuff and engineering stuff. I really like doing that. But I couldn't really make a project about that in the way I wanted to. But this way, I got to, inform you about some things that could happen to our community, just be aware of. And to answer your question, this was a bit of a passion project for me. I can speak on something. My dad always told me, and my mom, since I was little, if you gave me like 10 seconds to do a presentation for 3 hours, I'd be able to do it in a heartbeat. And I just really love doing this sorts of things. So yeah, it was a bit of a passion project. Any other questions? But yeah.
You talked a lot about public funds versus private funds for sports teams and stuff. So I'm curious on your thoughts of like the Packers, how it's owned by the fans, and if that is something that you think would be beneficial for other teams in other cities, or if that's like a horrible idea. Just like your opinions on that.
The Packers, I hate them, but they're such an interesting example of a sports team because nothing is like that in the world. Well, in Europe, I guess, but in America, that's a town that owns a team, and that's a stadium that is owned by the fans, and that is super duper interesting. I don't think that would work everywhere because the town of Green Bay is not huge, but they still, and that's been historic. Green Bay Packers have been around forever, and they've always been that way. But if you started a franchise in Queens, let's say, and everyone in Queens owned a part of it, that wouldn't work because it's different there. It's different. I love how they do it there, but I do not think it would work everywhere else. Did that answer your question? All right, thanks. Anyone else? Oh, yeah, Ms. Olsen?
I just want to make an appointment with you so we can talk about Welcome to Wrexham at a later point. All right?
All right.
Okay.
You did everything.
Yeah.
Hey, I just want to say how proud I am of you. That was really awesome. I didn't see the whole thing, but what I did see was amazing.
I really appreciate it.
So nice job. Everybody give him another round of applause.
One more question.
Did you ever look at like the correlation and causation of like other like subtopics that aren't economic? Because I remember one time I read this thing about like they compared like crime rates to like the success of a sports team. So did you ever look into anything like that?
I did. So in a previous iteration of this project, that's about 2 weeks dead. I spent time putting it together, and there was a lot more things. There was like, I did a whole bit on culture, I did a whole bit on, that sort of thing. But by the time that I was looking back, like, okay, so how am I going to polish this? It wasn't something I could be proud of because it was just so patchwork. I decided to go back through it, pick out the parts I liked, put it into something more concise and something I could speak on like this, where I didn't have to keep looking at the slider. And that's just how I wanted to do it. But yeah, I did look into stuff like that. There was an image I had on the original slideshow. Have you ever seen the picture after the Tigers won the World Series when the cop car was overturned? That is a very infamous image that directly impacted how the rest of the country viewed Detroit. They were like, oh, that's a madhouse. That's, and that undid a lot of efforts at the time. And so that was something I had in here, but I did have to cut it, unfortunately. But it is an interesting topic. All right. Thank you so much. You've been a wonderful
Our program. In May of junior year, students begin their research by formulating questions. They leave for the summer with those questions. They spend the summer contemplating how to answer those questions, looking for sources on how to answer those questions. When they come back in the fall, they begin the research paper process. By the end of first trimester, they were ready to roll with a 20-page research paper. That paper turned into a service learning project because one of the taglines for our program is turning knowledge into action. And then finally, those components turned into what you are going to see here today, a 20-minute presentation about their findings and why those findings are relevant to you. So this morning during A lunch, we are going to have Anna and Sophie presenting. Let's applaud to bring the attention. I'm so proud of them, and let's
everyone. Oh my God, my mic's working. My name is Anna. My presentation today is called Don't Be Hysterical, the Myth of Female Madness from Lobotomy to Literature. It's my big boy presentation. Let's get started. We're gonna play a game. If you're not able to stand, that is totally all right. A raise of hand is totally fine. But I'm gonna call a list of about 5 characteristics and you're gonna stand. And at the end, I'll reveal the context of why you're standing. Okay. Stand or raise your hand if you've ever struggled with insomnia. Okay. Raise your hand or stand if you've ever struggled with anxiety. There you go. And finally, raise your hand or stand if you don't identify as a devout Christian. There you go. You can sit now, don't worry. You're all good. But if you had any of these things, you would most likely be accused of being hysterical, or if you were born about 500 years ago, you would probably be accused of being a witch, or something along the lines of witch, depending on where you lived. But to begin, Gen Z has an obsession with hysteria. We tend to romanticize and novelize our own mental health issues in order to make it more appealing to our general population. I know all of these images came from my personal Instagram, TikTok, Tumblr, Pinterest is a big one, and I think I've sent every single one of these to a friend of mine. Yeah, that should tell some of you something. But what does it really mean to call a woman hysterical? What are the connotations that come historically, psychologically, and medically with the term hysterical in context to women? Let me introduce myself before we get into it, though. My name's Anna Geisler. I'm a C-Home senior and a senior in the flexible scheduling program. I'm the president of Feminism Club and March for Our Lives Birmingham, which works to get rid of gun violence in our own communities. I'm part of the forensics and debate team. And I chose my topic because it's an intersectionality of all of the things that I love dearly and I love to learn about. Psychology, history, women's history, social studies, and English. And yeah, next year I'll be studying political communications and gender studies at Emerson College in Boston, Massachusetts. So, yay. Thank you. Our roadmap goes something like this. We have 3 main sections, and then we'll go into solutions and conclusions. We have historical context, which is our biggest section, the origins of women's medicine and psychology, rise of the alt-right in today's modern 21st century America, and finally, we'll look at conclusions, solutions, and my service learning project. Our guiding questions go something like this. I wanted a framework for what I wanted my research to look like and what I wanted to get out of it as someone who already knew a decent amount about women's history. I wanted to know what are the connotations of calling a woman hysterical historically, how does historical misogyny survive today, and what role do we play in dismantling these myths in our everyday lives? Pretty straightforward, right? Hysteria has 2 main definitions. I know some people might not be aware of it as I am, so I'll lay it out kind of simply. Hysteria has 2 definitions. It's medical definition and it's female hysteria definition, which is the social one. The female hysteria definition is by the National Institute of Health, and the hysteria one is by Merriam-Webster Dictionary. As defined medically, it's an exaggerated or uncontrollable excitement or emotion. And socially, it was once a common medical diagnosis for women, described as exhibiting an array of symptoms, including anxiety, nervousness, sexual desire, insomnia, irritability, loss of appetite for food or sex, or a tendency to cause trouble to others, whatever that means. The diagnosis and treatment were routine for hundreds of years in the Western world and were only recently, contextually, disbanded in the late 1970s. Historical context is where we'll begin. This will give you a bit of a history lesson, what the books did not tell you. Hysteria as a word comes from the Greek word hysterikos, which means of the womb or of the woman, depending on what Greek translation you use, and it was coined by the Greek foundational physician Hippocrates in the 5th century BCE in ancient Athens. We know that his name is the root of both the word hypocrisy and the Hippocratic Oath, which is the promise you make when you go to med school to promise and protect human life at any cost. That leaves us with a pretty contrasting legacy for our man Hippocrates. But the fathers of Western society also had similar ideas and incorrect opinions about the female body and mind. Both these men, Aristotle and Plato, studied under Socrates in ancient Athens and would go on to make many of their own theories, which we live by in today's society as well. Aristotle saw women as malinformed men. Basically, they could not function in a Greek society because it was too complex and too much for them to handle, which is why they had no rights in ancient Athens. Or maybe you're into Plato. He took a more medical approach and saw the uterus as a wandering womb, as it's still called today, in which the uterus would wander through the body, either in the face, where it would cause a woman to have a sinus infection or a cold, or where it's usually in the stomach and lower abdomen, which is when a woman would be on her period. The witching period is the most dramatic period of this history. We're all familiar with Salem and women being burned at the stake and those images we see in our world history textbooks, but where does it originate? Heinrich Kramer, an angry German inquisitor from 14th to 15th century Germany, loved the Pope so much, specifically Pope Innocent II and his papal bull saying that witches were the devil of all society. He wrote the Malleus Maleficarum, or the Hammer of Witches, in 1486, that basically called for the torture and execution of witches in all forms. And some of his characteristics, let's take a look at these. A weaker in faith, which could mean not going to church for a day because you're sick or had to take care of your children. Carnal towards men, which means you either refuse sexual advances or consensually agree to them, lose-lose. And strong personalities. Once again, most humans have strong personalities, so that should tell you something. It is the most published piece of Western witch literature still to this day. There are hundreds of thousands of copies every year from 1486. But between roughly 1200 and 1600, continental Europe executed anywhere between 200,000 and 500,000 witches. That's a lot of people, and 85% or more thought to be women and girls, but we will never have a real number because not all of them were documented. This data comes to us from the University of Chicago, which did a whole study, and this data is from this map is from an independent source that used the said data. We see that the bigger the dots, it's a little dark, but from the larger the dots, the more people were persecuted, and the redder the dots, the more likely you were to be murdered. And then the white dots were trials themselves, and you can't really see the purple dots, but there's a decent amount of those, which represent religious battles, because much of this happened during the wars of religion in Europe. And that gets into our causes. Historians don't really know why it is that they did this. It kind of spiked in the 12th century and decreased in the 17th century. But they have some theories, and it comes down to these three main historical periods. The European Wars of Religion, which is a 100-year period in which Protestants and Catholics vied for power in Western Europe because of Luther's Reformation. The Little Ice Age, which was about a 500-year period in which there was no solar flare, so the Earth got really cold, and there was also a couple of volcanic eruptions in Indonesia, which we think covered the Earth in dust, which left most people to get sick or starvation because of non-nomadic farming. And then the aftermath of feudalism, which is the end of the European Crusades, which saw basically the whole social structure of Western Europe wiped out. And all of these lead into one thesis, in my brain at least, a scapegoat for society's hatred of imperfect women. When people have something going on that is much bigger than them, or that they cannot control personally, they tend to blame the people with the least amount of power, influence, or structure. And in this case, it was women who didn't fit their idea of what a powerful or even just influential woman could be at that time, which was not really a thing. But colonial witchcraft was the natural continuation of this movement. Usually by English Puritan settlers in Virginia and Massachusetts, they tended to see Virginia native groups as devil worshippers because of their lack of understanding about Christianity. We know of about 24 or so trials in Virginia between 1692 and the Revolutionary period, so about 1775, but we think there must have been much more because they weren't recording these as actual trials due to their belief that Native people weren't people. And then following societal expectations were a vital part of Puritan religion. So even if you were good enough and holy enough to go to heaven, if the people around you weren't either, or if they were sinning, then you would still go to hell. So they held everyone to a really high account. Salem is our most infamous piece of cultural awareness about witchcraft. It is part of everything you will learn about in life. And when you're in history, US history in elementary school, you sometimes watch like Paranorman or something. But we're all aware of Salem. For good reason. You saw the wrongful imprisonment of 150 people, including a 4-year-old girl and several women over the age of 85, which is crazy, and the execution of 19 victims, 14 of whom were women, and one of them were not aware of their sex, so it could be 15. Now we have our natural progression into the 19th and 20th centuries, in which people and societies started seeing the human body as something that wasn't just some like crazy far-off theory. It was now real, and they could experiment as the progression of science and industrialization progressed to this point. But this saw also the rise of hysteric doctors, or hysteria doctors, who made their living off of trying to cure women of their instability. Silas Worrell Mitchell, a prominent doctor from Philadelphia, promoted the rest cure, which was basically a time where a woman would be kept in a room for a couple of weeks to a couple of months, up to a year, in a room with no social interaction. And it was thought that it would just naturally come out of her through her excrement. So they would put something hot at the head and something cold at the bottom and see if it would come out. Newsflash, it didn't. But that saw rise to Yellow Wallpaper, which is an incredibly good piece of Western literature by Charlotte Perkins Gilman, who fell victim to it herself and actually wrote it down, making most of society aware of what was happening to women who were having issues with their mental health. And Richard Morey's book, a Canadian psychiatrist, performed invasive surgeries such as the hysterectomy, hysteria, hysterectomy, womb, and the removal of the clitoris and genital mutilation, which usually resulted in the woman and the patient being dying or falling very sick within a couple of years, and usually dying because of the lack of germ theory that they held. But Sigmund Freud saw this as more a psychological thing, not something that you could get rid of physically, but had to be done through originals therapy and their foundations of psychology as a profession. His two main theories about women were penis envy and the female condition. Penis envy is an incredibly famous one. You'll learn about it if you psych. And the idea that women had hysteria because they were castrated by boys as little girls because they didn't have male reproductive organs. And that's why he believed that men were drawn to women and vice versa, because it made them feel more adequate to be surrounded by men, which is not only, inherently sexist, but also heteronormative. And the female condition, which was his first ever published theory, said something similar to Plato and Aristotle, that women in the Victorian era could not sustain industrialization, and that's why they were getting more and more mentally ill, was because they couldn't deal with all the new stuff in the world. And then once again, it all comes back to his theory of inner conflict because of repressed memories and dreams, which is his overall theory, but he believed that women were more prone to this than men, obviously. The lobotomy, our final medical investigation. I know, this is disturbing, right? I see people like wincing. But basically after World War II, they had all of these soldiers with mental health issues, PTSD, shell shock, etc., who had nowhere to go and could not live in society because they were so damaged from what they saw in the Pacific and Atlantic theaters. So they put them in psych wards, and they came up with this. Usually an ice pick-like tool that was inserted through the nostril or the eyelid in later cases, and to damage the frontal lobe until it became no longer functional. Nearly 60% of American lobotomy patients were women, and in Ontario, Canada, it was upwards of 75%. And even though a majority of these institutionalized in the United States were men, women made up a majority of those to receive the procedure, and most of these women were not veterans, right, or mentally ill at all. They were queer, neurodivergent, physically disabled, or had differing political beliefs from what was mainstream at the time. Most of the cases and recorded things never said why they got the procedure, only that they had had it. And finally, the rise of the alt-right and the idea of cool misogyny in 21st century America. These are some of the things that I grew up seeing. Take a minute, absorb them, read them, be disgusted by them because they are disgusting. But we see that as we've entered 21st century, and the media as a way of getting your news has spread to where everyone can have a platform. This led rise to extremist groups having opinions and sharing them online, which then spread through all of our communities, People like Andrew Tate, who spread misogyny as a way of getting back to the normal world where society was normal and good again, or the good old days. But men call female partners hysterical. Male bosses wonder if women employees have the mental endurance to do their tasks, and male politicians call female journalists crazy for challenging their ideas and policies. The rise of the alt-right and nationalism directly launched a new and improved idea of hysteria that has been masked as proving someone wrong, right? But once again, this happened yesterday, which gives us a bit of idea of where we are as a country and what we can lead to solutions. But once again, let's return to the women themselves. Take a look at these women. I'll give you a couple of seconds, maybe 15. Collect what you see as a common factor among them all. Just like. If you said that they were all women in power, you would be correct. Many of these women run their own countries, congressional districts, courts for the entire country of the United States, presidential candidates, news anchors on primetime TV, mayors, senators, congresswomen, presidential candidates, UN officials, people who have worked their whole lives to get to where they are, right? And these women have all been called hysterical. In my research, was able to find articles for every single one of these women, more that I was aware of than others, right? People like Gretchen Whitmer, who I interact with on my news every day, but other people who I wasn't aware of, like the presidential candidate in Mexico, who is a woman and would be the first female president of the country of Mexico, has faced much discrimination within her own party. But once again, these women were also hysterical. All of these women were foundational people in the basis of our societies, in activism, in art, in literature, in politics, in philosophy, in the way that we live our lives, and who have progressed for us so that we have been where we are. You can see that it's just an everlasting cycle. So that comes to the idea of my service learning project, which was a similar presentation that I gave to the Feminism Club, which I am proudly the president of and who I love very much, about the history of the word hysteria, kind of a shortened version of this. And then we had a seminar on what we had experienced with the word hysteria and how it has influenced our lives beyond what we've usually been able to kind of philosophize. And my findings were what I thought they would be, right? That most of these people, most of my friends, people I care a lot about, had been called hysterical, crazy, something along the lines of that by male sports coaches, teachers, parents, uncles, grandparents, friends, cousins, boyfriends, et cetera, et cetera. And some of them weren't as aware of what the connotations of being called that were. But once again, that leads to my conclusion in some way is there a subjective conclusion, right? Is there one way that we can progress as a country or as a society to get to the point where we aren't calling women crazy and that we're holding them to the same level as we're holding everyone else? It was really hard for me to come up with some idea of, was there one way? Was it even possible? Do women deserve an apology, et cetera? But I came to the idea that the personal is political. What we think matters to us is because of this. And there's this whole idea that personality and self-identity should not be involved, and feelings should not be involved in politics or social change. But I say that's BS, because everything we've seen as societal progression has been because people were upset. So holding women to have to be able to make their own emotions into social change was my overall finding. If I could say anything that I've learned from this project, it's that the personal is political. 4 words, simple, but what is effective? Thank you for listening. Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead. I don't bite.
I think they just feel so informed. They don't have many questions. Thank you so much, Anna.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for Tanya?
Okay, hi everybody. I'm really excited to share my senior research with you, and I'm going to be talking about the impact of consumer habits on American journalism, more specifically coverage of foreign affairs. So to begin, I just wanted to share an excerpt from a CBS broadcast. When I was starting to narrow down what I wanted to write about, I knew I wanted to focus on something to do with foreign affairs coverage, and I started to find some troubling patterns in what I was seeing. This example here, the person who said it later apologized, and then this is a different example. It wasn't a journalist who said this, but this happened in an interview, and the journalist who was speaking with this person never corrected them. And what was clear to me when I saw this was, I'm sure a lot of you have seen the TED Talk about the danger of a single story in English class maybe like 8 times. And what was very apparent to me as I started to look at the current coverage of different things happening in the world, there are a couple different single stories that stood out. And one of them is this idea that the natural condition of the Middle East is a state of war, and that's basically all that happens there. The other is kind of this idea that Africa is just a place of poverty, and that's all that happens there. And then on the flip side, the West is, or Europe is kind of framed as, you know, being different than this, and eventually, like, when you examine the coverage, it becomes a little bit more, like, clear that things happening in Europe are very much more amplified and paid more attention to. But before I get into it, let me introduce myself. My name is Sophie. I'm a senior in Flex. And this topic kind of comes at the intersection of my 2 greatest passions, which are journalism and global affairs. They're also kind of part of the 2 defining things that have been of my experience here the past 4 years. One of them, the global affairs, comes from Flex. We spent a lot of time, especially last year during anthropology year, just examining like stereotypes, where they come from, like how we think about people in the world, why we act the way that we do, all that good stuff. And then journalism, I've been the editor-in-chief of our newspaper here at CM for 2 years. And next year I'll be studying these things in college. I'm going to be majoring in global affairs and getting a minor in journalism, hopefully at the University of Notre Dame. So what I want is to kind of, first a quick roadmap. First I'm going to start with the guiding questions, kind of how I came to what my topic is going to be. And then I'm going to talk about the state of the journalism industry today, why it matters, how it relates to the way that consumers are interacting with the media, and how that ultimately influences what's produced. And then I'm going to talk about some different solutions that we could have. So the first question I kind of had was, when I saw this pattern of these narratives that weren't really showing the whole story of what is happening in these different places, was whose fault is it? Because when you look at a single piece of work and you kind of see these stereotypes coming out, it's very easy to pinpoint this journalist could have said something differently. They could have changed what they were saying, they could have used different language, they could have shown more of what was happening than just this one specific part. But when you look at it as a big pattern and it starts to emerge that these are all general trends, it's harder to blame that on just one organization or one journalist, because that would be impossible. So then I came to this idea of kind of the economic side. Newspapers have to make money. And so I realized that the way that consumers are interacting with the media actually has a huge impact on what they produce, because they have to be making stories that people will read, because otherwise they won't make any money. So my main question for this was, what happens when you combine this kind of commitment of journalists to kind of broaden people's perspective and shed light on things? What happens when you combine that with the economics? And also, what narratives do consumers kind of feel inclined to go to, and why? So first, I just wanted to talk about why this is especially prevalent right now, and what the current industry kind of looks like. The first thing we see is, with the digital transformation in media, this whole explosion of different choices. And consumers have a lot more control right now over what media they're interacting with, because before, when it was just like in print, you know, if you deliver the news, you kind of see the articles laid out for you, you have to flip through them, you have to figure out which ones you're going to read. And it was also not as traceable as to what articles people were specifically interacting with, because you know how many are selling, but you don't know which specific articles people are reading, aside from like things you might hear like causing a big, you know, storm. But with the digital transformation, not only can news organizations now very easily track which articles people are actually reading, people have a lot more choice over what they're reading. So the kind of habits are becoming more clear. And also this means journalists have to work to make sure that people are engaging with their content more, because if the specific articles aren't bringing enough attention, then they're not going to be able to keep writing them, things like that. The other reason why consumer choice is so important right now is because the industry is facing a lot of financial trouble. Subscriptions are going down, news outlets are closing in general, and this means that, you know, the pressure is on to create things that people are going to be interacting with. And then, this all kind of gets worsened by the 24-hour news cycle. You know, now, when something happens, it is expected to be in the press immediately. Journalists have to make decisions very quick, and this means that the stories that kind of need a longer time to dig into, which might be the ones that are helping to broaden people's perspective on foreign affairs, are harder to write, and they're not as often being pursued because there's just isn't the time for it, and the difficult conversations and decisions that need to be made regarding the content of them, there's not always as much time for that to happen. So this means that, as I've said, the way that consumers are interacting with the news has a huge impact on what is being produced right now. So what are these choices that consumers are making? We're going to do this a couple times, but I want you to look at these two different articles and think about which one you would choose to read if you could only click on one of them. Raise your hand if you think you would read the first one. Raise your hand if you think you would read the second one. A lot more people raised their hand for the second one. This introduces the first thing that consumers are looking for when they're picking a news article: proximity. If you perceive something as being more important to what's going on in your life right now, you're more likely to read it. And it's also more comfortable. People seek narratives that they're at least partially familiar with when they have to make decisions as to what they're going to read, because it's easier to understand, and yeah, it's easier to understand. So this means that, one, the press is very aware of this. So there was a study in Columbia Journalism Review that was looking at what kind of areas of the world coverage on human rights violations was appearing in. And it found that there was almost like 80% more coverage of things happening in Latin America regarding human rights than other places of the world, when you might think it would be more globally distributed. And then also, American journalists were more likely than their peers to name readers in their target audience having a connection to the story as a reason to publish something than journalists in other countries, because it's emerged as a pattern. So again, look at these two and decide which one you think you would read. Raise your hand if you think you would read the first article. What about the second one? So more of you said the first one. This is because stories that have one emerging person involved or one point are much likely to have a greater influence over the reader than stories that have a large number that's kind of harder to get a grasp on. And so as I was doing my research, I kind of started to wonder, what our limit of being able to, feel a connection to other events is, what the limit of, how much news we can consume and care about. And so I started to find that the stories that kind of emerge as getting a lot of attention are the ones that focus on something that's very tangible. And going back to this example of this story, it was written at a time where there was a lot of news about refugees. And this article did something that the other ones couldn't, or mostly just this work of photojournalism, the photograph. And after this photo was published, the donations to the Red Cross went up almost $400,000 because people were so motivated by the photograph to act. And the stories that turn into action are the ones that have this level of impactfulness. And this impacts the way that journalists craft stories. Because if you know that when something gets more complex or involves more people, it's less likely to be read, then the stories that emerge are kind of going to be like this and focused on kind of a single part of it. And this can contribute to the problem I was talking about earlier as kind of helping to create these single narratives, because the more context you add, you might think the less likely somebody's going to actually take the time and effort to pick it up and read it. Okay, last one. Please look at these and think which one you would read. Okay, raise your hand if you think you would read the first one. Raise your hand if you think you would read the second one. So more of you said you would read the first one. Another thing that people really look for when they're picking an article to read is urgency. And negative news is often perceived to be less urgent, less worthy of reading. And if you only have 5 minutes to read something and you go on, your New York Times app, you're probably not going to pick on the article that doesn't seem like it's impacting the world around you right at this moment. And those are often the ones that are actually intended to help broaden your perspective. And oftentimes, when we look at these single narratives, part of it is because the stories about war, the stories about flooding, the stories about great economic hardships are more likely to be read because they're seen as more valuable and more informative. But this can help create those single narratives. So it's kind of hard to combat this problem because if the solution is just adding extra articles, that can be hard to do. So combining this all, I was reading, when I was doing my research, I found this article in the Michigan Daily written by a student at the University of Michigan, and she was basically arguing that the huge response to the fire at the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris was actually an example of a huge bias towards Western narratives because of the amount of attention it got, because of the amount of donations it got, and because people overall seemed to care more about it than, for example, she contrasted it to a bombing that had happened in Pakistan that day that killed 20 people. And I'm not saying that this is necessarily wrong, and she wasn't really trying to blame people for this, but it does raise an interesting point of, we prioritize things that, one, we have proximity to. This is something that maybe a lot of people in America are familiar with, and it's also, easy to comprehend. You're not really having to challenge any of your perspectives to kind of look at the story. And so part of the reason why this gained so much traction and was seen as so important kind of goes into what I was talking about. So for my service learning, I decided that I wanted to have a conversation with people who have been reading news and looking at news for a lot longer than I have been. So I went to the senior center right on Midwell, and I talked to 6 different seniors about their experience just kind of reading the news and interacting with it over the years. And they had a lot of really interesting things to say. And the main point that they had, I presented a little bit of my research to them first. And the main point they had was they think that there are more options to read now, but they actually find that very limiting, and they think it's kind of harder to comprehend what's going on in the world and harder to find ways to become more informed because it's so complicated. And they were saying that usually when they find a piece of information now, they like to fact check it across multiple different sources. And it just kind of confirmed that the current landscape is just making this all worse. And they also said a lot of other different things. They were very informed. I had a lot of fun, but yeah. And so what became abundantly clear to me during my research was that kind of these 3 things are overwhelmingly representative of a lot of different general trends of how people are picking what they want to read, and they have a lot of impact because not only do the articles that people are clicking on dictate, whether or not journalists can keep pursuing stories like that, they also have to keep these in mind before they even publish them. So it's very limiting because if they know that something they do differently is maybe not going to work as much, they're not really able to pursue that, and that can be a problem. So, of course, then I started to wonder, how can this be fixed? So as I mentioned kind of earlier with the piece of negative news, the way right now that people try to kind of disband these negative stereotypes or just kind of in general broaden people's understanding of the world is through, they're keeping the news articles the same and then adding different ones. So this can be kind of something about maybe the culture in a place or just anything that's focusing more on the citizens than maybe government actions or things like that. The problem with this is it's less likely to work because if people aren't going to actually click on them, it's not really getting anything done. So I was reading about this suggested solution, which is kind of making everything in general more globalized, but more specifically when talking about conflict or bad things happening, making sure you're incorporating the context into the story. And this, on the flip side, what this means for you is it's just important to try to remember the context and find the rest of the context when you are looking to become more informed. But a good example about this was just looking at political arguments and things, or war, it's really important to separate like the citizens from government and things like that, and that's just not happening enough right now in the media. And I think this could be a very good solution to that. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, thank you so much for listening.
Hi, everybody. They gave me a microphone. All right, so welcome to the final hour of Big Boards 2024. We have two exciting guests, or two exciting speakers. Eden and Xavier are going to present during B-Lunch today. And yeah, go ahead and clap. As a reminder, if their presentations go over into passing time or into fourth hour, you will be excused. You will not be marked tardy to your next class. So please stay here and don't disrupt them if, you know, the hour is going to end. Anyhow, for those of you who haven't been here yet for an hour of Big Boards today, I will give a little brief history. Flex has been around since 1964, and Big Boards has been a part of the program since 1964. It's called Big Boards because at the time, we didn't have all this great technology yet, and students were literally presenting using poster boards or big boards, right? So we are in the future now using these big screens, fancy lights, all of this technology, but the basics of the program remain the same. Flex is a student-centered program based on inquiry. It is interdisciplinary English and social studies, and we are immensely proud of all of our students. So that's about all I have to say, and I'm going to hand it over to Xavier.
Alrighty, okay, all mic'd up. To be or not to be, an inquiry into immortality. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. Basically, immortality is a superhuman subject, as in every single civilization across the world has always talked about it. We've been kind of enraptured with this idea of never dying. One of the first great works made in the world, and especially written down, is called the Epic of Gilgamesh. And it centers around, the king of the old city of Uruk, which you see right there, trying to find a way to live forever after he sees his friend die. But of course, the Epic of Gilgamesh is not alone. As I said, every single civilization has had these stories and mythologies surrounding immortality. We have the mythology of the 8 Immortals out of China. We have a big part of Gulliver's Travels by Jonathan Swift. We have Native American tribes talking about losing their own immortality to a coyote, and many, many, many more stories. Dracula, The Good Place, even Night at the Museum, in a small part, deals with the idea of what death is and what would happen if we could avoid it. And somehow we went from all of these stories in just the last year to here.
Hi, my name is Brian Johnson, and I am a professional rejuvenation athlete. Like Magellan, who circumnavigated the globe, or Shackleton, that tried to traverse the South Pole, I am a modern-day explorer searching for the fountain of youth.
As he said, that is Brian Johnson, and what he says might seem a little extreme, but what he does is even more crazy. He gets blood transfusions from his 18-year-old son. He spends about $2 million per year to try to live longer or even reverse his aging. And he eats all of his meals before 11 a.m. He sleeps alone every night. He does red light therapy. And basically his whole life is centered around extending that life. But as I said, this is kind of a super recent phenomenon. We see this happening all the time in just the last couple of years with a lot of really, really rich people investing into companies that are looking for eternal life or just doing things like Brian Johnson is doing and trying to find a way to extend their life. And as someone who's going to go into the bioengineering world, and especially the genetic engineering world, who might focus on trying to find ways to stop dementia or Alzheimer's by letting people, live longer by reversing aging, this question kind of popped up at the start of the year. What will change if humans live forever? What in society is going to have to, change to accommodate people living to astronomical ages? But first, we have to answer two questions. The first, do we want to live forever? And the second, can we live forever? Because, without answers to these questions, it's not really worth asking what will change. Because, if we don't want to live forever, at least a lot longer, and if we can't live forever, or at least a lot longer, then nothing will change, and we'll have that answer. So first, to kick it off, do you really want to live forever? Great song, we should all listen to it. Forever Young, great movie as well. But as we saw before, there's some people that absolutely want to do everything they can to live longer, especially those millionaires and billionaires that we saw before. My ultimate goal, don't die. But at the same time, there's some people that sure don't. On the screen, you see Dr. Ezekiel J. Emanuel. He's an oncologist, studied at Harvard, worked as a doctor for a lot of years. Most importantly, he's a really prominent bioethicist. So he talks about really ethical things. He's written, hundreds of papers on it, and he's written a lot of articles as well, with his most famous being the article he published in 2014 in The Atlantic magazine called Why I Hope to Die at 75. And basically in this article, he kind of pokes fun at people like Brian Johnson and says what they're doing is quite futile, because even if they live, a lot longer than their parents, he doesn't think that we're going to be able to extend that healthy lifespan. He basically says an extra 20 years in hospice is not going to be good for anybody. Nobody really wants that. So people like Brian Johnson would better spend their time just enjoying the 75 years than they have each day, instead of, eating all their meals by 11 a.m. and optimizing every single part of their life. And when we look at contemporary data, we'll see that Dr. Emanuel's critiques show up. But at the start, it looks like it's pretty split. This is a study done with 121 centenarians, so people who live to at least 100, and they asked them the kind of morbid question, like, do you have a will to live? Which is kind of crazy, like imagine asking your own grandparents that. But basically it was kind of split down the middle, as I said. 33% said no, 33% said yes, 33% said they didn't really care. But when we took a little deeper dive into the data, we see that if people don't have a will to live, they're much more likely to have chronic pain. They're also much more likely to have zero friends or not hear from any of their friends, especially when we compare it to people who do have a will to live. They tend to have a lot less pain all the time, as well as having a lot more friends. In a Norwegian study with people aged 60 and older, these same ideas kind of pop up. Having dementia or having physical camaraderies really make life less worth living. You're dealing with pain all the time, and it's kind of like intuitive, like we kind of get that. It'd kind of suck to live life without being able to really experience it. And that was also the focal point of a study with Germans aged 20 to 90. They asked them, how long do they want to live? How long do you want to live? What does living longer look like to you? And we really see, again, this really instinctual idea that we want to be able to control our lives. We want to be able to have control over how we live and how we die. So people really want to live as long as they have the ability to live. So basically, all the contemporary data together, we see that Dr. Emanuel is kind of right. If we're not expanding our health span, our healthy years spent alive, then it's kind of not worth living, because we're not going to be able to find that pleasure within our lives. And this brings me to a thought experiment as proposed by Dr. Ido Lando. He's a philosophy professor at the University of Haifa. And he made this thought experiment to have people question immortality for themselves. So that's what I want you today. I'm speaking to you, but I want you to consider immortality for yourself. Would you take a pill that gave you immortality? Of course, there's a few stipulations to kick it off. You won't age, or you'll be in the prime of your life, so you're not going to have to deal with any physical or mental illnesses that come with aging, and you're not going to exist in a society that went through some nuclear war, so you're not going to be the only human left on planet Earth. If you take the pill, raise your hand. Most of you probably wouldn't. And why? The first reason most people give is the death of family and friends. It's a super morbid thought, right? But Dr. Ito Lando goes and he says, if your whole family were to disappear today, most of us would probably continue on living. But again, since we're going to consider an immortal society, he says, okay, what if I gave you an extra 20 to 50 to 100 pills to dole out to your friends? You were able to give that immortality not just to yourself, but to others. If you take the pill now, raise your hand. Another big critique of living forever is that it goes against nature. There's this idea that humans are kind of programmed to die at a certain point, like all other organisms, even though that's not totally true. But I'd go on a limb and say most of you probably drove today. Most of you probably got vaccines. Most of you have probably taken medicine. Some of you have probably even gotten surgeries that have extended your life or health span. We kind of pervert nature every single day. So not taking a pill just for the reason that it goes against the natural way of things doesn't really weigh out if you don't run everywhere and if you don't forage in the wild. And then another big critique is that people say life at a certain point is just going to become super boring. But as you see up there, that's the number of feature films released in just US cinemas, and it's going up. Just like every other form of entertainment, there is more and more of it poured out every single year, not to mention all the entertainment that has been made over the lifespan of human civilization. There is essentially no way to take in all that information and entertainment. And that's not even, that's all the good stuff too. It's not just the terrible things that we see. But there's so many things to do, especially as human civilization becomes more technologically savvy. We're able to invent more and more things that are really fun to do. Now think 200 years ago. Did we have trampoline parks? No, but we do now. And then something also, Lando points to this, is like most of us have favorite meals, right? If we ate that every single day, we'd become really bored of it. But if we ate that favorite meal every 2 weeks, we'd probably continue to love it. So if you're going to live forever, you just have to find 14 things that you'd really love. And the last point, a lot of people, we just kind of have this existential dread about living forever. I just can't live forever. And to that, Ito Lando says, some people explain that they wouldn't opt for the pill because the condition is irreversible. Once people take the pill, they can never die. There is no escape from this condition. However, this reason is problematic since the alternative condition, death, is also irreversible, and there is no escape from it either. Essentially in this, he's saying, by not taking the pill of immortality, you're rolling the dice. You're saying, okay, I'll choose to die. And maybe you'll wake up in another world, another realm. Maybe one of our religions got it right. Or maybe you'll never see again. If you take the pill now, raise your hand. So we're going to check that first question off. Do you want to live forever? Even if you don't want to live forever, for one of the reasons not put on the board, you can see that people on average do want to live longer given that they're still healthy. So now we're going to move on to our second question. Can we live forever? And anticlimactically, the answer is no. It's considered quite biologically impossible for people to live forever. We're going to run out in spaces in our brain. We're going to rack up too many genetic mutations. After our cells divide a certain number of times, the telomerase in our cells is going to start to disappear. So it's kind of impossible. However, what's not impossible is living to 150 years, according to Dr. David Sinclair. Dr. Sinclair is a researcher and a professor of genetics at Harvard, and he's one of the co-directors for the Center of Biology and Aging at Harvard. And he's kind of like the prominent scientist in this aging world, or aging science world. And he published this really famous study last January, or a year ago, in 2023, where he showed that he was able to speed up aging in mice and reverse aging in mice through manipulating their genes. He manipulated their epigenome, which connects the genome, but we're not going to really talk about it. But basically, manipulating aging is not something that is impossible. Obviously, we've been shown to do it, and things are only happening faster. And the best way to see how things are going to change in the aging world or any scientific field If you want research to come out, if you want treatments to come out, there's one thing that trumps everything, and that's money. If you want to have treatments made, just like cancer research in the 80s and 90s, you gotta pour money into it. And as we saw before, billionaires and millionaires are pouring their money into it. And, in the public sector, we also have a lot of money coming in. That's the funding level for the NIA, the National Institute of Aging, and they get about $4 billion per year. And then, as you can see, it's only gone up in the last couple of years to keep this research on aging. Other countries like Saudi Arabia are also pushing billions of dollars into this anti-aging industry. So when we think about will treatments come up, if all of this money is coming in and, oh God, anyways, when we look at all of this, we look at David Sinclair, we see that if it is possible and there's money coming in, then it is going to happen. So, is it possible to live forever? As you saw, it's not impossible. It is impossible to live forever. However, living for a very long time, it's not just possible, but it's going to happen in the next couple of generations. All of us will probably have a descendant that will live to 150 years old. Imagine that. Imagine being 75 and knowing that you still have half of your life left. So, we're going to check that box off. Can we live forever? No. But we're going to change that last question to make it more in accordance with the reality, the world that we're going to live into, the world that our children are going to live into. And we're just going to cross off forever and put a very long time instead. So, what will change when we live for a very long time? Obviously, there's not a ton of research on that since this is a super new phenomenon. However, the Stanford Center on Longevity spent 4 years from 2018 to 2022 looking at all the research on parts of society and basically figuring out what needs to change so that people are able to live healthy and productive 100-year lives. And basically, it's I'd say it's the greatest meta-analysis of all data that has to deal with living longer. And they published their findings in something called the New Map of Life, basically mapping out how the world has to change in order for people to, again, have those productive 100-year lives. And the bottom line was everything that doesn't change will get worse. I'm sure all of us see these things in the news. Health expenditures for the average American, they're going up. Home ownership for the average American is going down. Home prices for the average American are going up, not in accordance with their wages. And people are running out of retirement savings, before they even get to that retirement age. Social Security is also running out. So all these parts of society that we don't take deliberate steps to change now will really make the world, because the science is coming. The science is here. People are going to live to 100 on an average basis, much longer. However, if these things don't change, the world's not going to be able to, accommodate most people. Everything will keep trickling up. So the first thing we're going to look at is healthcare. As you see, the United States spends twice the international average for similarly developed countries on healthcare per person. And we have really, really bad results for that money spent. We're about, middle of a pack or last in most health statuses. And the Peterson G Foundation, who did all this research, attributed that to two things. One is the privatization of the healthcare industry. Basically, when we have just a couple companies running the show in a business where people need to live, none of us can opt out of choosing healthcare. You kind of have to pay their prices no matter what they say, right? And the second is that the American system of healthcare is incredibly complex, which means there's a lot of bureaucracy. And that means when money, is passing through people's hands, when people are delegating jobs to other people, everybody's got to take their cut, which just increases the price for the average consumers, which is us. So I really want you to think back to Dr. Emanuel's critiques. If people aren't able to live healthy lives, if they're not able to go to the doctors, like 28% of Americans aren't, once a year they have to skip because they don't have enough money to, there's no use in living forever. What's the point of an extra 25 years in hospice? So what has to change? We have to provide for universal coverage and remove cost barriers, because people who have to go to the doctor must be able to go to the doctor. A little bit of common sense. And second, we have to reduce the administrative bureaucracy within the United States. People have to just stop taking their cut, raising the prices for average Americans. Next, we're going to go to retirement. And this graph's a little complicated, but really if you're looking at it, life expectancy is that purple line, and it's gone up since the 1900s. And age-adjusted death rate, so basically the amount of people dying per year, has gone down. So there's both, in our society today, less people dying and people living to longer, which means that there's an older population. And while that is a really good thing for society, while it is good that people are living longer and dying less, it does put a great strain on financial systems that were built when people lived less and died more frequently, such as Social Security. And there's a couple of changes that the new Map of Life pointed out. One is that people are going to have to take their financials for retirement more in their hands. We're going to have to, and to do that, people need an increase in financial literacy. When we say that saving for retirement has to be a primary goal at every life stage, that's good, right? But people need to know how to do that. So within education, there needs to be this increased financial literacy so people know what to do. And second, people need more homes. People are able to build wealth by having homes, and through things such as FHA loans, the average American is able to buy a home and therefore have enough money to save for retirement. And these two kind of go together, but we need, again, a decreased reliance on Social Security. Without Social Security today, if we just stopped giving it out, over 33% of its benefits, the people getting Social Security, would be below the poverty line. So we have to have people work later into life so that they're able to support themselves. However, as we'll see in the next few slides, that does not mean you have to slave away until you're 85, doing 50-hour work weeks, doing crazy work weeks, and things like that. So, work. About a year ago, France had some crazy protests over raising the retirement age just 2 years. And we're thinking why don't people want to work longer? Well, because those working conditions aren't really good. So those working conditions, because in this world that's coming where people are living to 100 and 150, retirement age has to go up. It's all about money, and there's simply not enough people to tax if everybody's retiring at 65. So one of the changes that has to come is shorter work weeks. You might be why is Bernie Sanders up there? And he's been a big proponent of changing the average work week to a 32-hour work week, or even 6 hours per day spread out over the week. And basically what we see in most scientific studies dealing with work weeks is that people aren't really productive the whole 8 hours that they're working, that peak production really comes 4 to 6 hours. So just decreasing the amount of time people work will not decrease the amount of productivity that they push out. So if we have shorter work weeks, people are able to live more, and they're more okay with working longer. Imagine you only worked Monday, Tuesday, and then Thursday, Friday every single week. Life would be a lot better. Second, we need more maternity and paternity leave. People need to be able to have children. There's a lot of people in the United States who want to have children. However, cost is the limiting factor. So having more maternity and paternity leave allows people to have more children, which is obviously important for a society, and it allows people to have more satisfaction in life and in their working career. And next, we need more part-time jobs for seniors. As we showed before, we need a decreased reliance on Social Security within the United States if people are going to live to just 100 years old. So there needs to be this stopping of stigma for people to return to work at the age of 65 or 75. And there needs to be these positions that allow for seniors to mentor the younger generations, since that's some of the best advice that they can give to society. That's the best thing they can do for society. And lastly, there needs to be career changes and a return to education. And this kind of emphasizes the whole new map of life that Stanford points out. This was kind of their big message, is that there's going to be less pressure to pack each stage in a longer life. So if people are going to live to 100, we're not going to have to keep grinding every single work week. People are going to be able to change their careers at age 30 and return to education. There's going to be those pathways. And if we're working less in those work weeks, there's going to be more time for the average person to live. You might be like, oh, Xavier, what was your service learning? What did you do? Well, my biggest takeaway was, what I just said, and that as someone who's going to go into the bioengineering world, living longer isn't really good if there's not a lot of healthy years people have. So I decided I'd make some change. So I'm a harpist, so I took my harp out and I found a paying gig. I took the money that I made from that and I put it somewhere where it'd do good, which was Mr. Bruns' hand. And he did this whole campaign for his birthday. He turned 45. He asked people to donate at least $45 so that they would be able to raise money for his nonprofit, Charity Water, in which they provide clean drinking water to people who need it. And you might be like, oh, Xavier, the $50 you gave, it's quite negligible in the long run. You're right, but as part of the $10,130 he raised, it won't be. Change only comes when a lot of people do things that seem insignificant. So we're going to cross that last checklist off. What happens if humans live a long time? Everything needs to change. Quick little summary. People want to live as long as they're healthy. People can live much longer than 76. And even if we only live to 100, everything's going to change. Thank you. Questions? I know someone's got one. Come on. Right there. I absolutely want to live forever. Absolutely. Right there. I guess so, but don't be an idiot. Don't burn your hand. Questions? Right there. So climate change was a big part of the new map of life, and that's one of the biggest existential crises to humans today, along with like nuclear bombs. I think they're about the same level. And what the new map of life said is that we need more infrastructure that supports healthy climates, so having more renewable and safer energy, such as nuclear energy, because we want the babies of 2024 to live until the year of 2124. We need them to have a world. So yeah, we absolutely do need more infrastructure centered around stopping climate change. Right there. Well, within the last last 2 decades, we've gone from changing human cells, adult human cells, back into like those stem cells that we've talked about. That happened in 2009, and as we saw, David St. Clair published. He was able to essentially re-age mice in 2020. So within the next couple of decades, to be quite honest, people are going to start getting treatments to, I think, rebuild their bodies. All right.
Raise your hand if throughout your time at Seaholm you've participated in some sort of extracurricular activity. Now take a look around the auditorium at how many hands are up. According to College Board, an estimated 80% of high school students participate in some sort of extracurricular activity. And when looking at Seaholm, we can definitely see this statistic applying. Whether it be the chess club, the varsity football team, or the tabletop game club, Seaholm students can often be found at school hours before the sunrise and well into the late hours of the night. However, inevitably, among the 80% of these students who have found their sport, their passion, or their club, there's a leftover 20% who have yet to find their community. And after reflecting on my past 4 transformative years at Seaholm, I'm well aware that this was me my freshman year. My freshman year consisted of feelings of isolation, loneliness, and feeling behind my peers. However, based on this photo of me smiling, you would never know that. And that's because this 20% is so good at hiding their true emotions behind screens and smiles. Although I was aware of the endless clubs and sports and opportunities at Seaholm, I feared that being the newest one to it would make me an unvalued member. I felt like everyone around me flowed right into the sport they've played their whole life or the club they've looked forward to joining since middle school, and I was just left behind. I was struggling with feeling accepted, yet at the same time, I had no idea how to handle all these isolated emotions. However, through all this sadness I felt, I learned that there's always a light at the end of a tunnel. I'm now a senior, looking forward to graduating in just a few short weeks. I'm eager, excited, and looking forward to sharing my story with you. I'm an active member of the Student Congress, Vice President of the Jewish Student Union, and President of the Community Service Club. I have found people, teachers, friends, and leaders who make me want to be a better person every day. And now I want to help that 20% do the same. So before we dive in, I'd like to map out the road for you. I'll begin with my personal experiences with finding a community. Then I'll move into defining community as well as its historical context. Next, I'll cover the mental health portion and why this is relevant today in this auditorium. And then lastly, I'll cover my service learning and open up a space for questions. So I'd like to take you back to my 8th grade year at Derby Middle School. With COVID-19 cutting off the rest of my school year, I spent a lot of time throughout quarantine thinking about my passions. And upon the weeks of reflecting, I realized I didn't really have any. I felt so isolated from my everyday life and was so uncomfortable with spending so much time alone. Before I knew it, summer came and went, and now I was a fully online Zoom student at Seaholm High School. And of course, this was not the ideal year I had pictured in my head for so many years prior. I felt alone and longed for connection, and one at the time more than my family could provide, or definitely those COVID family walks could fulfill. I needed a place where I felt like I belonged and was valued as such a shy freshman. I was lucky enough to be invited to a BBYO event just a few months into my freshman year. For those unfamiliar with BBYO, it's the world's largest Jewish youth group. BBYO provides Jewish teens from almost every country with opportunities for leadership development, community service, and socialization with fellow Jewish teens. Although I was initially unsure of joining, I decided to take a chance and click the join button after a few more texts from some upperclassmen members. And in short, as you can see in these photos, BBYO changed my life. BBYO kickstarted my passions for being a part of Jewish youth groups that not only accept teen leadership, but promote it. Because of one text from an upperclassman member, I've now attended hundreds of Jewish teen gatherings, taken countless leadership courses, and even attended multiple yearly international conventions with over 3,000 Jewish teens from all over the world. And this has taken place throughout my past 4 years of high school. I feel more connected to my international and local Jewish community than that shy freshman and 20% inside of me could have ever imagined. I now serve as the regional president of Michigan Region BBYO. Working along with my co-president, together we guide and lead over 700 Jewish teens from the Metro Detroit and Ann Arbor area. Now we're working together to help those teens find their place, the same way as which hundreds of passionate leaders have done before us. I can confidently say I have found a place where I feel 100% myself. Joining BBYO even encouraged me to branch out to other organizations. I work part-time at Star Treks events. I work with the Jewish Federation of Metropolitan Detroit. I consistently volunteer with Detroit Repair the World, and I even attended Teen Mission to Israel last summer. Outreach, community service, and mental health have all become passions of mine, simply because I once found my community in 9th grade. BBYO changed everything for me, and I'm sure many of you feel the same way in your own communities. BBYO showed me what a true thriving community should look like. Upperclassmen told me I was valued and heard. They celebrated my ideas and encouraged me to take on leadership roles. Members taught me about the true potential each of us embody, and how when we collaborate, we can create such brighter and stronger communities. But most importantly, I no longer felt that isolation I experienced all my 8th grade and freshman year. I had peers to hang out with and people who really wanted to get to know the true me. I was encouraged to ask questions, and throughout my past 4 years, I've never once felt judged for it. However, inevitably, when I sat down in August and opened my College Board application and read the University of Michigan community prompt, I was taken aback. The college asks you to answer the following question. Everyone belongs to many different communities and/or groups defined by shared geography, religion, ethnicity, income, cuisine, interests, race, ideology, or intellectual heritage. Choose one of the communities to which you belong and describe that community and your place within it. After taking time to reflect on my past 4 transformative years in BBYO, I began to question what made BBYO so much more impactful than all the other communities of which I've partaken in throughout high school. And this is where my big board came in, the perfect opportunity to study the need for the fulfilling communities of which I've been a part of throughout high school. So I began with a simple question of just 3 words. What is community? And now, 8 months later, standing up here, I present to you the answer to my August self. Being a part of a community provides adolescents with a sense of belonging and people they can turn to when they need emotional support. Community helps adolescents develop their sense of identity and purpose, as well as explore their talents and interests. And now I'm here to prove that to you today. So now that you know a little about me, let's move into defining community as well as its historical context. So I'd like to start by explaining the basic definition I'll be referring to throughout this presentation. According to Oxford Languages, a community is a social unit with a shared socially significant characteristic, such as a place, a set of norms, culture, religion, values, customs, or identity. However, through the interviews and research I've done throughout these past few months, I've come to realize that unlike many other words throughout the dictionary, there will never be one simple definition of community that will work for everyone. Community is not a rigid construct, but rather a definition to be shaped by each individual to fit their own experiences within that community. So, after defining, I began to research the historical context of community, to understand the long-lasting human need for connection and belonging since our earliest days. One of the first ancient communities I stumbled upon was Pompeii, Italy. Pompeii today remains as a common place for tourists to learn and visit about the rich city's history. So let's travel back to ancient Pompeii. The preserved remnants of the city reveal a once thriving social scene. The communal baths, theaters, and forums served as a common place for communal activities. With only 12,000 residents sharing dining areas, shops, and streets, historians can infer that Pompeii was once an extremely tight-knit community, which highly valued social connections. After taking the past few months to study community structure, I've come to realize that our public school structure is built in a shockingly similar way to these thriving ancient cities like Pompeii. So let's take a trip back to modern-day Seaholm High School. One of the most apparent connections I came across almost immediately was the importance of shared meals. Once the bell rings after second or third hour, you can find freshmen and sophomores rushing down the main staircase to find their friends, digest the day, eat lunch. It's often described as many people's favorite part of the day, and I'm sure many of you in the audience can agree to this. Similarly, in Pompeii, community members would do the same. Everyone would gather once, twice, even 3 times a day to share meals and trade food, as it was a huge part of the culture at the time, as in which it remains now. While eating, students and ancient citizens are working together to form their inner circle of friends. That often can last from elementary to high school graduation. Our school's shared communal group spaces, such as the library, the auditorium we're in right now, or the hallway, function as our modern-day forum for peer interaction. These casual interactions can look like those teachers and peers you see in passing, however, are not close enough to see outside of school. We can compare these places to the towns and streets in Pompeii, which were often filled with people socializing and hanging out. Now lastly, I'd like to touch on extracurriculars, such as theater, sports, or specific interest clubs. We can compare these extracurriculars to Pompeii's baths and theaters. Seaholm students and ancient citizens are working together to develop their shared interests, along with forming friends and getting better at that shared interest on the way. Although there's clearly been advances since ancient Pompeii and our modern-day Seaholm High School, we can see that the basis for human connection and community has remained the same, and our Seaholm school model continues to reflect that. So, as mentioned in the beginning of this presentation, mental health is something I struggled with throughout high school, and I'm sure many of you can relate to this. However, joining a community changed this all for me. Although right when I clicked the join button, my mental health struggles didn't just diminish, but instead gave me peers I could open up to about the things I was feeling. And I truly believe that these people pulled me out of some of the hardest points of my life. So I'd like you to think about a time when you were younger and in a baby social class or swim group. Not only were these useful skills that kick-started your passion for music, sports, and maybe even introduced you to some of your current friends, but it also benefited your well-being. It offered you that sense of community and belonging you needed at that age before you could even speak and understand. However, as we age, our parents often take a less hands-on approach at putting us in these constructed activities. Maybe your parents had you pick out an instrument through middle school or play a sport throughout your high school years, but it doesn't stick if the passion isn't there. It's now your duty as a high schooler to find what you love doing. And just like me, my freshman year, it can often take a push to get there. And when teens don't find these spaces or that group, it can lead to mental health struggles. However, I've concluded from my months of research that communities are everywhere. They don't need to revolve around a huge topic, but they do need to fulfill that sense of belonging for everyone. Communities will improve your mental well-being. And if you've seen all the benefits now, I'm sure you're wondering, where can I find one? So I'd like to introduce you to something called a third place. Third places are a space separate from your home, school, or work where you spend time. Third places are designed to be an inexpensive, stress-free, social community zone. They can often be described as the glue of any successful community. So I'd like you to take a minute to read the criteria of a third place. Do you currently have a third place in your life? And upon reflecting, I'm sure many of you have realized it's really hard to find a third place in our modern day society. And this is because we are now living in a post-COVID world. Without adequate funding throughout the pandemic, many of these third places local to our community have had to shut down. They often relied on visitor donations to keep it running. In a post-pandemic world, many of us have gotten so used to the idea of believing that we can form these strong, true connections from the comfort of our own home. So why even bother leaving? And this mindset right here is exactly what will likely diminish all our third places over the next few years. But I believe that these third places are where the truest and strongest forms of community are made. So after studying and learning about third places, and it was time for my service learning, I chose to take my knowledge on community structures to build a successful third place community. So I hosted a community game day at the Baldwin Public Library in Birmingham. Members of the Metro Detroit and Seahome community were invited to a technology-free event to play board games and foster that sense of togetherness we all inevitably look for. The feedback revealed from a post-event reflection form revealed that students enjoy connecting when done in the right environment and are even willing to put screens down. Some participants even exclaimed that they wish they could form these types of connections every day. And as I briefly mentioned, this community game day event was a technology-free zone, and I'm sure I even received a few eye rolls because of that. I'm well aware that technology is an amazing tool that has changed everything in our society. But there's also something to be said about the connections that can be formed when phones are out of the picture. When referring to our strong ancient civilizations like Pompeii, where community was so strong, we can definitely assume that technology was not in the picture. I've now had 13 summers of experience without my phone at a Jewish sleepaway camp. And I can be a testament that putting screens down made me form the truest forms of connection. My parents always refer to my camp smile and my rest of the year smile. And given by the name, my camp smile is only out when out camp. And I truly believe that I smile my biggest and brightest when at camp because I feel so connected and close and bonded with the people around me. Yes, my camp smile and camp connections are possible to happen throughout the year. However, technology can be such a burden on connecting us with those around us. It's so easy to hide these moments of isolation behind a screen, like I did my freshman year, because no one can truly read you in 2D. However, pushing past these awkward conversations and getting to know someone can truly change your perspective on everything. I'm proud that I was able to provide these event participants with a few moments away from the screen, because in our modern day, fast-paced society, these times are so rare. So, for one final time, I bring up my 8th grade self. I was isolated, a part of that 20% who had yet to find their community, and was so scared of branching out. And thinking that 20% of the school feels the same way I did, or maybe a way you have felt before, is a scary statistic. However, community has the opportunity to change lives. And in retrospect, a flourishing community really only needs to provide these 3 main things. Your community has to provide feelings of belonging and acceptance to everyone involved. Together as a group, you need to learn and grow, whether it be about something new or try a new activity. And lastly, you all need to have some sort of shared experience in common. Not only can these 3 things change your community for the better, but it can impact everyone in the group and lead them to do such great things. Branching out is scary, but I promise you it is so worth it. So next time you have that open club meeting or open sports practice, consider asking someone to join you. You never know what's on the other side of that text, and together, day by day, I believe that we can work to lower this 20% statistic. Thank you. Is there any questions? Yes. Is that a question? That's just a statement. Thank you. Thank you. Is there any other questions or statements? Thank you, everyone.